Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
So, Nico, how's Crystalis gonna be today?
I think it's going to be long, and the players are going to suffer. I think it's going to be long, and the players are going to suffer. I've got an echo. Alright, I think I fixed that. What happens if I delete this?
My audio will be clean for this, just in case, but just wanted to say hi. I'm gonna go join everybody else for being idiots.
Alright, can you folks hear me? Oh, my mic is really high. Alright, let's see. Maybe this is a little bit better. That looks fine. Yes, my audio mixer is working again. I had to change some things around. Okay, that is configured. I think Myth is getting a snack, so we'll adjust his audio levels in a moment when he returns. Getting a little bit of stuff in the back. Did I switch mics? No, I just had to change some settings in OBS. Oop, I'm dropping some frames. There we go, that seems fixed. Alpha says clean audio. I've got 90. Quite a few people jumping into today's race. So hopefully you folks enjoyed today's Game to Jolly races. I know that you witnessed some almost completely inscrutable puzzles. Well, the good news is we're going to get even more of those because we are entering Part 2 of Crystalis. In Part 1, our heroes made their way across the countryside. We boarded a boat and traveled to the Angry Sea. And today we are going to be going on an adventure across the Angry Sea. We are going to face off against an evil empire, and hopefully our heroes are going to be able to figure out how to defeat the final enemies. I was expecting him to finish it. Alright, next. Not blind. Are you folks able to hear me? I'm sorry, I'm still setting things up. So we have quite a few players joining today's race. Surprisingly, a lot of people who are blind to the game joining. I believe it was Exuno and Shrambles who had initially suggested that this was a game that they were interested in playing. I might have to crop this a little bit more in a bit. Alright, we're going to be ready as soon as everybody readies up. I think we've got a total of 9 players in today's race so far. We may have a couple more drop in.
I heard you changed audio settings, so maybe I sound different.
Yeah, if you could give me another little bit of speech here.
Check 1, check 2. This is Mythical 9 here to commentate the Crystalis race with Sir Nico. I'm so excited.
Alright.
Check 1, check 2.
Alright, I think I've got you adjusted. You're a little bit high, but I think maybe now you're fine.
Okay.
So we've got our players readying up. This game is a little bit unusual. Most people are used to, you've got a continue option on the title screen and you figure, oh, I'll hit continue and it's going to load my game. This game is kind of weird. You have to select continue. It just dumps you straight into the game, and then you have to manually load a save file afterwards, which, if you're not expecting it, you might get some heart failure when you realize, oh no, my save file is gone. But no, you're just fine. You gotta load it for some reason. The people we've got on the restream right now are Sumgirl, Alpha 5, Nighty, and Exuno, if you didn't catch that just yet.
Yeah, I've got them all loaded up. Excuse me. I managed to, right before we're about to kick this off, have some water go down the wrong tube, so still working that out, but I think I'll be okay. I'm not the one who has to play the much harder second half of Crystalis.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky for the players. They're going to hit a couple of somewhat confusing gameplay elements that they're going to have to deal with. Players talking a little bit why you can continue it all. This game does have actually a pretty robust, not a quick save, not an auto save, but a checkpoint system that even if you choose not to save your game manually, it does create a number of checkpoints for you, which is actually really helpful for the speedrun, so that the speedrun doesn't have to manually save the game at any point. And they'll still get a number of opportunities to catch up. But we're just waiting on a couple more folks to ready up. Let's see who we're waiting on. We're just waiting on Draconic Dawn, and not surprisingly, we're waiting on Nighty to get that load up.
I was hoping for the classic, like, who's holding up this race? Oh, it is me. I forgot I was doing that. But no, you are in the clear.
Yeah.
And there it is.
I considered putting in a couple of hints in the pay spin, but you know what? I said, no, I didn't get those hints. These players aren't getting those hints either.
But you did link to the manual.
I did lead
the
to
original pay spin.
I did link to the instruction manual. That'll give them some help. One thing I considered putting in the manual, in the pay spin, but I did not. They do, in fact, have to find the power ring. Although the power ring appears to be an optional item, it is, in fact, mandatory for the game. But we will get to that later.
Yeah, I was... so I hadn't finished the game the last time we did this, so I had to finish it as preparation. Also, I wanted to beat the game. And found that out myself. I was quite curious that if I was doing something wrong or if that was indeed the case. And I guess it is indeed the case.
Alright, so some girl figured out really quickly that you've got to play your shell flute to get you Dolphin Friend. Looks like Alpha 5 has picked that up. Nighty has pulled out the shell flute. And I think Nighty's figured it out, so we just got Exuno. You got to think a little bit back to the previous race, because it's been a while. It's been a whole week since these players have played, and they've perhaps forgotten about the dolphin who has pledged his entire life to their cause in exchange for 10 gold pieces worth of medicinal herbs.
Also, they took a boat to get here, so you're not really thinking about using a dolphin for seafaring travel, right? You're thinking boat, and you're wondering where the boat is. What I think is really interesting is that some players are not going to have this shell flute. Some players managed to get here without it, and that is going to be an interesting experience for them. Ooh, we got a pickup of a super key item from Nighty just there.
Yeah, so Nighty picked up the love pendant hidden here in this little back canal. If you can remember last week's race, this is the back of the castle in Portoa. And that is an important item that they will need to complete the game. They do get a hint. In fact, I think they were receiving that hint in the previous goal. If you use the telepathy spell, Kensu, I believe it is, he tells you, and we can see it here on Exuno's screen. I lost it. I can't believe it. Telling you very, very precisely that you need to go back there and get that item to complete the game. So Exuno's got this shell flute equipped. Not quite sure what to do with it.
Yeah, well, I think precise might be a little generous on account of it's a random, unmarked spot somewhere in the water. And we'll see, well, I guess Nighty already picked it up, but when someone else gets in there, it's pretty possible to just kind of go through this space and not find it unless you're actively looking for it. So it's a potential stumbling point for sure.
So we see our players are moving around a bit. Looks like Alpha 5 and Some Girl both managed to find the small town here in the Angry Sea. This is the only town in the Angry Sea, and it's a pretty important focal point. And once they have done that, they can get access to the cavern in this area. I think it's got a name. It's like the Evil Island or something like that. But this is actually a pretty big dungeon. So the players, I can expect them to spend almost an hour on the Angry Sea just getting through this one very long and difficult dungeon.
Nighty has found just a little spot somewhere with a pretty important looking area. If you're familiar with that kind of architecture, you might recognize it as a sort of shrine.
Yeah, the Angry Sea is one of the more difficult areas. We saw in the previous goals that the players had some pretty large overworld areas to explore. In particular, I think we saw Marshmaster was really thrown off that there were two places in Portoa that you could cross on a river, and it was not obvious to find both of those. The Angry Sea is a lot bigger. It's not as constrained, and a lot of the landmarks are in the middle of the area, so you can't just follow around the perimeter and find everything.
We have a comment from chat that is super important for anyone who's low on levels and looking to make up some of that ground, like say Nighty or Alpha at level 7. I'm not sure if they can actually deal any damage at level 7, but there is a cave in the Angry Sea where you can ride in with the dolphin, and as soon as you spawn in, there's these little jellyfish guys in the water, and they respawn every time you go in and out. They're right at the front, and they give tons of experience for not too much effort, so it is the primo grinding spot in the Angry Sea.
Yeah, they're also really just sort of passive creatures that just sit still, so it's very easy to just avoid them. It's very easy to avoid getting hit while you're killing them. So yeah, it's not just that they give a lot of experience, but that it's very easy to get around and kill them, as opposed to some enemies that are might be worth more experience, but because they're a little tougher to fight, you really don't get that high of experience per second.
Xeno having a lot of trouble. He's got the shell flute equipped, or they got the shell flute equipped, and they're trying to use it on Kentsu or something. I don't know if they have the wrong idea about what Kentsu has lost in behind the channel, because that's where you get the shell flute. So is connecting the wrong dots here, I think.
That's a good point. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, that may be that. Yeah, that may be it. Xeno has completely misunderstood the purpose of this flute. So for some reason, Alpha 5 has gone back to the Portoa area. This is the cavern where they originally received the water sword. So there's really nothing here for Alpha.
Yeah, he told us his game plan was to go forwards in the Angry Sea and see if he did damage to anything, because his level was so low. And if he didn't, he would go back and grind. And I don't know if he used the wrong sword or if he actually is too low to deal damage, but here he is.
Yeah, that could be it. I didn't think about that. Nighty is also level 7, so if Alpha is having trouble, then Nighty may be in the same boat.
So I guess it's some girl who's been making the real Well, Nighty did find that pendant, and that could be a thing. But some girl's the one who's at least going through this cave, which is like, you know, it's kind of the main objective in the Angry Sea. Unless I'm mistaken, and this is the cave with the fog lamp.
It's possible. It's really difficult to keep track because all of these areas look very similar.
Yeah, I just noticed the combination of these enemies. I was like,
Yeah, this moving platform, this is definitely the Angry Sea.
Okay.
So this is a mechanic that has just been introduced at this point. We've seen a number of caverns now, and suddenly we've got caverns that have moving platforms and pits. And you can walk off the platform into the pit, and if you do so, it will send you to the previous floor of the dungeon. Right now, this is a really easy introduction to this. This is going to get miserable in a big hurry.
Yeah, so they have these Rabite boots, and they allow you to jump, and you know that would definitely facilitate your ability to move across a platform, like you do in many other platformer games. But the boots have a very long jump. The jump is completely committed once you're in the air. And the platform, like the jump is so big, you need the platform on the very edge of your screen if you want to jump and land on it. Otherwise, you're going to jump over it. Or you need to wait till it's moving, and now there's this weird timing element involved. It's just so much harder than it should be.
So Some Girl making good progress here. So Some Girl has made it through the cavern on Evil Spirit Island, and she's found this village, and there's just zombies wandering around. The zombies actually are not enemies. You can talk to them. They're villagers who have been cursed by the villains here in this fortress. And so now Some Girl is going to need to navigate through this fortress and find the villains in charge to get a couple of useful items.
I don't think this is going to go too well for her. She's very low on health and has 5 MP left over, so it's really running on fumes. Wonder what kind of inventory items that she has to work with. If she still got that magic ring, that would heal her up to full after she burned through a bunch of the MP that it provides.
And now some girl here is being stalked by this moving shadow. This is a really bizarre enemy structure. So the way these enemies work is they're immune to all of your attacks unless you charge up a level 3 attack. And I do believe there's an NPC who, one of the characters that you can telepathy speak with, will tell you use maximum power against the shadows. And that's what they're telling you. If you hit them with a level 3 attack, they'll become visible and then you can beat them up like normal enemies.
Didn't know that. I never got that hint. I just ran away from them. Thankfully, they're not too common. Nighty at level 7 is able to kill at least these little swirly enemies.
And Exuno here is still stumped. Exuno has no idea how to use the shell flute to progress. Which is really unfortunate because Exuno took some time in the previous goal to level up. So as soon as Exuno figures that out, it's going to be an immediate jump to the Evil Spirit Island and be able to start making their way through.
It's a shame, too, because the dolphin says pretty clearly, like, hey, you can use this to call me. And I guess it was just, it was a week ago.
Well, and there's no indication that's the place where you would call the dolphin. So that may be part of it, that Exuno is expecting there to be some NPC who will tell you that.
Some girl is on the very last sliver of health and has made it to a boss fight, so yeah, that didn't go very well.
So the good news is there is a checkpoint here in this zombie village. The game, I feel like the second half of the game is pretty generous with checkpoints, actually. That for the most part, you're going from this point on, you're going to hit a checkpoint at least halfway through a dungeon. And there's several dungeons towards the end where the checkpoint is right before the boss fight. So at least you have that advantage going in, that the likelihood that you're going to have to repeat big chunks of content is pretty low.
Yeah, it's never good to not know though, right? Because there's no like little floppy disk in the corner to let you know the game is saving right now. So you don't really want to rely on it, but yeah, the players will have a nice safety net, whether they know it or not.
So some girl fighting against this boss again. This is actually a repeat of the very first boss that they fought in the game. Uses the same strategy even. So this is one that I think some girl probably feels pretty confident that as long as she's dealing damage to the boss, that her level isn't too low or that she's using the wrong sword, that she should be able to handle this.
Yeah, it's tough. The boss has those bats flying around. They still do deal damage. And the boss can teleport right on top of you. So there's a very real luck element with where the boss decides to teleport. And then there's kind of a pseudo luck element with where the bats decide to go. Like, yeah, you can dodge them and hit them and stuff. But it's just so dang hard that you're kind of at their mercy where they decide to go. And between those two things, and with such a slim margin of error with this health, it's gonna take a really good fight. It's doable, and that's why she's still trying, but it's gonna be tough.
So we've got a number of our players are in chat together. I believe Alpha, Don, Exuno, Jackazam, Pufferfish, and Some Girl. They're all in a chat together. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but I believe that they are sort of giving each other feedback and hints. So if that's the case, Exuno may already have a realization that he has missed something very significant here. If the other players sound like they're making progress and not being frustrated yet.
I guess I need to retract my statement, because I think this boss actually requires you to be level 10 to hurt it, which is kind of surprising to me since I thought 9 was pretty high leaving the previous area.
So Alpha has collected the Kirisa plant, which we saw most of the other players pick up in the previous goal. So that is a completely mandatory item, so Alpha will be happy to have that. I'm not sure what Some Girl's strategy here right now is. Maybe she is just planning to grind on some of these soldiers. These soldiers aren't particularly good experience. I think they're the same soldiers as they fought back on Mount Saber, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they're actually quite poor. I think you could find any other enemy and do a lot better than these soldiers.
Yeah, so I think the other issue some girl may have is that she's not dealing damage against this boss and isn't certain if it's just because of the sword.
Right. I think she's gonna, she didn't really live very long in the first attempt or the second attempt, so, give it the good old try with each sword charged up to level 2, and then if it's tinking off all of these, then she knows for sure this ain't gonna happen. Ooh, but she's not gonna get a chance to land the level 2 wind sword, so I don't think she's gonna give up on this just yet.
I think that there was a good chance that she did that on the first attempt, because the wind sword is the only sword that you can use on the regular soldiers. So there's a high probability that's the sword she had during her first attempt.
Yeah, it looks like she's gone into the cave, so I think you're right. Nighty's still running around looking for experience, I think. Has just very recently reached level 8, and that's good, but as we just saw, there's a fair bit more to go before taking on Vamp, which I guess is the name of this blue wizard guy.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the sort of the 4 fiends of this game, similar to the Final Fantasy games. The Evil Empire has 4 different generals. Each one of them is vulnerable to one of the 4 elemental swords. And they have a habit of being recurring enemies. I think the players fight all of them at least twice, and some of them more than that. So we will have more opportunities to see these bosses before we are done.
Nighty keeps trying to give the pendant to Asina, the shell flute. And then also the pendant. He's getting unique dialogue about this item, and indeed, it is kind of related to her, and I'm sure there's some backstory there between who gave what to who and what that implies about the relationship. But in terms of cold hard mechanics, doing a race, making progress, it's not helping.
Yeah, this part of the game really throws off because there's a couple of key items that the players can pick up at this point that they aren't going to need for a while. This love pendant, for example, that's not going to come into play until after the Angry Sea Zone. That's when they will need that. And that Carissa plant that they picked up earlier, they really don't need that until the very end of the game. That gives them a key item that they don't need until they're ready for the final boss.
Yep. It is, it's definitely a little weird, and it'll be interesting to see who has it and who doesn't by the time they get there. So remember we were talking about how you kept a notepad, and every time you saw something weird, you wrote it down, and that really helped you, and I was like, yeah, I do that too. I didn't start doing it until it started to get more complex in the end game, and I wish I did it earlier, because there is a dungeon they'll do where there's something you can't reach, and you have to come back later, and I forgot about it. Just completely forgot about it, and it would have cost me, gosh, I don't know, an hour or something in a blind race, so, yeah. I definitely could foresee this happening to at least one of our players today.
Yeah, this is a really tricky game towards the end. I think emphasizes the sort of perplexing type of gameplay where they throw a bunch of just obscure items that you need to collect in order to progress, and more significantly, they're not all in the same spot. It's not like I have completed the second area, I can move on to the third area. There is a lot of going back to the previous area to collect an item that you've missed. That's absolutely critical for progressing, and I think we're going to see a lot of that, especially towards the end of the race when the players get to the final boss and realize that they have 2 or 3 key items that they need just for the final boss.
But it's interesting though, because if you write down there's a gap here that I can't cross or whatever, that's strange, and you write it down, then of course, as soon as you get an ability to cross gaps, you'll know to just go back there, right? So if you're diligent about those kinds of things, then it really can make it not a problem at all. It's kind of interesting how it can be so bad or totally not a thing, depending on how prepared you are.
Yeah, and I think it isn't until towards the very end. The last couple of dungeons do get pretty tricky. There's in particular, I think, like the second to last dungeon is absolutely huge, but the game is very merciful that there is nothing in that dungeon that you absolutely need other than to just go through the boss fight. As opposed to some of the earlier areas, you might start getting, a little turned around in these dungeons and not be entirely certain that you've found everything. We see Ixuno here is exploring a previous dungeon, and Ixuno found a wall that he hadn't broken before, but behind it was just an antidote. So no progression to be found there.
Did manage to hit level 10 though, and is a quarter of the way to level 11. So that experience, he's not wasting completely the time he's spending right now. He's getting at least something out of it. They are. So, boy, some girl did hit level 10, but is still in a horrible HP MP situation for this this first floor of this dungeon.
Yeah, some girl does have enough MP at this point to teleport. So
yeah, that's a really important distinction.
If some girl takes a death here and then uses those 20 magic points to teleport, I think she's taking intentional deaths now just so that she can get more uses of telepathy.
Oh, how interesting. That's so creative to come up with that mid-race.
Alright, here we go. Some girl now can teleport back to Joel, can take a nap in the inn, top off on magic points, and now is in a good spot, has the correct level for defeating the boss now. We talked before in the previous race, the players are going to need to reach level cap to complete this game. And level cap is actually pretty low. Level 16 is the level cap. And they will need to hit that or they will not be able to deal any damage to the final boss.
Yeah, we were Alpha was in here, I guess after the race it was, and they were talking about what's the level cap gonna be, and Alpha was like, it could be 16, power 2, huh? And everyone was like, you're crazy. And both of us were just sitting here quietly smiling, I guess.
Yeah, there's no way that I was ever going to voluntarily tell Alpha he's right.
It's a pretty achievable goal. I don't know, maybe I just kind of remembered where some of the grind spots are. Like, as soon as I saw these jellyfish, it triggered a memory where I was like, oh yeah, Dragon Dart killed a lot of these jellyfish, right? So I did the same, and I must have got to at least 10, if not 11, on those jellyfish when I first got there. And I guess I underestimated just how big a difference it makes when you're doing that.
Yeah, towards the end of this game, the enemies ramp up in experience quite a bit. Like, level 1, we were fighting enemies worth 1 and 2 experience points. But I want to say towards the end, like, there's caves of enemies that are worth 1,000 experience points each. That's like a really, really significant ramp up that makes it not too... it doesn't feel like you're spending a lot of time grinding like you would in some games.
Yeah, I think it's like 30,000 experience to go from 15 to 16, something like that. So it sounds like a big scary number, but you're right. You're earning, upwards of 500 per kill, and suddenly it's not so bad at all.
All right, Ixuno's making his way back to the Angry Sea. Does have the Crystalis plant now. Maybe he's going to try to give the Crystalis plant to Kensu here. Kensu, of course, doesn't care about the Crystalis plant. Kensu really wants you to get the love pendant, which he won't accept now.
Alpha's found the jellyfish in this cave and is just kind of sussed out that, like, hey, these things are giving me a pretty decent amount of experience for not a lot of effort. So it's pretty quickly gone up to level 10. He's going back out to the entrance of the cave, so we'll see what he's going to do here. Trying to decide, is it go time yet, or do I go for one more?
So So it's a quick level up for Alpha. Alpha's also hit that magic number 10, which means he's ready to fight the boss that he hasn't even begun looking for.
Oh, there was the hint. Use maximum power against enemies you can't see.
Oh, here we go. Exuno found the dolphin, played the flute, and then immediately walked back into the hut to see if maybe that's what Kensu was looking for.
Nope, just a total misunderstanding. That was about 24 minutes it took Exuno to figure that out, and that's a dang shame.
But the good news is Exuno's level is pretty high. Already has a chunk of experience. It's 25% of the way to level 11. And having those extra levels will be an advantage for bosses. That it's not just a matter of being the minimum level. Having an extra level or two will make the bosses easier to fight. So Exuno is in a good position. If he finds the village really quick and then he picks up that he needs to go to the Evil Island, I think that'll get Exuno on track really quickly here.
Yeah, honestly, with the amount of experience that Exuno has, they're ahead of Alpha, probably. Neither one has really gone into the cave yet, so they don't really have an advantage of where to go or anything there. So 24 minutes was a lot of time lost, but it was also a lot of time it took Alpha to do that grinding, so still in a great spot.
Oh, some girl went back to the Carissa Herb Cave and collected that completely mandatory event item. So that'll be a useful progression. Not now, but that will eventually be important.
I wonder what prompted that. I wonder if someone in the voice chat was like, hey man, you know, there's a cave over here you might want to check out. I don't know.
So with that set up here, seems like everybody is pretty much on the right path. Looks like Nighty might be also in the Carissa Herb Cave. I think we talked a little bit about it. I think we kind of spoiled it a little bit for some of the players, perhaps, at the end of yesterday's race when we mentioned that some players had more progression than others, even though they all finished at the same spot. So I think everybody might be a little bit suspicious, and in particular, if they had seen both of these caves, they may have made a mental note to say, hey, there's a cave that I really didn't spend much time in and I didn't find anything important in. So that may also be kind of driving some of their play. So like Alpha's going to grind some more of these little jellyfishes. And he's going to start on his way up Evil Spirit Island.
Yeah, just kind of clearing them on the way in because there's still experience, and experience is still necessary and welcome at this point.
And then we see our players are switching between the bracelets again. I think that the players still don't have... Nobody has noticed yet that you don't really need that bracelet unless you plan to use level 3 attacks. So we talked about it in the previous race. The gimmick behind it is when you first get a sword, you can charge it up to level 1. And at level 1 charge, it'll shoot out a little projectile that'll deal damage to enemies at a distance. At some point, the players will get their hands on an orb. When you get the orb in hand, you can equip that with your sword of the correct element, and that'll give you a level 2 charge, which is necessary for solving a bunch of these little environmental puzzles. For example, we see Alpha using level 2 water sword to freeze these rivers and cross them. And then eventually the players will get a bracelet that will let them charge this up to level 3. And then the level 3 attack drains a little bit of magic points, but it usually is a really big projectile attack that makes it very difficult for the enemies to dodge. So it has a lot of use in combat. There are 2 tricks to this. Number 1 trick is that all of those projectiles do the same damage. A point-blank stab with your sword and a level 3 charge. Each projectile still deals the same base amount of damage, which is just dependent on your sword. With the wind sword being the weakest and the fire sword being second weakest, water sword is the second strongest, and so forth. So there's really not a lot gained for charging up an attack to a higher level unless it's like this fire attack that we see Alpha using that's going to hit enemies a couple of times because if it's just got a really big hitbox. And then the other trick that none of the players have picked up on is that once they have collected the bracelet for a sword, they can't equip that orb anymore. So normally they would think, oh, I have to equip this bracelet to get my level 2 and my level 3 at the same time. But that's actually not true. Once they've collected the bracelet, if they unequip it and they just have the naked sword with no upgrade accessory, that sword still charges to level 2. So they can use level 2 charges without bothering to equip that bracelet. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the players notice that, and then that winds up saving them some time menuing and picking the different swords that they need to use.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. You wouldn't think the bracelet would have that kind of just passive effect in your inventory the way that it does, but it does. And I remember being surprised when you said everything, all the charged attacks all did the same damage, because when I was playing the game, it didn't line up with my experiences, because I remembered like it would take 4 level 1 charge shots to kill this guy, but if I made one of them a level 2 charge shot, then it would only be 3. And so I loaded it up again to test, and either if everything does the same damage, then there's more to the multi-hits that happen than I realized, because I would assumed the sound effect, the like, that's the sound or whatever that is, I would assume every time you hear that, that's a hit, and then you could kind of pretty easily count them. But maybe there's more multi-hits happening than just every time that sound happens. Either way, I stabbed a golem with my sword, took 10 hits to kill it. It took 5 level 1 charge shots, and 4 level 2 charge shots to kill it. So, whether or not it's the same value being, hitting multiple times, or it's just doing more damage, I'm not sure. But definitely functionally, you do get a little bit more damage out of the shots. I think overall DPS though, sword, stabbing, rapid fire, that's the way to go.
It's interesting. Yeah, I did some searching for like a Crystalis damage FAQ and tried to see if somebody had written that out. Because some of these games, people like go to extreme lengths. Like you can go, there's a Legend of Zelda page where they have like tables that show all of the damage values for every enemy and show you all of the outlier values. Yeah, I couldn't find one of those for Crystalis, although I guess I didn't look that hard.
The Final Fantasy games have some of the most detailed mechanics breakdowns on GameFAQs.
Oh yeah, whole tables of formulae of how they calculate everything.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Although this is relatively simplistic by comparison. No critical hits, no dealing with randomized damage values.
No hit chance.
So at this point, it looks like our players are all in the same cave. Nighty is still exploring. Alright, Nighty has found some other things. I think Nighty is in the same cave as everybody else. He's picked up a magic ring that was hidden behind a stone wall. We definitely see Exuno here is now using the water sword to freeze these rivers to get across. Yeah, alright, yeah, Nighty is definitely in the same cave. So everybody is in the same cave right now. The layout of this dungeon is not that complicated, although I think it feels a little more complicated than it is on your first visit. When they first enter, they have to go through this sort of underground portion where there's an underground river that they have to cross. The second floor of the cavern is where they get introduced to this first of these moving platforms over pits, and they do need to cross that to make their way to the zombie village. That leads them to the castle, where they have a boss fight against the vampire, I guess is what people are talking about. Oop, Nighty falls into the hole and goes back to the previous floor. And then once they beat the vampire, they do have to climb higher. I believe there's one more boss they have to defeat, and that boss will give them one key item, and then they have another key item that they have to get in the zombie village. And I think that's going to be another area where we'll see the players kind of see some split up, because they might not realize you can go into the ruined houses and miss out on that key item that they absolutely need to get out of the Angry Sea.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anyone try to go. Well, I think only some girls reached that village, but she definitely did not go into any of the doors there. And also, she seemed to be under the impression that the zombies were things to kill, so probably was not expecting them to turn into NPCs. So yeah, it could be a real blind spot for her, and for anyone. So that'll be pretty interesting. Now, some girl knows what's up. She's done this part before. She knows about a little bit about the boss, and so she's fighting a lot of things along the way. And I think she still just figures like, well, this is experience, so I'm gonna grab it while I'm coming by. But I think mostly she's like using a lot of charge shots to kind of keep distance and keep health up. Right? It still has 146 MP, so can refill basically all of that health, and some change probably left over. So that's pretty good. Definitely good enough to get past that first boss.
We see Alpha's making good use of these rabbit boots. The rabbit boots they're kind of programmed a little bit interesting, in an interesting way. When you jump up, you basically become immune to any enemies that are walking around. So you can jump over enemies, even the flying enemies, which might seem a little counterintuitive. But basically, once you get those boots off in the air, anything except for projectiles is not going to affect you, which makes them really useful for moving around. And we're going to see a little bit later in this goal that's because the rabbit boots have kind of an unusual bit of programming here that is going to be similar to something we're going to get later. Oh, hey, here we go. Ixuno finding something very important, going into one of these ruined houses, and this is an incredibly important NPC. Unfortunately, they're not doing anything now, but Ixuno knowing that this is a place that he can enter, that's going to be a big deal for later on. Because I think that's the only one of these houses that you can actually enter, and you must enter this house to finish the game.
Yeah, and Sarah pointed out something also that I noticed from some girl who tried the first door, and it doesn't work, and then assumed that they all were that way, and so did not try the one that works. And I don't know if she will. I feel like it's actually, the odds are probably pretty slim that she's gonna think after defeating this boss, you know what I need to do? Go check out this door that I'm pretty sure is not a thing. So Alpha has teleported out of the cave to heal. Got some experience and some knowledge, explored a little bit, but was time to go home and refill before taking another run at the cave.
So Ixuno being a little bit braver here, figuring out that these zombies are just NPCs.
Yeah, well, he didn't get anything directly from Clark, I think his name is, in the basement, but Clark did say, like, yeah, we're just totally normal people, we just got cursed by Sabera or whatever, and so that will kind of clue him in that these might not be enemies.
So Ixuno did something interesting here. Ixuno equipped the level 1 sword, and I think Ixuno deliberately avoided equipping the Tornado Bracelet because he was probably thinking, I don't want to use charge attacks, I'm just going to stab. So I wonder if Ixuno will notice that he still has his charge attack even though he hasn't equipped this bracelet. Nope. Ixuno's noping out of there real quick.
Ooh, you can see Ixuno only went down to 28 MP with the heal spell. That's sort of you can feather the button to get a little bit closer, but Ixuno is really trying to stay above that 20 MP mark to have enough MP to teleport out of here back to the inn.
Yeah, that was clearly a very deliberate choice by Ixuno, and that's a good choice.
Yeah, I think maybe could be going for a level. Everyone kind of evened out on experience, actually. Pretty interesting. There was a 2-level disparity between Ixuno and some girl at 9 and Alpha and Meta Knight at 7. So they've I guess, like, the people who needed to grind started grinding, and then the people who didn't but then eventually found out they did need to grind, like, started grinding later. And whatever the case, it's all just kind of mashed together, and everyone's about halfway through level 10.
Yeah. The Alpha here is going to have a big advantage because he's found this incredibly great grind spot. So he's going to gain levels very quickly here. And once he gets levels up, if he's, that means that he can spend less time fighting enemies when he goes through the dungeon. He's making good use of his rabbit boots as well. So he can just grind up to 11 and then just rabbit boot jump his way all the way to the bosses and not fight anything. And he'll get to fight some boss fights with maximum hit points and magic points in the tank.
Yeah. Some girl, by the way, is not maximum HP and MP, but has a pretty good chance at finishing off this boss. Has got a couple hits in. Tornadoes charged up, ready to go. They do not find their mark. This is going to be tough to close this one out.
Oh, and some girl takes a hit there from the bats. That was close. That was really close to finishing that.
So I thought when some girl came back in here, knowing what she did from the previous attempt, that this was going to be less of an exploration mission, the way it was for everyone else exploring the cave, and more of like a run at a boss. And so I was a little bit surprised to see her fighting so many enemies, and just kind of, going off to the side somewhere. But there was actually some things she hadn't explored yet. So, she picked up the iron necklace, got some experience, but she's a little bit beat up. She doesn't have a lot of MP and she's got half her health. I think she can definitely take that first boss, but I think it'll be pretty tough to get all the way to the end of this dungeon without having to go back to town.
Yeah, and also some girl's really in a bad spot here. Only has 10 magic points, which means that she can't use a teleport spell. I don't think she has any teleport boots. Oh, here we go. She does have a couple of power fruits, so that's important. That will let her teleport.
Oh, she accidentally cast the curing the... Okay, well, she is not paralyzed anymore, but she's down below 20 MP again, so has a second Fruit of Power that she can use, should she so choose.
Yeah, this is, it's really confusing what some girl's goal is here. I guess she must be grinding to level 11, but I'm really not a fan of this, letting your magic points dwindle down to the point where you can't teleport. Because once she gets to that level, then she's going to have to walk all the way back to town to get a heal. Unless she plans to just fight this boss immediately at level 11.
That would be really tough to pull off. I mean, you do get that checkpoint, but still. What she's going to do is, at 7,000, start heading back through the cave and fight things along the way. And try to hit 11... when you kind of come out the tail end of it, maybe, but well, looks like she's sticking around at 7,000. Maybe she's just counting on having to use that second Fruit of Power to get out of here.
It does look like her strategy is she's using this checkpoint here, leaving this room as a safety, so that if she takes a death, then she'll only lose like 1 or 2 enemies worth of grind.
And Alpha, although he doesn't know it, has made a pretty good play going up to 11 on those jellies in the cave, so is in a really good spot for, I think, the rest of the Angry Sea now, and will probably open up a better place to get experience later on. So it would be good if Alpha did not grind anymore. Yeah, look at that, just going straight on. 11 is the sweet spot.
Yeah, it's also kind of weird because level 9 to 10 or level 10 to 11 was only 8,000 experience points, and then level 11 to 12 is 10,000. So it only is like a 25% increase to the amount of experience points that really you could grind to the next level and it would take you barely longer than the previous one.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think there's any kind of drop off in experience either. So it honestly wouldn't be all that dramatic to just go all the way to 16 off these jellies, right? I think it's 30,000 to go from 15 to 16. So it would not be a smart decision, to be sure, but it wouldn't be one of these things where you're here 10 hours later killing jellies, right? You'd be done in an hour probably.
So Alpha is also confronted with a problem that I think the players are going to see many times throughout this race. You're walking through the dungeon, you're doing your best, and an enemy hits you and it gives you paralysis. And suddenly you have to choose. Do you heal your paralysis right now, or do you just deal with it and keep walking under the assumption that maybe you're going to get hit with something again and then get paralyzed the second time, and you don't really want to cure that twice.
Yeah, it's about a 20 MP cost, like 22 maybe, I think, to use that recover magic, and that's a chunk. So if you're not really going to be fighting, then yeah, absolutely just stick with the paralysis.
Nighty's trying to get past this whirlpool here. This is not the way to go.
The sea is too angry.
Now, Nighty may have run into something that I dealt with a little bit. This cave that you explore here, that Alpha is exploring right now with this platform in this pit. On your first pass of this pit, it's entirely possible that you see the pit, and then you think, oh, I can't go that way, and you turn around and you have no idea there's a platform. Because why would you think there would be a hovering platform over this random hole in the ground?
Yeah, and if you just waited for 3 to 4 seconds, its cycle would finally show itself, right? Like, yeah, totally. It does take a kind of awkward amount of time for the platform to finally show up.
So I think that may be the scenario where where Nighty is right now, where Nighty has explored that cave, and in Nighty's mind, he has explored that cave completely based off of his current equipment, and doesn't realize that, no, that's a path that he can take, that he can continue to go. And
Sunbro's got this boss fight. Has hit 3 times with a charge 2 attack. I'm not sure how many more, but it's got to be probably 3 more hits or something. It's really not too bad.
She's dodging the bats, and I like this strategy of leaving the bats alive, because as long as the bats are alive, you have really good control over where they go. They're kind of predictable.
Yeah, they also kind of just got tagged by the boss teleporting. Unfortunately, that's going to happen if the fight goes on long. But there's all kinds of math involved with trails of pursuit and stuff. But it's just kind of the natural thing that happens if you're chasing something that's moving in a circle. You all of your paths kind of all sync up, and the bats all stack on top of each other. So rather than these chaotic bats going all over the place, it really just becomes one bat moving in a steady cycle.
All right, Alpha is making his way into the castle. Unlike some girl, Alpha's got a pretty good pool of magic points here, so he's going to have a little bit of an advantage against this boss. I believe also has an extra level of experience here, so we may see Alpha getting the clear on this boss.
He also seems to be a little more willing to just get up and swing that sword, and you can kill that boss real fast if you get in on him.
Yeah, dealing a lot of damage there.
Down to 27, so it looks like he's trying to keep his teleport MP.
There we go, Alpha getting the kill.
The bats are still alive! He had to heal to save himself, but now he doesn't have the MP to teleport. But that will give him the MP he needs.
But unfortunately, that's not the end of the dungeon. There's still more dungeon to go. Which, that may be another thing. I think if some girl realized that this boss isn't the end, maybe her strategy would be different.
Mm-hmm. The boss just didn't throw out bats for a while, and that was kind of interesting. It's making me maybe want to rethink the no backhill strategy if you can get a grace period that long where you can just focus on damage.
Nope.
Maybe keep the bats for a while and then kill them and go for a final push or something. I don't know.
There we go. Some girl dodging the bats, and then the boss just teleports right in the way.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do about that. All you can do is kind of try to end the fight faster to give the boss less time to do that to you.
Yeah, I really don't like this strategy from some girl trying to defeat this boss with such poor resources right now. Really should have gone back to town, topped off, so that she could take this boss with full health.
And Xeno at level 11, still killing these jellies. We're going up to 12, baby.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much of a difference between the grind from 10 to 11 and from 11 to 12, so may as well just do it.
90 is finding out some helpful telepathy conversations about the thing they already found, but also about the iron necklace. A slightly dubious hint. I think I don't know if she says doubles your defensive power. I think maybe it's the manual that says that. I don't think it's quite right, but it does increase your defense.
Yeah, I think if you actually check your status does tell you numbers for your attack and defense, and that will pretty definitively tell you what you actually are getting out of that thing.
Mm-hmm. Though, again, the players probably don't know, as indeed I did not know until doing commentary last week, that armor is providing defense for when you take bodily contact from things, and your shield is providing armor for when you take projectile damage.
Yeah, so that if you had that piece of information, that might dramatically change how you decide to play. Because projectiles really are... The game kind of goes back and forth. Projectiles, for a lot of the game, are sort of your bigger threat, because, you know, enemies, you just keep them away from you by using charged attacks and you're fine. But then we are going to see the players get their hands on a magic spell later that is going to trivialize almost every boss that uses projectiles. So maybe that changes their strategy again.
Yeah, the manual does say that. So maybe these players will know that, but I didn't read the manual when I played. And I actually figured out something the players will have to do pretty soon. All on my own, by pure chance and a good old-fashioned gamer sense, I guess. Something that the manual straight up says in plain text, should the players bother to read it. Some girl gets the kill on the boss, needs to survive the bats, and was mindful about that, so nice job.
Some girl immediately sees an enemy and immediately leaves.
Yep.
Alright,
so if she gets out of here, she'll get a checkpoint in town, and then it'll be a harrowing journey home, maybe.
No, she's going right back in.
Oh, okay. Let's see what's up here. Sure, there's an enemy, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's a whole boss. Oh, she used Fruit of Power, so...
She's going in.
I just got a quick glance at Nighty. Noticed made his way over to North Mount Saber, I guess?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Nighty's strategy is here.
I think maybe was just looking for an inn and then was like, wait, this one's kind of expensive.
Oh,
I'll go to Leaf.
So I think what Nighty might be on right now, when you talk to the NPCs with telepathy, you have Kensu, who you met when you first entered the Angry Sea. He says, hey, I lost something. And I think Nighty has figured out that the necklace is the item that was lost. But what may be throwing Nighty off is that one of the other NPCs says, oh, Kensu has gone somewhere and has changed his form. And I think Nighty might be incorrectly thinking that that's the next clue, that he needs to go back to places he's visited and try to figure out where Kensu is. But that's really throwing him off, because you don't need to do that now. You do that later after you finish the Angry Sea. That clue applies to just the next segment.
Yeah, I could totally see that being the case. And they've been in that cave, but that cave's like kind of confusing, and I don't know. We saw Nighty fall down due to the bottom level. I remember you pointing that out, and so I wonder if Nighty just didn't see that platform, like we said, and has just completely ruled that out as the point of progression, and so is exploring these, you know, kind of less likely, less appealing options just because they think there's nothing better right now.
Oh, here, some girl has found the end and has been tricked. You get to the end of this floor, and you meet Messia, and Messia's like, hey, the villain is in the back. Just go back here and you can find them. And then some girl says, okay, and then goes back, and the real Messia is there and says, nope, you've been tricked. And you have no choice but to jump into the hole at that point.
Which is like, it's so silly. Like, why can't you just go back? B, what does this really accomplish for the bad guy, right? Like, it just... I guess you gotta go back through her village of traps or whatever, but it's just really silly. Unfortunately, for some girl who is so low on resources right now, having to walk through these enemies again is actually a pretty big deal. Exuno in the fortress now, fighting the guards. These guards are kind of unfair because they're still kind of difficult to fight, especially if you're trying to use melee attacks. But like we said, they're really not worth many resources, so...
Yeah, these enemies are just awful. They're difficult to fight at any level. They take a lot of hits. You can only fight them with your weakest sword. And yeah, they're worth a pathetic amount of experience.
I couldn't tell if it was intentional or accidental, but Exuno healed past the 20 MP mark. I thought I saw like a little hesitation at 17, and then like, oh shoot, well, alright, I'll just go all the way then. But either way, here they are. Now, some girl is fighting this boss. The boss's movements can be pretty tough to deal with. You do have to dodge that. But once the boss starts attacking, it's going to be pointed at you roughly. But there are safe spots. If you're on a certain diagonal away from the boss, either the boss's straight attack or diagonal attack is not going to hit you. So it could be possible to just like no-hit this boss.
Yeah, but this is really just a bad position for some girl right now. Also, alright, some girl's level is high enough, so that's not an issue. Yeah, I feel like there's sort of a sunk cost fallacy going in here. That some girl has climbed all the way up here. She's made it to the boss. That she doesn't want to have to go back down to the bottom, go through the cave, get to the, heal up, climb this tower again. That you're thinking, maybe, this is hard, but the time I spend beating this really hard boss is going to be more efficient than the time spent going to the bottom.
Alpha 5 is a little bit suspicious. Oh. Immediately slashing her.
And it's one of those things that as soon as you do it and you get a reaction, it doesn't matter if it was right or not. You're going to keep doing it anyways just to see what reaction you're going to get.
I take it back. Some of these diagonal angles from these attacks are a little more precise than I thought they were. It's really tough to get a safe spot. You got to be pretty far away. Maybe I was thinking of a second time you encounter this boss when you get an attack that makes it easier to hit things at an angle later on, and that sort of, rather than it being a bigger deal where the boss is able to hit you, it's more about where you're able to hit the boss that makes it easier to deal with.
Alright, so it looks like Alpha's gonna top off on a little bit of magic points here, and I think Alpha is actually in a good position. I think Alpha could take this boss now. If Alpha was willing to burn that magic ring, absolutely would be able to beat this boss without too much trouble.
Yeah, and it would be a great use of the magic ring. We've seen just how long it takes to come all the way back here. Another great use of that magic ring would be to charge up and unleash a charged level 3. It's fire the boss is weak to, right?
Yes. Yeah, level 3 attack works great on this boss.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Exuno right now? Oh, Exuno fell for the trap.
This time Exuno has 21 MP and is stopped there quite diligently.
Now the good news is Alpha's getting some good work out of this level 2 sword.
Yeah, look at that. Unfortunately, Sabera has fled with Messia, who I don't know if Alpha has seen. You can encounter her if you freeze the lake at the Tree of Lime, where Rage gave you the ball of water, which probably the players have completely forgotten about at this point. But not everyone did that and encountered her. It doesn't really do anything, but you would at least appreciate her being kidnapped before your eyes if you knew who she was.
All right, so we got Some Girl and Alpha right now are tied up. Both of them defeated Sabera at the same time. So they're back into this village. So let's see. So Alpha is going to go into this house, and this is incredibly important because
Some Girl.
because Alpha
Dang.
is going to get an incredibly valuable item right here: the eyeglasses.
And Some Girl is not. She has teleported out, and she has, in her mind, absolutely no reason to go all the way back through that cave to check out that town. So it could be a long time before Some Girl makes progress again.
Meanwhile, we've got Nighty is in the same boat. Nighty has also been in this cave, and I think Nighty at this point has written this off absolutely completely. That he has explored every inch of this cave. There was nothing of any value whatsoever in it, and he is heading back. He may have something in his mind, like there's an item that he needs to get or a spell he needs to get. There is in the manual a spell of flight, and the spell of flight would get you over that gap. However, you don't need it, because you can also just use the spell of stand on the platform.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced based off of what we've seen from Nighty's movements that they saw that pit and fell down that pit, did not see any platform, and does not think it exists. So, I don't know, maybe Nighty will stumble upon some other thread here in Amazonas. I think probably they have the Blizzard bracelet that's here that we saw some players pick up, but yeah, there it is in the inventory. So, I don't know, just like get a clearer sense for the layout of the rest of the game and how things might connect. But yeah, mostly is just completely spinning their wheels, losing time right now.
Now, that said, though Alpha did get the eyeglasses, which is incredibly important, he does need to figure out where to use the eyeglasses, because you can only use these in one place. There is absolutely no hint whatsoever on which is the correct place to do. And really, it's kind of a stretch. Because in order to figure this out, you need to realize that you need to get into the lighthouse. And not making that connection that the eyeglasses get you the warehouse, get you into the lighthouse.
So this is the thing I was talking about, where if you read the manual, the description of the eyeglasses says, if you use these in the storage shed, it will reveal a secret door in plain text right there for the players to read, which is hugely helpful. But there's still hope for them to figure it out without reading the manual. Because I did it. I got an NPC hint or a telepathy hint that said the lighthouse is a place that can make old things new again, something like that, and you get this broken statue. So I knew I had to get to the lighthouse. The lighthouse is on this island in this town, and if you do a lap around the island, which I think we just saw Alpha do, you realize there's no path leading into that lighthouse. So you start to think it's got to be in this town. You start to think, hey, why is this shed here if nothing's here? Why did I get these eyeglasses? And you see a secret door. Well done, Alpha 5.
Now, there's a good chance that Alpha did, in fact, read the instruction manual. I believe Alpha mentioned during the previous race that Some Girl had said the instruction manual contains no useful value whatsoever, which is a horrific, horrific lie. Oh, and Alpha even had an alarm flute in hand. Maybe Alpha assumed that because the shop was selling it, it must have been important.
I guess so. Unfortunately, is like a little bit off. Okay, there it goes. It's Kensu. Now the lamp is kind of interesting because I think you just use it just in your inventory, right? Like anywhere. There it is. The statue has been fixed.
So that's going to be huge. That's going to get Alpha out. We see Exuno here picking up the eyeglasses. So Exuno was incredibly far behind. We remember at the beginning of this race, it took 24 minutes for Exuno to figure out, use the shell flute, which the other players figured out approximately 60 seconds after starting the race. So had a huge 24-minute deficit here, and now Exuno and Alpha are neck and neck for first place in this race. So just a huge turnaround all of a second.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other people racing off stream, so I don't know quite where they all are at, but certainly of the players on stream, it's really difficult to say how much of a lead this really is, right? Like some girl, I could see it being 30 minutes until she goes back into that island, or she goes around the sea, finds there's not actually much else to do here, and I don't really have a new ability or anything, and maybe those gamer senses start to tingle and we find her back there sooner rather than later.
So the good news is Alpha has turned in the statue at the shrine, he has calmed the angry sea, and now he has absolutely no idea where he's supposed to go next.
Yeah, there are some whirlpools that don't disappear, so you would be forgiven for not realizing that there were other ones that did, and your gate between you and the rest of the game basically has been lifted.
So yeah, probably what's happened here is Alpha saw, oh, there's a waterfall to the north, that's the end of the world, I don't have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I think that would be a reasonable assumption, but off to the left, basically, there is a place where it's very much not the end of the world, and we see Exuno is like, you know what, I'm pretty close to level 12, and I know a pretty good spot where I can fix that.
Alright, so the good news is Nighty, after doing a pretty lengthy world tour here, has made his way back to the Evil Spirit Island. So this is going to give him the advantage of another attempt to find this platform to cross this pit. Hopefully he gives that pit a lot of attention, because that is a pretty significant, what do I want to say? That's a pretty significant landmark to remember. When everything else is pretty obviously just dead-end walls.
You say that, but then there was a gap that I did not remember and ended up being a huge problem for me in my playthrough. But you're right, Nighty, as it's something at least on the forefront of their mind right now, at least a little bit more than it was for me like 3 hours after encountering it for the first time or whatever. So I got high hopes for Nighty. Meanwhile, Alpha 5 has been the first one to reach, I forgot the name, Swan?
Swan, yep, that's correct. The town of Swan. So after...
There's some shiny new equipment to buy here, too.
Yep, and so Alpha has reached this new town. He's figuring, I'm right on the cusp of a brand new frontier here. Although he's going to go through these gates and he's immediately going to realize that, no, he's not allowed to go any further. This is now a dead end until he solves yet another puzzle.
So I initiated this puzzle, and for some reason thought, I know where to go. Everywhere but here, and just did a tour of the entire game before finally returning here and being like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, so the good news is hopefully Alpha is making mental notes and sort of just recognizing who is here. Because once he finds the first instance of, I think it's Kensu who's wandering around the town, when you go back, there'll be more NPCs. And it's not too difficult to notice, hey, this NPC is new. I didn't see this one before.
I think it's the shed he's got to... Yeah, Stom is here in the shed, and he's got a message. Please find Kensu. We need his power. And I think if you do telepathy as well, some of them will specify that not only is he run off somewhere, but he's using his change form magic. So that will make it a little more difficult to find him.
So Alpha has effortlessly slain these guards, but apparently they don't actually rate high enough to have a key to this door.
There's some guy back there operating the door who's like peeking out a hole or something. And he sees you mess those guards up and he's like, well, okay.
He doesn't want any of that.
I'm not opening this door, so...
So at this point now, Alpha needs to go explore all of these houses again and see if he can spot the odd man out.
Yeah, and again, for whatever reason, I mean, spoilers, it's in this town, is where Kensu is. Because of course, why wouldn't he be? This is the new town you found. But first, my brain just said, go to all the other towns first, and then come back to this one. I guess maybe I checked them in the wrong order or something, but we'll see. He's going the right direction, I think. Oh. I thought that's where...
No.
I thought that was it.
No, I think he's in the tavern first, and then he's in, like, the dance hall or whatever it is. Or the training hall or whatever it is.
Yeah, I had him backwards. All right.
But the good news is he did get a very important clue, which is use your paralysis on Kensu when you find him.
That's true. Even if you did find him and were like, you weren't here before, you're suspicious, you might not actually know what to do with that.
So Alpha could eventually brute force this by simply equipping paralysis and paralyzing every NPC in the game until he gets the correct one.
Guess what I did? I did. So I was at those other towns, and I was like, well, I guess while I'm here, I might as well. And then yeah, then I got into the tavern, and immediately it was like, it's there, it's that guy. I know that he wasn't here before. It's that guy. Like, yeah. Right, can you tell I'm just a little bitter about that one?
All right, Nighty is really close. All right, Nighty's at the pit. He sees the pit. What's he going to do? What is he going to do?
There it is.
Oh, he sees the platform. All right, this is huge for Nighty. Now he knows this is a path he can take.
Okay, he can start playing the game again. I think. Did you see how he missed that whole cycle? I think there was like a moment of shock or disbelief as that platform came onto screen, where he was just like, "Are you kidding me?"
Nighty opened up the race chat and he typed straight face smiley. He's not happy. He's unhappy.
So some girl has now also reached the town of Swan. We've already talked at length.
Oh, good. Some girl made it to Swan. We totally no. This is Amazon. Some girl's not Swan.
Yet. Oh, yeah, you're right. It has the same tiles on the ground.
It has it has a tavern
floor.
and it looks very similar. So Nighty has made his way to the zombie village, and more importantly, Nighty also has found that you can go in that house. So that is a huge benefit to Nighty that's going to save him some time later.
Yeah, we might see Nighty actually pass some girl, despite having to go through 2 bosses and half a dungeon.
And Nighty's
the hardest part...
Nighty's level is pretty close to 11, too, so I think he's in good shape with experience.
I was going to say the hardest part about this game and finding the kind of like obtuse progression triggers and stuff is that as you explore more of the game, there becomes more to re-explore when you need to solve some kind of puzzle like this, right? So the possibility space takes a lot more time to comb over, and on top of that, the game also starts actually putting things kind of further back, way further back. Have you seen the Great One Kensu around here at all? Shoot. But yeah, not only does it become harder to find things when there are more things to check, but the game also starts asking you to find those things in those further away places.
Alright, so Alpha has found Kensu once. I think this is going to be really good. This is going to tell Alpha, oh, maybe he's still in this town. Alright, this should be easy for Alpha.
And then the pendant. Surprise! Now, I had this pendant So by the way, Alpha got a message that said, "Please find my pendant." And then he talked to him again.
River.
Yeah, which is super important information. Then he talked to him again, and he said, "Don't be so pushy. If you talk to Kensu again and again and again, he'll just give you that second throwaway line. He will not repeat the one with the really useful information that maybe you buttoned through too quickly to read." So that's a little something that might get the players.
All right, so where we are right now, Alpha needs to get the pendant. I think he's got the idea, underground river. So he's probably thinking it's either the Spirit Island or it's the back of the palace. Especially if he's connecting that with Kensu's line in the teleport or in the telepathy spell. Oh, there he is. He found it.
See what I mean? Like if you pick up everything the game is putting down, this stuff is doable.
Meanwhile, some girl has the statue, but the statue is broken. She still needs to go back to the zombie village on the Evil Spirit Island, needs to collect the eyeglasses, and then figure out that you use the eyeglasses in the warehouse. Exuno has the eyeglasses, just needs to figure out that using the eyeglasses in the warehouse is the progression. And Nighty just needs to make his way through this dungeon right now, and then I feel like Nighty is going to get his hands on the eyeglasses, because he does know that he can go in one of these houses.
Yeah, but first he's going to have to go through this first boss. Meanwhile, Alpha has acquired the magic of change. And this is really cool, like for an NES RPG like this, to have a spell where you change your form and the NPCs react to you differently based off of what form you have. Like, that's a pretty advanced, cool idea for a game like this.
And so Alpha gets this idea that, hey, I'm going to transform into a soldier, I'll go into the tavern and I'll talk to these soldiers and they're going to give me all of this useful scuttlebutt that'll reveal useful items to get. And everybody's just like, get your butt back to your post.
Yeah, but thankfully these guys do something useful here. Alpha is able to get through the gate. I think it just kind of stays open forever now for some reason, which is nice.
Yeah.
And has made it out into the next kind of hub area that is filled with pretty dangerous enemies. These bow guys are kind of serious business, and these harpies have projectiles. Game's getting harder.
Yeah, in a way, this is sort of the last hub area, because the desert and this grassland are connected. So really, Alpha is in the final overworld segment, which also throws you off a little bit, because now he has several different places he can explore. He's got the castle town, he's got this Mount Hydra, which is completely different than Mount Saber. And then he's got the desert, which has a pyramid and a couple of underground caverns and everything just all at once.
Yeah, and the music it's doing the Mount Saber music on Mount Hydra. The desert has its own music. Like, it's the first time you hear that music, and maybe I think the only time you hear that music in the game. So, to me, the music when I heard it was like, whoa! Like I'm really in a new place. I'm really getting into the end game now.
Yeah, the good news is I think Alpha is actually going the right way. The Mount Hydra, I believe, is the correct next destination. I don't think you need to get anything out of the town of Goa. He just needs to make his way to Mount Hydra and find the hidden village Chiron.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Didn't go too well for him, and so he's going to check out something somewhere else. There is this town here, and this looks menacing, right? It's surrounded by all these guards outside, and you're like, oh geez, this is like a dungeon up here, but no, actually this is the town of Goa, which is sort of like the stronghold of the Empire, I think.
Yep, with the Imperial Palace in the back, which we will, of course, eventually have to fight our way through.
The shops here are of exorbitant price. I think the inn's like $500 or something.
Yeah, and they sell items in the item store which are completely like normal, but it's like 500 gold for a medicinal herb that
yeah.
Yeah, this game really does sort of just throw random price increases at you. It's one of those taxes of convenience. Do you teleport back to the first town and do your shopping? Another thing we're noticing here, so in our first broadcast, we did read the plot of the game as it is described in the instruction manual, which says that Dragon created this tower with a robot that replicates his magic powers. But here's where we realize that the manual and the game really aren't jiving, because one of the characters here in town said, well, no, he's not using this giant tower with the robot he built. He's looking for this tower, which is completely at odds with what the instruction manual describes.
Alpha was at odds with everything going on in that town, so has ducked back over to Mount Saber and had a charged ice shot and saw some discolored lava over there, and I was sure that he was going to release it to reveal ice. Yes, ice in the middle of the lava or whatever it is. But didn't go for it. I don't know if he thought I'd rather go this way or if he just didn't see it. That's
he may have
a pretty big distinction.
I think it may be in his mind that he's getting up to the point where he hasn't seen a new sword in a while, that he's thinking, oh, this must be the level 4 sword thing, and so now I need to find the level, the 4th sword to cross over that. He'll figure it out quickly here, though.
Yeah. Honestly, a reasonable assumption to think that the ice sword doesn't work in the lava. Finding a couple new enemies here. These guys are only vulnerable once they pop out, and that makes them super annoying to fight. I just walked straight past these jerks.
Yeah, these guys are worth a lot of experience points if you actually kill one. But yeah, they're a pain in the butt because they are in fact completely random. And there's a good chance you get something in your mind where you think, oh, well, I shoot a charge shot at it, or I get so close to it or something. No, it pops up whenever it feels like it, and that's it.
You can see Alpha being a little bit hesitant to approach these enemies. If you're slashing with perfect rhythm, I think maybe you move so fast that if you're just perfectly on the wrong timing, you can run into an enemy before your sword comes back out. So you generally want to take great care when approaching enemies with this sort of melee combat in mind.
There we go, Alpha figuring out that you can freeze the lava. Figured it out pretty quick because he had literally run out of paths he could take if he didn't do that. And this is also, we're coming up on the fork, the fateful fork that you had dealt with, where one of these paths is going to take you to a treasure chest that you can see but you cannot get.
Oh man, I didn't see the treasure chest, I just saw the gap. If I saw a treasure chest, I probably would have done a better job of remembering it.
Now, these flail guys are not too bad to fight either. When I was playing, I noticed this cave, I think, in particular, when you enter it, you're lined up just perfectly that you can stab the flail guy, but he'll flail right past you. And so that first flail guy at the entrance, it's really easy to just run up, stab him a bunch of times, then leave and come back, respawn him, and stab him again, and there's really no likelihood that he'll ever hit you.
Oh, I never noticed it. I always had just infinite amounts of trouble trying to engage with these guys from anything other than these charge shots from range that we're seeing from Alpha. Even then, when you hit so you're always trying to keep distance from these guys, and just because of where they're placed, they tend to be kind of above you and below you where the screen is narrower, and so it's pretty common that you're keeping your distance, you hit him with a projectile, and the knockback knocks him off the screen. And so you kind of need to move up to scroll him back on screen. And as soon as you see him, you might be tempted to release your shot, but he actually doesn't have an active hitbox until he moves a little bit closer than that. And so plenty of times I would shoot my shot, it would go straight through him, I would move forward expecting it to hit, and run right into that flail.
So Nighty here is fighting the boss, Sabera, or whatever their name is, and Nighty is one level too low in order to deal any damage. And I think Nighty has picked up on that none of his swords work, and he's pretty sure that he just needs to gain another level and he'll be good to go.
So it was probably pretty exciting for Nighty to once again be playing the game, fighting things, making progress, but I guess that time has ended, is going to take this time to maybe explore the back room a little bit and fall down, head back out, and probably, I guess, 20 MP and about 2/3 health. It seems like a pretty tall task to safely grind out the remaining experience and then still survive the walk through the castle and then the boss fight. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, I think we might see Nighty just kill a couple of enemies on the way. He knows where he's going now. He's really close to this level 11, so it will not take him much time at all to hit that. So maybe he will go back through the castle. It's not too far of a walk, and he certainly doesn't want to have to go through this cave again.
We're seeing Alpha earn a decent amount of experience fighting these flail guys. Also a decent amount of money. Everyone kind of was able to purchase the platinum armor and shield, I think, from Pt.2, but once you hit Swan and Goa, there's some pretty expensive stuff that becomes available that you probably want to start saving up for. So money once again matters to the players.
Oh, it looks like Alpha has picked up on you don't need to switch your bracelets. That's a big one for Alpha.
He's usually pretty good at noticing those kind of smaller things. He's just very good at... I guess he's able to pay attention to a lot of things just because he's so good at just kind of like autopiloting on the rest of the stuff. It lets his mind kind of wander and be able to pick up on these sorts of things. I've always been impressed with that about him.
Yeah, Alpha is one of our much better players. He is a habitual top 8 contender, particularly in the last couple of mystery tournaments. When he shows up, he has a tendency to do very well. He's a Cusa Grande player. I'm sure he's done a couple of other tournaments. I believe he had a major role in SRL Season 2. And he consistently does well in a big variety of games. In particular, one of the more tricky categories, puzzle-type games. Alpha is a pretty good puzzle solver as well. For a lot of players, that has a tendency to be a weakness for them. So yeah, Alpha is just a pretty strong all-around player, so it's not surprising to see him doing as well as he is in today's race.
All right, now... I'm not wrong this time, right? Some girls in Pt.2. Jeez, I almost got it wrong again. The green grass looked so much like the area outside Swan. I just want to see some girl do well, but unfortunately, it's just a really weird situation she's in. And I said it could have been, 5 minutes, or it could be an hour before we saw her back in that town. And it looks like at this point we're getting closer to an hour.
Yeah, it looks like right now some girl is being tripped up that she has a lot of key items in her inventory that she hasn't done anything with yet. And I think right now she's starting to feel like there's a key item exchange that she needs to do that's going to use one of these things that her inventory is full of, and really none of these are any value, that despite all these key items that she has, she needs another key item before she's going to get through this.
Exuno is now level 12 off of the jellies, is actually ahead of Alpha in experience, and is returning to talk to this guy who gave Exuno the glasses, but is not really going to learn anything extra about them from that NPC, unfortunately.
Now, Exuno did get a useful hint. One of the NPCs says there's a lamp that will fix broken things, and it's in the lighthouse. So that could be a huge help for Exuno by telling him that he needs to get to the lighthouse because he's got a broken statue. So that might mark 2 things off of his list, saying, okay, well, I don't need this broken statue. I need to fix the broken statue, and then I got to figure out how to get in that lighthouse. So that might start getting him into the right mindset that he needs to look near the lighthouse.
Seeing Alpha play around with the change magic here, and yes, indeed, Stom is welcome here in the village of Shiren, so has sort of hit the next progression point.
Now there is another major thing here. Hopefully Alpha takes a peek into the item shop, because the item shop here is a big deal. This shop sells a lot of good stuff that they're used to going to other towns and finding really expensive things. This town has a lot of really good equipment at really good prices even. And in particular, the item shop here is one of 2 shops in the game that sells magic rings. And the magic rings here are much cheaper than the ones that they will get later. So this is a great opportunity to stock up on a bunch of magic rings here, especially because they will not be able to buy items from this town for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I actually didn't know it was a great spot to get items. I definitely checked the item store when I got here, but didn't really have a frame of reference, I guess, at that. I actually came here before Goa, so I was like, oh, magic rings, that's cool, and then I guess I missed out on an opportunity. Lots of NPCs here. They were all giving Alpha different dialogue because he was still in the form of Stom, so you get some cute messages and stuff, but no one's going to give you anything useful unless you talk to them in your main form here. Though there is an NPC in Goa, I think, where if you talk to him as Stom, you will get a pretty cool item.
Yeah, there
Not
is.
Not required to beat the game, but it's nifty.
There's a couple of useful things. So Alpha has talked to the leader, Tornell. Tornell gave him, told him that he needs to head to the Cavern of Styx, which is going to be his next destination, and then gave him the key. But the key he got was the key to Styx Sea. For some reason, they decided that the key is spelled differently than the name of the dungeon that they're going to explore.
Exuno at level 12. What cave is this? Okay, he's going back to the village again?
Yeah, he's still right now trying to figure out where he's supposed to progress.
I wonder what about this village made Exuno think, yeah, I was just here for a second time, but I think I need to get back in there for a third. Oh, it's the dungeon. Exuno is thinking I maybe missed something in this dungeon.
Yeah, he probably didn't explore this dungeon very thoroughly. There's a lot to it. So we'll see if he finds anything else here. He may find a treasure chest or something here, but he really doesn't have a lot here that he needs. Well, there's really nothing here that he needs. Unless he just happens to find a treasure chest that's got maybe a piece of useful equipment, like maybe there's a magic ring chest in here or something.
Good news for Team Some Girl. She is back in the cave on the Evil Spirit Island, so is heading towards where she needs to be.
Now, Nighty, I believe... Yeah, Nighty has defeated... Oh, okay, Nighty's already used the eyeglasses, so Nighty is making progress here. I think we're going to see Nighty following behind Alpha 5. So once again, Nighty lost a lot of time because he did not figure out that he could cross that pit. But by figuring out the eyeglasses pretty quickly, probably because he took the time to read the instruction manual, that's going to mean that he is going to be catching up to Alpha pretty quickly here.
Yeah, took one look at Kensu sleeping on the ground and realized, like, shoot, I gotta go buy one of those things, and doubled back to get one. What do you think? Nighty strikes me as the kind of person who would absolutely read the manual, right?
Yeah. We've talked before that Nighty is a no-forfeit player, so he knows he's in this for the duration. I think he's going to take the time. If we're going to give him a pay spin, he is going to read the pay spin to make sure that he's not going to miss anything. Because he would hate to get this deep into a race and then realize that, oh, he's stuck here and he has no idea what he's doing. So, yeah, I'm going to guess that there's a really good chance that Nighty knew what to do because he read the manual. The manual explicitly says eyeglasses get used in the warehouse, and there's not a whole lot of warehouses in this game to deal with.
Ooh, speaking of eyeglasses, Some Girls got them on. They look good.
So that puts
nice bright red frames. Bifocals.
That puts Some Girl and Exuno neck and neck, so they just need to figure out who is the first one to figure out the eyeglasses. Eyeglasses look suspiciously like the gas mask.
It's almost as if they already had this one sprite that was close enough. Oh, we're seeing these red slime enemies that Alpha is fighting, which are super weak for this point in the game. And I found out much later why they're here. I don't know if I should spoil it though, but they have an interesting elemental reaction that surprised me when I came here later.
Oh.
And there's that gap, and there's that treasure chest. It's purple on purple. No wonder I didn't see it. Gosh darn it.
Yep,
Well,
so-
Alpha sees it, and that's important. Super, super important.
But there's also absolutely nothing he can do with it right now. He can't get over that gap. For whatever reason, you cannot jump over that gap. That gap can only be crossed by flying.
Which again, if the players were reading the manual, they might see that it has a spell of flight, and yeah, that would probably be a pretty good way to cross gaps. These mimics that give $500, you can see that $500 is still really relevant. The things they need to buy are a couple thousand, and none of the other enemies are dropping anywhere close to that, even though we're much later in the game than they originally appeared.
So Nighty has made his way across the Angry Sea, and he's just poking his nose around here, just making sure that he's not missing anything as he's moving forward. That's a really good thing, because then he'll be able to check this place off and say, okay, I don't need to come back here later. I've found everything in this zone.
Exuno as well, at the lighthouse now, is gonna find a sleeping person and not have anything to solve that issue.
And of course, your shell flute is no good. You have to use an alarm flute. Only alarm flute brand flutes are good enough to wake up the sleeping.
I don't wake up to anything but alarm brand flute.
So we'll see if Exuno figures that out real quick. Thankfully, that's one that they should remember from the beginning of the game. I'm sure that they remember that this is a song and dance that they've had to go through before. Yep.
All right, so Some Girl got the eyeglasses, right? Which was we knew it was going to be a problem as soon as she didn't get them, and it was. But now that problem is potentially past, except, whoa, did you see that movement on the dolphin, actually? That looked like a little zip almost from Some Girl. Anyway, there's still, I think it's still pretty tricky, especially if we're not reading the manual, to figure out what to do with the eyeglasses. So it would be very disheartening to just kind of get walled again immediately after finding this thing.
Yeah, we've also got this ambiguous clue from Kensu that continues to trouble the players. That Kensu has lost something, and he seems to continuously be telling the players that this thing that he's lost is incredibly important, but he's really being obnoxious about it and really not giving them any indication of what the heck it was he actually lost.
Yeah, he does tell them where, and so, you know, that was enough for me to be like, okay, he's probably talking about this. But like, we saw Exuno connect the dots to the wrong item from this clue, and totally, I can totally see there's still being some nagging doubt in the players' minds of what exactly is this referring to, and then it becomes a lot harder to focus on some of the other things when this other thing is bothering you in the back of your mind like that.
All right, Exuno saw that whirlpool was missing, but I think he's still got his idea in mind that there's that set of 4 whirlpools just like in the middle of the Angry Sea, which consequently, I don't know if you can have like 4 whirlpools like form next to each other. It really doesn't seem like that.
Just like the physics of the situation.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to work. But at any rate, I think that he's got in his mind that like maybe like a cave appeared there or something. All right, here it is. He's found it. That's of no value. All right, he's gonna head on north, and then he's
Alpha
Go ahead.
went back to the village of Shiren, just after, you know, exploring one sort of fork of Mount Hydra, and is now probably going to start heading down the other path.
Yeah, once he finds the door to the Cave of Sticks, that's a big deal. Some girl figuring out where to use the eyeglasses, so she should be moving along pretty quickly here.
That is a relief. Oh, the loading zone. Yeah, I did that too. I walked straight through the zone to the next area and was like, wait, am I totally wrong about this? And no, thankfully, she is not.
And then also a point to bring up when all of the players have benefited from this, but we just saw Exuno. As soon as you pass through that narrow canal that takes you to the north part of the Angry Sea, you do get a telepathic message from one of the wise men, and she gives you the spell of Barrier. She actually promised you that the first time you met her, that if you crossed the Angry Sea, she would give you a spell. But thankfully, she just gives it to you. She doesn't actually make you remember to come back and get it. And that Barrier spell is actually incredibly powerful. That when you use it, it drains magic very slowly. And as long as you're using it, it generates a little force field around you that deflects all enemy projectiles. And that makes a lot of these bosses from here on really trivial if they use it. So we see Alpha right here. Alpha is encountering these statues, and he can just use Barrier, and he can just walk right on by these.
Yeah, and then that drained maybe 20 MP or something to use it that much. It's quite good. Like this guy, for example, nope, can't touch me.
Yeah, so Alpha can just charge this up and just get right in his face.
Yeah, of course he'd rather not spend the MP, so he's gonna do this little dance instead to save, even if it's not that much. But then he got hit anyway, and he's like, screw this.
Yeah, I mean, really, the spending 80 magic points to top off his health, it would have been better spending 10 magic points on the shield and just focusing, just dealing with it.
Totally. Some girl also getting that Barrier spell. So you get the refresh spell in a similar way in the very early on in the game. But we saw actually if you go over and talk to the wise man, he will just give it to you when you talk to him, like a more normal person, I guess.
Right.
And so I wonder now if you were to go back to Asina, would she teach you Barrier in that way, or is this the only way to get it?
Yeah, it could be interesting. Thankfully, though, the players don't need to deal with that. They are going to get that spell for automatically for free. Alpha realizing that these little slimes are going to be an incredible pain in the butt if he attempts to fight everyone, so he's just going to skip those and he's just going to move on through. That's the right choice to make.
Looking at money, I don't know necessarily how this happened, but Nighty has got 3,000 more dollars than anyone else. Despite being a lower level, I guess Nighty probably paid some attention to those mimics earlier on, huh?
It's also possible Nighty has just chosen not to spend any money, because I think part of my mindset is playing a lot of these old RPGs, if you have more than one choice for armor, and you're not getting a lot of money, you skip a suit of armor and just kind of get ahead of the gold piece curve.
Mm-hmm.
Especially dealing with an old action RPG like this, where just not getting hit is in fact an option.
Yeah, I find it's a difficult option to find in a lot of cases, especially now that they're kind of getting into the end game and the enemies are really starting to ramp up. But you're right, you have agency in that, and so through careful play, like we saw actually, as some of the players were doing boss fights at really low health. If you're just good, you can make it happen. Alpha's pretty deep into this dungeon now. There's the whole climb up Mount Hydra, and then there's this additional dungeon. I was barriering from the spikes. Unfortunately, that is not going to work. Takes a whole bunch of damage, but has obtained the Sword of Thunder.
And better yet, once you find that Sword of Thunder, you get a free teleport right back to town. So you know the game's kind of like, okay, you're done there. Get out of there.
Which might be a bit of a disadvantage, actually. If Alpha explored a little more, he would have seen there's a treasure chest across a river that he can't reach. And if you really explore, you'll find out there's no way to get there without, say, the ability to fly over the river.
And so here we have these return to town, and we've discovered the leader of the four wise men. His name is Azteca, one of my favorite restaurants in town. And he's sort of the leader, and he's like, good job, you found the Sword of Thunder. Now we're ready to, take the fight to the evil emperor. That we just need to get this ball of thunder so that we can move on with our adventures.
Now, Alpha hasn't got a chance to really use the Sword of Thunder much. He did throw out one charge attack and saw that it's got this really nice triple spread attack. So finally, you can attack something that's on a diagonal away from you. What he doesn't know is it's really strong, and almost everything is vulnerable to it. It really is the best sword by far.
And so Alpha has immediately gone to the enemy fortress, and he's immediately told, uh-oh, gotta go back to Chiron, everybody's getting beat up.
A little more than beat up. Oh, is this the clue about the ring?
Yep.
I missed it. Yeah, so Akahana says, he left an item with someone in Goa. And here is Stom. Brave warrior Stom.
And so here's a boss.
Yeah. This is a pretty difficult fight. Is weak to water, unfortunately, after you get your fancy Thunder Sword. It's not the thing to do here. If the players were able to get the Blizzard Bracelet from Amazonas, that's a really big help against this guy. He's all over the place all the time, and that Blizzard magic is on screen, kind of filling it the whole way. You can hit him multiple times with it. You can focus purely on dodging, and it's a really great tool.
Alright, so Alpha's still on the what is this guy actually weak against phase of the fight. Some girl is on the search for Kensu now.
Nighty's past that part. He's fighting the guards out in the open, is almost dead.
Ooh, unfortunately for some girl, she paralyzed the people in the tavern and just didn't talk to them.
Oh. The real problem is if you don't go into that tavern when there's 4 people, so that when you go in and suddenly there's 5, you notice something's different. If you don't have that, what it was like before, you don't really have much reason to suspect that one of those is Kensu.
Although he doesn't
move though, right?
He does give you the really big hint that when you talk to him, he's like, "Oh, have you heard of this really handsome gentleman Kensu?" It's like that's a really big hint, thankfully.
Oh, I forgot he does that on the first time, the time where it's more important. Because by the time I got to him there, I had literally seen every other NPC, so I knew immediately that it was him. All right. Alpha goes down to Madhu, unfortunately. Now, the checkpoint is got to be in the town before, right?
I think that's correct.
Okay.
No, it's in Chiron. Oh, Alpha, I think, went in one of the houses, too, so he might have gotten the checkpoint there.
Taking a moment to consider the options. Some girl is maybe trying to give the pendant to someone she thinks is Kensu. I'm not sure. She's got all these items equipped.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised some girl didn't notice it was the NPC in the tavern right now, because she's taking the time to talk to everybody, and mentioning Kensu is like a huge red flag, even if you're really not paying attention to what he's saying. Just saying the name of the character you're looking for is a big deal.
Yeah. I think maybe she's hung up on the fact that these NPCs are not moving like every other NPC in the game. That's definitely something that stood out to me. And indeed, Kensu is one of the NPCs that doesn't move, but is not that one.
Alright, so Exuno has picked up on Underground River. He's going to talk to some NPCs. I think Exuno will search this place pretty thoroughly and manage to find it. Oh, Alpha didn't try the Sword of Water, so he doesn't know what the boss is weak against. Plus, Alpha does not have that bracelet. So he's not going to be able to do the level 3 attack, which is going to make this boss way harder.
Yeah, I wonder if Alpha... I mean, he's usually pretty perceptive of stuff, so I don't think he's under the impression that he tried the water sword and it didn't work. But if that's the case, he might be thinking I'm just not high enough level, so might be thinking about where the best place to grind is.
All right, some girl talked with the right NPC.
Paralysis.
She's not paralyzing him. She's paralyzed everything but him.
Is stabbing him over and over and over again.
All right, she paralyzed him. Is she going to talk with him? No, she's going to let the paralysis wear off. I don't know what some girl's logic is here. Unless she's expecting him, like, to transform the moment she paralyzes him. Oh, this is so bad for some girl. She's doing the right thing. She's totally picked up on the suspiciousness, but just didn't use that paralyze spell.
Yeah, it's difficult to know whether you're on the wrong track or whether you're not jumping through whatever hoop the game expects of you. And it's so hard to suss out that kind of thing when you just don't know.
And he's stabbing ineffectually at these obnoxious little lava creatures that poison you. He's got poison right now, so he has to cope with that.
33 MP and less than half health means 90's definitely not getting all the way past the dungeon here, but we'll still be able to, learn more about the layout. And if he's lucky, get all the way to one. Actually, he is going to get all the way to the end of this gate, so knows at least there's like a point of interest over here.
And we see Alpha exploring this new cave, and I think Myth hinted at it several times, that these obnoxious flying insects that chase you around. And now here we have them again, but they shoot these gigantic projectiles at you that deal paralysis.
There's something going on with those hitboxes, though. I didn't... Actually, well, maybe I had the shield that blocks paralysis from projectiles, because they were really not too bad at all for me. But now that I'm seeing what they're doing to Alpha, yeah, I had the Sacred Shield, that's why. What a big difference it made for me in this area.
Oh my gosh. So Exuno is here in the palace, and he is sweeping every inch of the water. And by an absolutely unfortunate coincidence, he missed just the one spot where the pendant was actually hidden. And he's explored everything else.
Unlike a Jolly Escape tournament, right, you pixel hunt every screen and maybe you miss the pixel. But then you just pixel hunt all the screens again, whereas in Crystalis, there's a lot of screens to pixel hunt. It's not so straightforward, so it could be a long time, unless...
He's close, he's so close.
Please. Yes.
Oh, okay, there we go, he found it. That's a huge relief. That's gotta be a relief for him, too. Well, that's good. That means that everybody has gotten through the hunt for Kensu. Exuno's already found Kensu, so I think he's gonna teleport on back and hand over that necklace. As soon as he figures it out.
Alpha is struggling with this big face wall thing. He will be forgiven for not realizing that this is the thing your level 2 Thunder Sword is meant to contend with. We saw freezing things with the level 2 Ice Sword, blowing apart rock walls, melting down ice walls, but for some reason it's giant, angry, attacking face that is the specific thing your Thunder Sword is able to take down.
Now, Exuno has the change spell, and you can use the change spell to get past these guards. I wonder how long it's going to take any of these players to pick up. I think every one of our players has been to Amazonia by now, and has also found out that the villagers of Amazonia, they hate your guts. They hate all males. I wonder when of these players are going to pick up on they can turn into a female character with this change spell, and that's going to let them navigate Amazonia and get their hands on a new item. I feel like at some point Exuno needs to pick up on the fact that these guys are trying to shoot him. The spell is not tricking them.
Or maybe that's just how they treat the new guy around here. It's like a hazing ritual, just really extreme.
I feel like hazing ritual that involves being shot with a crossbow bolt is going a little bit further than normal.
Well, they roll rough over in Goa, I guess. Got the harpies. Just Exuno's just having a bad time trying to kill these in this field, and I had a similar experience. I was like, all right, I'm here, new place. I want to learn experience values. I want to know what's a good place to grind, and everything in that field sucked, so I got out of there pretty quick.
I don't think Alpha's stream is frozen. Maybe he's opened up the manual and he's checking the manual.
Or I don't know. We've been going for 2 hours. Maybe he's just getting a quick drink or whatever.
That might be true too. Some girl found the leather boots, somebody said. Leather boots, one of those items that's kind of not that useful.
Yeah. So one thing we saw Alpha doing was walking through some of those spikes, which are basically the same as the sort of poisonous swamp we've seen earlier in the game. And he was trying to use the barrier spell to avoid taking damage from it. But what he didn't pick up on is that if you're jumping with the rabbit boots, then you are actually not standing on the ground anymore, and you can actually chain the jumps together pretty quick to basically not take damage from any kind of damaging floor, which is what the leather boots does for you. Whereas the rabbit boots also, let you avoid enemies and stuff. So as long as you're okay with, the extra sort of micromanagement and having to manage all of your jumps, you basically get the same effect out of your rabbit boots as you would from the leather boots.
Yeah, plus the rabbit boots will let you dodge enemies that you might encounter on the spikes, because enemies really don't seem to care. We've got Shrambles commenting in the chat, "Are you kidding me?" Which is probably a good sign that they've solved a puzzle, but that they're not really enthusiastic about the solution that they identified.
Yeah, let me check in on Shrambles and see where he is and maybe try to speculate on what he just figured out. Looks like he's in the bar in Swan.
So probably figured out where Kensu was.
Yes, is now finding Kensu in the second location, so
it sounds like probably we'll speculate went on a world tour like many a player looking for Kensu, who is, quote, wandering the world in a new form, and realized that no, actually he was just in the tavern next door to where you were told to go look for him.
He's like 5 seconds away. It's true, that's the word they use, isn't it? Wandering the world.
Yeah, or something like that. Or gone, I forget what it is, but there's an implication that he's, like, the whole world, the whole game is a possible location for him. And not the most recent town which you have visited.
Just 2 doors down. Alright, Alpha 5 is back in, running around, is going with the water sword against this boss, so this is good news.
Oh, sorry, I had a little bit of stream hiccup here, folks.
While Alpha fights this boss, Exuno, taking a look at a treasure chest across a river that they can't reach yet. So that will be a little bit suspicious, perhaps. But this is a good place to come, actually. Well, yes and no. Exuno does not have the Ball of Thunder, so ultimately this is a dead end. What waits at the end of this is a thing you can't get past without it. But you'll know that there is a thing here, and once you know how to get past it, you're likely to come back and pick up a very good, very important item.
Yeah, I had considered briefly editing the paste bin, and I was going to tell the players that all of the event items in the manual are mandatory, and that the power ring is also mandatory. But you know what? I said, they'll figure it out. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Alpha also has the change spell that he could go to Amazon and change and get inside of the queen's house. And even if he doesn't pick up that she's looking for the Carissa plant, I think she just says it outright, would definitely get that bracelet in the basement.
Yeah, and if... ooh, there it is. There's the boss kill from Alpha 5. Getting the Ball of Thunder, which... So as cool as the Thunder Sword is, and its level 1 charge, look at the level 2 charge. The spread on this thing is just so nice, being able to hit things not only on a diagonal, but even, like, mostly above you.
Sorry, folks, I'm going to refresh some of these streams real quick, so we're going to lose out on them for just a moment, just to make sure we're up to date. As I did have a little bit of an internet hiccup there that was going to throw them back a little bit.
No. Was I in there with the spoilers again?
No. It was because everything was lagging, and I am preemptively avoiding the spoilers.
Okay. Yeah, so we got some girl I think is in the same place Exuno is, which is to say a dead end, but we'll maybe learn a little bit more, except that she just died to one of those super annoying bugs that is flying around. Meanwhile, Alpha... Ooh, okay, so he fired the shot too early, but thankfully he tried it again and did get through that thing, so Alpha is on to this next dungeon.
So this is where the game really starts picking up. This is, I believe this is like the longest dungeon in the game. This is pretty much a boss rush at this point, and that the players are going to need to gain quite a few levels, because there's not a lot of downtime between these bosses, and that the level requirements for these bosses are just going up from fight to fight really quickly.
Yeah, like there's no way they expect you to actually be like level 12 for this one, level 13 for this one, level 4, because there's no way you're gonna actually gain a level in between each fight if you're just progressing normally through these floors. So I guess the players will just kind of go as far as they can. They'll hit some spot, and then they'll just have to double back and grind. Thankfully, this is a pretty good place to grind. Your level 2 Thunder Sword is super good at hitting these enemies. Dangerous as they are, you can hit them pretty safely and deal a lot of damage, and boy, do they just give truckloads of experience.
That said, the players do have access to the probably one of the best grind spots in the game. If they take their time to go back to the desert, there is a small cave in the desert. Well, can they get that without flight? Maybe I'm jumping the gun. Yeah, I'm jumping the gun. They do need the flight spell to get to the other cave. I was going to say, because they could get to the scorpions, but those aren't available until they finish this.
So some girl has gone back into this place where she died to try to explore it a little more. And Nighty is where they need to be. Mount Hydra is the next major destination.
That said, I think this is the cave with the really weak enemies that has the dead end. So I think Nighty found the dead end treasure chest, but unfortunately is going to have to turn back and take the other fork.
Yeah, Nighty's also found the gate, I think, with that requires the key. So they need to go to Shiren if they haven't done that part yet. Here's General Kelbesk, or whatever his name is. He's back.
Yeah, so this is one where I was kind of hoping for Alpha. You really wouldn't think it, but the barrier spell, it does in fact work on every one of his projectiles. So this Kelbesk is trivial to fight. You just get your barrier spell on, you activate it, you walk right up into his face, and you just stab him until he's done.
Some girl is in the town of Goa, exploring, talking to all of the NPCs, not finding much of interest, is going to head back out. Exuno is on their last breath. Actually going to eat a fruit here and then teleport out, I think. Yeah.
Now, I think we also saw that, unfortunately, Alpha missed out on getting the ring. When he was in Shyren, he talked to Akahara, I think was his name, who says, "Oh, my friend has an item, please get it from him." If Alpha took the time to pick that up, that item is the Warrior Ring, and the Warrior Ring is a really unusual but helpful item because it makes it so that you always fire level 1 attacks regardless of how much you've charged up your sword, which is really great for this part of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of bonkers when fighting basic enemies like this, and probably some of the bosses. Again, I didn't have it when I fought those bosses, so I can't speak directly to its efficacy, but I can only imagine how good it is. The reason why it's so hard to find is that not only do you have to talk to the NPC, but you have to change into you just said it and I've already forgot his name.
Yeah, and he doesn't look, I mean, it's really not that easy to pick out that's who that character is.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was not putting names to sprites and did not make that connection in the slightest, so just totally missed out on it.
So some girl has made her way to the town of Shyren. So talking to all the NPCs here, getting her lore here that we're coming up on this final battle everybody seems to hint at. That the wise men have come together and that they're training warriors to battle against the evil Dragon.
Apparently some girl named herself semicolon hyphen semicolon exclamation mark.
Yeah. Apparently you can't get the warrior ring until after the Fortress of Goa anyways.
That's interesting, because you get that hint from him directly with his dying breath, and then it's like, yeah, but no.
Are you expressing surprise that this game would give you hints at a time when you can't actually take advantage of them?
Yeah, I guess. Silly me. Alpha 5 has been grinding on this first floor, which is exactly what I ended up doing.
Although, hopefully he takes the time to teleport back out afterwards and doesn't throw himself at Kilbesk and risk losing that level of experience. Yeah, he's immediately teleporting out.
Also, I guess I need to correct myself a little bit. I thought it was 30,000 to go from 15 to 16, but we're already seeing just going to 14.
No, I want to say like the last level is 80,000. It gets pretty close to the cap of the experience gauge.
That's pretty steep. But again, the enemies do start to just give gobs of experience. Some girl is now on Mount Hydra, has given up on the desert cave that Exuno is still trying to truck through. This place is massive, by the way, and there's a couple places where it loops back on itself, so if you're like me and you wanted to make sure you didn't miss anything in here, you were going down absolutely every single path, it becomes pretty difficult to keep track of where you've been, where haven't you been. You can be in here for a long time.
Yeah, and this is the point, too, where the game starts... some of the early dungeons are structured in such a way that, you go down every path once and you're done. And then some of the later ones are, they'll have a loop where there's 2 different ways to get to the end. This is the point in the game where the paths start, like, there's 3 or 4 paths to take you to the same spot, so it becomes a huge chore to remember which paths you've been down, which paths that you haven't been down, when you've actually walked down a path and you've come back to a fork you've already been to.
Whoa, I like this. Report coming in from off stream from Zenic Reverie. Update on Racers not on stream. Pika Pals is in Styx. Shrambles, seen in Shiren, Draconic Dawn in the Fortress, Pufferfish just got the change spell, and Jakazam is exploring the Desert Dungeon, which is not surprising. Jakazam, not being blind to this game, is out in front.
Yeah, Jakazam does have an advantage, probably remembering some of the more obscure event triggers. Just having the general form of where you're supposed to go in this game, that's a big deal. Like if Exuno had known that riding a dolphin is a thing, then he probably would have figured that out much faster, for example.
So Alpha is not content with level 12, is back to work, already got a 10th of the way up to level 14. Meanwhile, Mount Hydra continues for our players on the left side of the screen. Nighty's been all over this mountain for a while now, so I actually am not sure if Nighty has been to Shiren yet.
Well, I think he wouldn't be climbing up this way if he'd already seen the locked gate. But we'll see. Exuno leaving the desert. Hopefully we'll find the mountain soon, because I believe Exuno has yet to go to Shiren yet.
Ooh, Alpha's Fire Sword just tanked off of General Kelbesk, so I think that's actually a level 14 requirement?
What sword did Alpha use?
Fire.
Yeah, I believe it's the wind sword. Kelbesk is weak against wind.
Oh.
The teleporting wizard is weak against fire. Bouncing ball guy is weak against ice, and then they'll finally fight the general, or they'll fight the emperor, who's weak against thunder.
Oh, the Emperor. Okay, see, I was ramping that wizard vamp guy they fought earlier, who's also weak to wind. I thought he was part of the 4, and he was the wind guy, and that.
No, he's sort of the -1 guy. That there's 5 of them, and that he sort of doesn't count. He's the training boss.
Gotcha. He gives you the flame bracelet when he dies, though, I think, the first time. Maybe that's also where I made that connection.
Could be.
So
yeah.
Alpha didn't try the Windsword, I think. I'm not sure what that hesitation in that menu is. Okay, he's going back in.
Yeah, another point is I believe all of our players are playing an emulator. There's a possibility that some girl might be playing on like an EverDrive or something like that, possibly. Alpha, on the other hand, is actually playing this on the Nintendo Virtual Console for the Nintendo Switch. That if you have a subscription to the Nintendo online, whatchamacallit, you get access to a variety of free Nintendo and Super Nintendo games, and one of the games available is Crystalis. Not only will you be able to play it on an official Nintendo console, but you'll also be able to use some features like save load and screenshots. And I think Alpha has said that he does intend to use screenshots to screenshot important conversations as just sort of a shortcut, which, as far as I'm concerned, that's perfectly acceptable for in a race format.
If it's good enough for Jolly, it's good enough for me.
All right.
They're also allowed to use calculators, should they so choose.
But they are not allowed to Google the alphabet, in case they forget the alphabet. We did establish this.
Absolutely not.
Exuno is going to paralyze the guards to sneak into Shiren, but that unfortunately doesn't work.
Just going in with a Goa guard, that's gonna go over well. I love that you just untransform right in front of them, and then go away, and then oh, here comes a totally new person, like wearing a trench coat and a new hat. But it's good enough to get past these guards, I guess.
All right, so last time's the charm. Exuno figures out he can enter. Figures out, oh, I'm Stalin. Although, the guards are like, oh, well, you're obviously Stom, one of the 4 wise men. But then the first person you talk to is all like, hey, we're training to fight the Emperor. It's like, you think they realize that Stom would know that because he's training everybody to fight. And Exuno taking a moment to check the equipment shop, but notably Exuno just passing completely over the item shop. Maybe just Exuno has reached a point where he feels like items just are really not that useful and that he doesn't actually want anything out of the item shop, which is kind of unfortunate because those magic rings are basically a free, like a tent you compare to like a Final Fantasy game, just totally top you off.
Yeah, I did reach a point in the end game, even further than the players are now, where I kind of was full up on like magic rings and super statues that we haven't seen yet, but are also a thing. And so then I would probably be less interested, but absolutely at this point, magic ring would be huge for these players. And at a paltry like, it's what, like $500 or something, like
maybe $800, but still they can afford to buy 4 or 5 of them, which will just fill up their whole inventory with those.
And that's like if you use one on like every run at a boss or whatever, like there's only so many bosses left, right? It would be a fantastic use.
Yeah, especially since you can just you can use the ring and then you can top off your magic points. Because I think the players have keyed in on the fact that medicinal herbs, they don't scale up at all with your levels. So, like, at the beginning of the game, a medicinal herb is nice, gives you your hit points back. At this point, a medicinal herb heals so little health that there's really no point in carrying any of them at all.
Yeah. It's a shame there's no, like, mid-tier healing item, like a medicinal powder or something that is like a half or a 2/3 heal or something,
Alright, Alpha's saving the game. He's made it made it a third of the way through level 13. But I think maybe he's feeling pretty good at this point that he can make another shot against Kelbesk and get some progress.
Here's Exuno opening up the key to Styx. This Nighty's found this little balcony here with not much going on.
Yeah.
Ooh, I missed it. I don't know if I saw Shyren in Nighty's teleport list. Is it after Swan?
I think Nighty hasn't found Shyren yet. Yeah.
There it is.
So Nighty needs to go back to the mountain. Although the good news is there is a pretty explicit hint. If you go talk to all the NPCs in Goa, one of them is Kensu, and Kensu's like, "Hey, dummy, I told you to go to this mountain." Even though you've never talked to him before, he'll tell you that the first time anyway.
So some girl's been on this mountain for a while, but has yet to kind of get into the sort of second half of it.
Yeah, this dungeon is a little bit tricky. It's easy to get turned around for some reason, especially if you take a lot of damage and you decide to teleport out. That can really throw you off because you've sort of half explored.
Oh, Nighty's in the right place and has a pretty good idea to paralyze the guards. Obviously that, NPCs who stand in one place and then as you get close, move in front of your way. You've handled that exact situation with paralysis before, but unfortunately not the thing this time. Oh, but pretty quickly has picked up on the change spell, has randomly picked this guy. If he's anything like me, these sprites don't mean very much in terms of the story and the character they represent, and has guessed correctly, I think, the second time.
There we go. So, Nighty making his way in. Oh, here we go. Exuno has picked up on using the change spell and gets is going to get an incredible item here. The Bow of Moon. This is an absolutely mandatory item to finish the game.
Yeah, and as cool as it sounds, it does absolutely nothing until the end of the game, so it's just kind of going to rot in his inventory for now. But, it's always cool to get a key item like that, and you can at least feel good about that.
And this is another one that the manual, if you've read it, really gives you a big hint. that you can get to the end of the game and not realize that the Bow of Sun and the Bow and Moon are items, or even have them and not realize what you're supposed to do with them. But the instruction manual just straight up says, hey, you get the Bow of Sun and you use this to shoot the statue of Sun.
It also says straight up, like, trade the Carissa plant to someone in Amazoness village in order to get a bow. It clues you into that whole sequence if you hadn't picked up on it yet from some of the Wise Men telepathy messages. So just some really, really great information in the manual. And it's kind of unclear to me how many players have bothered to check that part.
So Nighty's talked to everybody in town in the form of Stom, and has finally realized that maybe I should talk to everybody as myself instead.
Let that be a lesson to everyone, to be yourself.
So we see here, Alpha is facing off against Kelbesk here. Not using the shield spell, though. Shield spell is really good for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good for every fight, basically, from here on out, it turns out. But like me, I didn't appreciate how good it was, so... what I did was, I was a very high level, and I cast powerful magic at this boss, and he died. And that was basically how it went. At some point, I got ahead of the level curve in a real way, and every boss fight was just charge up to level 3 and exploded.
The good news is Alpha's in a good spot right here, has a lot of, well, I said that before he let Kelbesk corner him. He's got good health, he's got good magic, he's dealt some good damage here. He just needs to get a few more hits off and he might be able to finish this. There it is.
Gets an opal statue, which Alpha might suspect was like a really cool key item or something, but it actually goes into your usable item slot.
Now, I did actually update the paste bin. Hopefully the players noticed. I did add the opal statue and the fruit of repun into the paste bin to explain what those items are. So there's a good chance if Alpha read the paste bin, which if Alpha read the paste bin, that he would recognize right away that that's a useful item. That's basically a 1-up.
Yeah, which I learned does not activate automatically. You must have it sort of equipped in order for it to do its thing, and so that was a surprise when I keeled over dead in an important boss fight.
Although, alright, I was going to say, I'm a little surprised that Alpha's moving forward after defeating a boss. I would think that he would leave, and here he has done exactly that.
Lots of folks on Mount Hydra now. Nighty, having been to Styx, or to Shyren rather, is coming to Styx with the key to gain access to the dungeon proper here, and Exuno, I think, is about to do the exact same thing, so... Oh, he's already done it, actually.
So, Exuno has picked up on the barrier spell already. I think Nighty is right now trying to figure out how he's supposed to get past these statues. He does need to use his barrier magic. So hopefully he picks up on that soon.
Shield Ring is a pretty good thought, though. Telepathy, teleport, recover, barrier. That sounds like the kind of thing I want.
Oh, there we go.
Nice. Wow, look at this water magic from Exuno just completely destroying this sorcerer guarding the way. So Exuno has gone left first, I think, and this is the way to go to progress, to get to the boss and do the key items and stuff. To the right is technically a dead end at this point, but again, there's a treasure chest over there you can't reach, and if you see it and make a note of it, then you might know to come back here later on, and maybe you'd get something worth your while.
Yeah, although once again, most of the treasure chests that they're going to come by at this point are optional, that they don't need to pick them up. The one major, incredibly important exception is they will need the power ring to finish the game, which really makes it, which throws it off, because other than that, I think the rabbit boots and the power ring are the only two pieces of equipment which are not optional. Well, no, I guess that you also need the gas mask. I guess a couple of those items are mandatory, so it's not throwing you off too much.
What I'm kind of worried about is we saw some girl in Exuno spending a lot of time in that desert cave, which is where you get the power ring. And I didn't actually see if they made it all the way to the end to see the wall that they couldn't kill. And so I'm wondering if they maybe think they explored it all, but they didn't explore it all, and then they might not go back there maybe ever or for a long time. I'm not sure.
I believe you do. So I think that the progression is when you finish the pyramid, or one of the dungeons, you finish it and it boots you out. It might be when they finish this dungeon that it sends them to that cave, but it sends them to a different part, and then they use the flight spell to escape. So they will automatically come back to that cave at some point, but they may, yeah, you may be correct that they may think that they're done there and there's nothing else. Simple Sarah says, rabbit boots aren't required. Yes, they are. You need the rabbit boots to jump up the icy slope in Mount Saber.
Ooh, there's that cliff chest. Some girl spots it. Well, I don't know if she actually saw the treasure chest because she was in and out of there pretty quick, but at least saw the gap. So knows that, no platform came to get you across this one, so something's up there. Yeah, it's Mount Saber West, I think. Has one of the slopes you have to jump up, I think.
Yeah, you do need to go up one of the slopes, and I think it's the slope that takes you to the tornado bracelet.
That sounds right. Some girl is up to $7,000. 90's up to $11,000, so both of these players can afford at least one of some of the really great pieces of equipment that have been on sale in some of the towns recently.
Although, of course, the irony is that if they save up that money and they buy those, they're going to start getting the equipment soon. I want to say you get a free Psycho Shield soon, and then the Psycho Armor, or not the Psycho Shield. The Psycho Shield's in the chest, but I think one of the bosses drops the Sacred Shield for free that you get, like, the second best armor set automatically as you progress. So the good news is it's very unlikely that the players will get to the end game without having that good equipment.
I was a sucker and already bought a $9,000 Sacred Shield or whatever by the time I got one. I mean, you're able to sell it for half or whatever, like a pretty decent amount. Mm-hmm. But still, it hurts a little bit.
So Nighty has been summoned back to the Grand Poobah Azteca. Although I think they spell it like P-U-B-A, like the Grand Poobah.
like a tuba, like a cross between a tuba and a puma.
It sounds like a really dangerous instrument to play.
That or a hilarious cat that I want to hang out with.
Alright, so where is Exuno in the plot right now? I think Exuno needs to climb sticks. I want to say Exuno was climbing sticks, and he reached one fork, and it's a really incredibly cruel fork. Because if you go up, there's a pit with a moving platform across it, and it's an obnoxious one to cross because you've got those little moth enemies that are very difficult to hit. They respawn pretty quickly, and if they bonk you while you're crossing that, you fall off. And the trick is you don't need to go that way, ever.
Yeah, oh, I remember this. Yeah, there's just another way. I think they both go to the same spot, but one of them is just so much safer. So Alpha 5 did not finish the Fortress of Goa, I'm pretty sure. I doubt he beat all those bosses while I wasn't looking, though I will never underestimate my ability to totally not pay attention to someone for 15 minutes at a time or whatever during one of these 4 extreme races. Anyway, I think he's left and gone to this cave But he is here with the Ball of Thunder, so Alpha will actually be able to claim the prize at the end of this sequence. And not only is it just a good, useful thing to have, it's also completely required. So this could be really good for him.
Yeah, this will be a huge advantage for Alpha going forward. Although he keeps getting paralyzed by these obnoxious bugs.
Yeah, and you might think, okay, well then fine, I'll just let them paralyze me and I'll attack them if they come close and run if they don't, but you constantly need to be charging to level 2 to freeze all of these ice bridges to navigate this dungeon.
He's also really close to hitting level 14, which, as we've already mentioned in the chat, he is going to need to hit level 14 before he can finish climbing the tower.
There's the level 3 charge magic from Exuno, doing, I assume, a lot of damage to this sorcerer. Yeah, without the sound effects, it was a little difficult to tell that anything was happening, but yeah, tons of damage. Oh, and this time Exuno has gone right, so now he's going to see some of these treasure chests. And to be fair, I think one of them is a mimic, but the other one is that Psycho Shield. And it should be a little bit suspicious that there's clearly no path to those treasure chests from elsewhere. And there's clearly no way to them from here other than to, say, fly over this gap. Yeah, Sarah, I know, right? I had the shield too. I didn't realize. They're horrible.
Now that said, I think you could also there's one of those chests that is positioned so that you can't see the wall behind it. He may have just incorrectly assumed that well, that has to be a path because there can't be any other way to get there.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be a little weird for it to not be like a dead end where you find a treasure chest, but yeah, you're right, totally possible. Got 3 players in sticks, and then Alpha 5 just kind of way out in front. Just kind of glided through a lot of the progression stuff that, like all the other players did well on some things and got caught up on others, and then just Alpha 5 just basically none of that.
Alright, Alpha's getting close. I think. Oh no, that's the leather boots. Does he assume that's the only item?
It would be a reasonable assumption to get a key item from a side dungeon like this. So this path has not only does it like have mini loops around in it, but there's also like one gigantic loop around the whole place. If you go up from as soon as you walk in, you can get those leather boots basically right away. See, he just went straight down, and then here's the exit out of here. So, basically, it's very tricky. That's it. It's just very big and very tricky, and there's something else over there, and it would be really good and really nice to have. And Alpha is actually going to go back in looking for it.
All right, this is good. This is really good for Alpha. I mean, there's one chest here that he can see immediately that he doesn't have.
We're actually getting some mid-dungeon level 3 casts from some girl. I think mostly just to get these really annoying enemies out of the way with the big AoE effect.
Yeah, a lot of these enemies are absolutely obnoxious. Or did Alpha just go back in to gain a level?
Yeah, I wonder. He did hit level 14 just there. Fruit of Power. Is that enough to convince Alpha to turn around? Uh-oh. Nope, covering. Ooh, nice needle threading there from Alpha 5 to dodge all those shots and not get paralyzed after curing.
These projectiles really throw you off because they look huge, but they actually have a pretty small hitbox.
I got excited for Xeno. I thought they were close to the Sword of Thunder. It's the wrong hallway, though. Some girl is close too. I both of them still have to contend with the moving platform section. The other thing that makes this area Alpha's in hard to navigate is it takes a long time before you finally reach a dead end. It'll wind around and go around 3 corners, and then finally it's like, oh, okay, yeah, dead end, and then you gotta go all the way back. Just makes it so much harder to keep everything in your mind.
Some girl is running on fumes here. I don't like this at all. I would eat one of those fruits of power and I would teleport out of here now, because she stands to lose. Oh wait, maybe this is it. This is it. All right, she's got the Sword of Thunder, so she gets a free trip out.
Wow, nicely done.
And Exuno gets turned into a statue, and then they immediately break him.
Wow, Draconic Dawn just got the flight spell, so it's actually passed up Alpha 5 and is just doing phenomenal.
Yeah, I want to say Draconic Dawn was pretty far out in front during our last race. Did he take first place?
I think you're right. Or was it Pika Pals?
No, it was Pika Pals. Pika Pals did take first place. That's right. But Draconic Dawn did pretty well as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think Dawn was second. Maybe Alpha 5 would be doing better if he wasn't in this menu for 5 minutes at a time every now and then. So Exuno is back up Mount Saber. Or no, the other mountain, Mount Hydra, once again. Getting bullied by these harpy enemies. It's usually a good idea to just kind of run away from them and dodge them. But once they get directly behind you, they are faster than you. So if they do catch up, they're just going to hit you over and over and over again. So you got to react to that when it happens.
Also, I'm completely wrong. Draconic Dawn finished in the bottom half of the players. So actually, he's doing very well for sort of a comeback race, I think.
Oh, nice. I wonder who I'm thinking of. I remember there was a very clear number 1 in Pika Pals.
Yeah.
And then to me, there was a number 2 that was maybe 30 minutes behind, but still pretty decent ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, so I pulled it up here. Pika Pals took first place with 2 hours, 15 minutes, and then it was 90 and Alpha 5 finishing within a minute of each other. Half an hour later, we've got Spritz T at 3 hours, Some Girl 3 hours, 5 minutes, Xuno a minute later, Strambles with 3 hours, 15, then Draconic Dawn was 4 hours, Puffer King 4 hours, and then poor Marshmaster 4.5 hours. Forget what Marsh was caught on. I think it was looking for that fog lamp forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was going anywhere but where there existed a whole cave just ripe for exploring.
So Alpha is still exploring this cave. I think somebody pointed out that he may have already seen the path that he needs to take to get to that wall.
Has found a thing he has not frozen yet with his sword. Dipped into his a lysis plant to actually cure it, and it has found the stairs, so I think Alpha has done it.
Yeah, he definitely knows because he immediately switched his sword.
The power ring. Now, Alpha might think this is a little bit disappointing. I mean, cool. Yeah, I have a ring. Yeah, I probably do more damage. That's nice. Because Alpha probably doesn't know that actually there's... Yeah, this ring is totally required to actually beat the game.
I'm going to go the opposite way. I think Alpha's going to be kind of happy with that, because Alpha strikes me as I always put points into offense when I'm given a choice kind of guy. And I think having something he put in that slot that makes him hit harder, I think that's going to make him happy.
I think that's a reasonable assessment. So right back into the fortress now at level 14 with the power ring. Just 2 level 2 charges with the help of a double hit is able to kill these enemies now.
Really,
which is kind of funny, because, like we were talking about how the requirements for each level don't go up very high, but as you get stronger, you kill things faster, so the rate at which you earn experience is also increasing, and it can kind of come out to almost be even sometimes.
Yeah, I would say that's about right. I mean, he's going through these enemies pretty darn quick now. Especially, I think he's really noticing this power ring is amazing.
Yeah, I think the Thunder Sword is like 24 damage, and then the ring adds 16 to it, so like it's a pretty sizable boost. Although, don't ask me what those numbers like really mean in terms of the calculations and everything. That's just what the status screen reports.
Alright, so we've got Exuno picking up the Thunder Sword as well. And Exuno's taking his time to read the plot here. Probably Exuno feeling that he's lost some time here and there. He's making absolutely sure to ensure that if anybody tells him a piece of information, he's going to make sure he gets it.
Yeah, and also, like, you know, you're in a blind race and you want to go fast, but also, like, you're experiencing a video game for the first time, and so it might be nice to actually learn what the heck is happening in this story.
Yeah, we see that once in a while where we'll play a game, we'll say, you know, like a couple of players talked about doing the Zelda CDI games, and they said, yeah, there's no way we play this without watching every cutscene.
Shyren is under attack, oh no, comes the report for some girl. Some girl might be wise to the fact that there's a teleport spot missing in her list when she goes to teleport. That maybe there's some kind of town back near one of the other towns in the list. And Draconic Dawn on the hunt for the Bow of Sun. That's where I was. I didn't interpret a couple things correctly. I received 2 hints and attributed them both incorrectly, and yeah, just didn't get there. So, to be honest, I actually ended up asking for help on that one. If I was in a blind race, I don't know. It could have been hours before I got there. But maybe not. Maybe I'm being too harsh on myself.
Alright, Alpha making his way up. He's now on the second segment of this dungeon, where you have these pools of lava, which are filled with bones for some reason. Like, they put a lot of effort into... Yeah, something is, like, they put a lot of effort into make this feel threatening, even though it doesn't quite make sense, I think.
Also, it functions exactly like water.
Yes. So let's see. So Exuno has the Thunder Sword, but I think hasn't quite picked up on that he's supposed to Goa at this point.
Boom.
And Nighty, I think Nighty has the Thunder Sword. He might also be in that spot where he doesn't realize he's supposed to go to the fortress now.
I wonder if Exuno did not go down the other fork here on Mount Hydra and is like, but wait, there was this whole other path, and so is going to go there and find that treasure chest across the gap, perhaps.
That can't be reached.
Is going to find a medicinal herb, though. Yay. Also, maybe Exuno just wants to level up. They're pretty close to level 13.
Yeah, which is reasonable, too, because Exuno is going to need those levels coming up pretty soon.
Oh, Alpha has seen a little bit of one of these walls that he needs to knock down. 122 MP and half health is, yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty good to take a run at a boss with. I'd be a little bit nervous, but I'd probably go for it.
Well, the good news is I think that going up those stairs is actually a checkpoint, so Alpha may not realize it, but he did hit a checkpoint here, so if he dies, he won't lose anything.
So this is the sorceress that's weak to fire. Alpha going in with the water sword.
And once again, this boss is incredibly trivial if Alpha would use that barrier spell. But, I mean, I could see it in your mind. You're thinking, there's no way you can use that. That would make this so trivial. Why would you even do that?
Ooh, I didn't realize this boss actually throws out this MP draining slime here.
Yeah, this is
that can
pretty
actually
rare,
be a big deal.
But yeah, this boss, and I think there's like one other enemy that does that.
Oh, Alpha's in a bad situation. Out of MP, might need to consider going into the inventory for something. Has that statue. Will he know to equip it? Oh, thanks, Medical Herb. You really bailed me out of that one.
Alpha
Now,
wisely waiting for the magic point drain to wear off before we're funneling the magic.
Yeah, that was smart. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But fortunately, Alpha's gonna find out he's got that checkpoint right there. And honestly, I think can definitely come back and actually take this boss down now that he knows ahead of time the fire weakness can come in with a full charge right off the bat. Though I guess is content with level 2. Meanwhile, some girl is fighting Madu. No blizzard bracelet, though. Has not been to Amazonas, so gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way.
And Alpha absolutely destroying this boss in the second attempt.
And also he knows he's already beat one boss and got a full refill from the wise man afterwards, so it would be reasonable to expect the same thing happening here, and indeed, that is the case.
Some girl having a good fight here against Mado, the water finest four. There we go, some girl getting the kill pretty easily there.
Yeah, definitely made it look pretty easy. It's, I guess it's not too bad when you're keeping your distance, but some of the patterns when the projectiles start to arc, and then if he decides to come at you, or cut off your one path of escape away from the projectiles, then, you know, you can get trapped sometimes, but just did a really good job of sticking and moving and reacting to the patterns.
So now that some girl's got that orb, I think she's picking up real quick that she needs to go into this fortress. Unfortunately, she does need to gain some levels at this point. So hopefully she takes some time to just grind some enemies now that she's got this super sweet level 2 Thunder Sword.
Alpha 5 is level 14 and is a good chunk of the way up to 40,000, but I think is intently focused on trying to beat this dungeon right now.
Alpha making good use here of the leather boots to just walk across these spikes with no damage.
Oh, Exuno just missed the moving platform. It's really picky. If it's right up against the edge, you can just walk on it, but if it's even a pixel away, you will just slip in between, so the timing actually is surprisingly tight if you're not going to actually jump on it, but then jumping on it, it has its own complications. The jump goes really far, you can't like turn around in midair, so
oh, yeah.
I honestly don't know what's the sort of better way to approach these things.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't jump on those platforms. Alright, Alpha making it through these platforms pretty easily here. There's a screen transition up ahead if he can just get across one more platform, and I think that's another checkpoint, so he'll be actually in extremely good position to fight this third boss. The only thing he could possibly want now is he unfortunately does not have a blizzard bracelet.
Ooh, yeah. So the chat was talking about how much faster this guy is, and yes, look at this. So hard to pin down. He's not even, like, still for very long either. This is nasty.
And he hits pretty hard, too. Alpha is getting brutalized here.
I like the idea of the paralysis. That is, he's like, it can't be this hard, right? This can't be real. And yeah, no, it is. Exuno, very low on resources, very far into, I think that was Styx he was teleporting out of, that they were teleporting out of, so, I think, I don't know what Exuno is still hoping to get in there, right? Because it's Thunder Sword, and then you're done there for now.
Alpha getting destroyed by Pt.2. And unfortunately, he really has no reason why he would think that there's a... I mean, he probably assumes that there is a bracelet of water somewhere, but he would have no reason to think of where it could possibly be.
Right, yeah, to go back to the second town in the game and freeze the river there, it's such a bizarre thought at this point. Boy, I think you're gonna need, honestly, just a healthy dose of luck that Maru doesn't just roll directly into you. And then also when he stops, it's in a place where you can actually reach him with a shot. Oh my god, I take it all back.
There he does it. Alpha annihilates Pt.2. That's a big obstacle out of his way. He gets his free Sacred Shield. He's immediately going to slap that bad boy on.
That was only like 3-4 attempts or something. That was pretty darn good.
Alright, so there's only one of the finest four between Alpha and the top of this tower.
Now, I believe the person we haven't seen yet, right?
Yeah, this is the new one. Also, if I was Alpha's playing it here, if I knew that was a checkpoint, my first instinct would be to immediately walk back to the previous room and go over that threshold to make a checkpoint.
Yeah, I guess I maybe wouldn't be sure that was how it worked to even think of it. But yeah, if I did know that was how it worked, totally.
Well, he knows,
in fact,
because he died and he checkpointed there.
Yeah, well, maybe it's like a the first time you get there kind of thing, and not a like every time.
I told him explicitly in the pace spin how it works.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I put it in the pace spin because I thought it was pretty important. That it's when you walk over the threshold to an area that you can save, it makes a checkpoint. So I think the players would pick up on that. I think it's Alpha. Maybe he's just thinking that he's good. Pika Pal's got the Storm Bracelet, then teleported out without the flight spell.
Oh no. That's a long walk to get back up to the top of the tower.
Well, it goes a little faster that you can just ignore every enemy on the way.
Yeah, but I guess, like, what part of you is going to be like, man, I got to explore somewhere. You know what I should do is climb that whole dang tower again? That's got to be so unappealing. So we encounter a slime, which is suspiciously still, and if you talk to it, it reveals that it's Kensu, I think? Who's been transformed into a blob by a sorceress and requires a statue in order to be cured.
Yeah, Kensu seems to come across as like the comedy relief character of this, that every time you deal with him, he's got some kind of an obnoxious problem that he has to deal with.
Xuno is level 13 and still in Mount Hydra. Is either exploring or farming here. Maybe a bit of both. Well, Nighty and Some Girl are now starting to really climb the fortress proper. They still need a little bit more experience, and I guess I mean a lot more considering it's 30,000 that they're shooting for, but they are, they only need that last level and then they're good to go.
Apparently Pika Pals, though he did teleport out and miss the flight spell, he did get the warrior ring, which will give him a big advantage in some of this later combat.
Oh, neat. Yeah, the warrior ring, every time you attack, it just fires off a level 1 charge, which, particularly with the Thunder Sword, is kind of nuts. Alpha is exploring, looking for the sacred statue. There's a pretty huge area around here. There's there are several staircases in each of the corners, and then 3 long hallways, I think it is, all the way up and down. There's a number of items that are not so useful, so Alpha's gonna use a herb just to clear it out of the inventory. But there is eventually that statue lying around here somewhere.
So Nighty here is returned to Chiron after making an attempt. Nighty tried to fight that barrier, which was obviously a mistake, and actually used a lot of resources, took some damage, drained some magic. So we'll see how Nighty does here fighting against this boss. Oh, Nighty picking up real quick here that the level 3 ring is really good against this boss. Although he seems to be saving that magic points. Maybe he assumes that it's kind of bad? I don't know.
Yeah, without being able to see the boss's health bar, you can only kind of speculate on how much damage you were doing, but you do see that it's pretty easy to rack up a bunch of hits with it, so I don't know.
Here we see Alpha is fighting against the 3rd and final of the finest 4, or the 4th and final one. Oh, takes him out pretty quickly. He is obnoxious. He has one attack he uses that he fires out a little ring at you, and that ring will turn you into a critter, and it's absolutely the worst status effect you can get in the game, because once you get hit with that, you can't do anything whatsoever.
Alpha taking a moment to try out his new level 3 thunder magic, which just, I think, hits the entire screen and is just, I don't know, it's hard to get better than that, hitting the whole screen multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely the best spell for making sure you hit everything.
So Alpha knows there's still something to do. Yeah, how did... Pika must know, like, oh, Kensu is still a monster man in there or whatever, right?
It's possible he didn't go that way. You could take the other path. You don't have to pass Kensu to get to the boss.
Well, there it is. The power of flight. The final spell. Which it's kind of funny because it's so similar to the rabbit boots. Like, it's probably using a lot of the same code, honestly. That
it is, actually. Yeah, it's the same code to use both of them. And they've actually, the speedrun abuses that specifically, that in the Angry Sea Zone, if you jump onto the dolphin in a certain way, you can jump over the water, and the game will get confused and let you cross over the barrier that's supposed to prevent you from jumping. And once you get over the water, the game's like, okay, you're flying, and it just lets you fly over the angry sea and just skip that whole zone.
Alright. Alpha with the power of flight. On that sort of return trip. It already has the power ring, so immediately dipped out of there. This flight will allow Alpha to get past these sand whirlpools. And this is actually that really good grind spot you were talking about.
Yeah, this spot is great for grinding. It's filled with these scorpion enemies that are just worth 1 billion experience points. They're not too aggressive. They have nice big sprites, so it's pretty easy to hit them. This is a great spot to just knock out those last 2 levels, because Alpha's just he's got to get to level 15, then he's got to hit level 16, and then he's done grinding for the rest of the game.
And thankfully the experience counter rolls over to like a straight up 0, so you know, like, oh yeah, okay, there is no more levels, I am done. Now I've got this indicator blinking on my screen, which I need to click on and make it go away, but it is reminding me that there is the last mystery tournament match before top 8 happening basically right now. They're going to start getting set up, and then maybe in like 5 or 10 minutes or something, it'll start. I think we're probably going to be keeping with Crystalis here on this channel. I think there's a good chance that another restreamer will come and restream on another channel, so maybe Roar will come in here and bother us and let us know that that's happening. But as cool as Crystalis is, if you want to see this top 8 qualifying mystery tournament match, then stay tuned. We'll keep you up to date.
So here is Alpha has entered the final town in the game. The town, I think it's the town of Sahara. They didn't put a whole lot of effort into naming it.
And bothering you about things?
There he is.
I don't know. I heard that, and I was actually gonna maybe ignore it, but just like vodcast it a little bit later. But you're right. We have the Mystery Fun Shack. It helps do thing, or it runs off, or it is our overflow channel, and we're gonna go broadcast this race, the last race for top 8s, over on the Mystery Fun Shack. So if you want to watch that race, watch both the races. Heck, watch all the races at the same time.
All right, thank you for that, Roar. So if you guys are interested in catching another race, we will be having our last race of the mystery tournament before the top 8 broadcast. The top 8 broadcast will be next weekend. I think the details might be in the Discord, but if it's the same way as we've done it in the past, it'll probably be broken up over 2 days. I think we might be doing it on Games Done Quick this year. I always forget if it's on. Correct. Yep, so you'll be able to catch that on the Games Done Quick channel next Saturday and Sunday. And that'll be 2 days. The 8 best players in the mystery tournament will be whittled down to just one absolute victor. The top 8 is always where we save a lot of our best, most obscure games because, frankly, we need it. Some of the players who are in there, they've played just about everything that we've thrown at them. So there's a close attention to the games that they have, so that they can pick out the games that are actually available for top 8 and make sure that those are the ones that are available to the players. So at any rate, let's see, Alpha has made it to the pyramid. Alpha's making really great time here in the game. He's also almost to level 15.
And he found the way to go in the pyramid basically immediately. There's a bunch of looping platforms, and there are stairs rather, that kind of take you over to the other side of this big room. I think there's 12 staircases, I guess 6 linked sets of staircases. No, maybe it's 10 and then 2 more, or maybe it's 12 and 2 more. This is a lot, but there's one right in the middle, which is kind of suspicious and stands out, and I think that's what attracted Alpha to it, and it leads to that boss. So Alpha finds him and gives it a go. It doesn't quite make it happen though.
Yeah, Alpha may realize that I think he probably needs to gain another level before he'll be able to do anything here.
Unfortunately, this is not a great place to gain a level because I think everything here is immune to thunder, so you gotta downgrade to water. But if you only need like 1300 or whatever, then yeah, probably not too hard to bang that out here real quick.
Ixuno's found the treasure chest that can't be reached without flight. Yeah, the pyramid is really an area that throws you off. It's got all these staircases that go up and down, and that it makes you think that this is just a huge number of rooms, and you start losing track of how many floors does this place have, until you realize that the upstairs on the left are connected to the downstairs on the right, and that you're taking one loop of a relatively small area.
I actually clued into this pretty quick, but thought, like, maybe there's some kind of, like, Lost Woods-esque sequence of stairs I need to take to get to the secret floor on the pyramid. And that's the kind of thing I was doing instead of, I was actually done in the pyramid and I needed to do stuff elsewhere.
Oh, Alpha goes to Sahara, or not, was that Sahara? Maybe that was Sahara. Maybe that's not such a big deal. I thought he might have been in Amazonas, and that would have been bad to leave Amazonas without bothering. Oh, Alpha has not been to Amazonas at all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Him and some girl have that in common, so I wonder what their reaction will be, like, you know, considering their previous race, like 7 hours or whatever into their playthrough of this game, and to be like, wait, in the second area there is a whole town I didn't know about?
Alpha trying to figure out what the heck he's supposed to be doing, and all of the NPCs and the telepathy spell are just like, yeah, do a good job. Good job.
So Alpha does have that flight spell now, so has the ability to go back up to Mount Hydra and fly over that gap to get that treasure chest that we saw Xeno looking at just a little bit ago. That has one of the 2 key bow items that we've been talking about that will be needed later on. Can also go back to the river sticks, the dungeon sticks, I can't remember what they call it, at the top of Mount Hydra. But can fly across a gap and get the Psycho Shield, which is the best shield in the game as well.
Yeah, the Psycho Shield being a big advantage. I want to say the last 2 shields you get, they give you resistances to a couple of different status effects, which is really useful because status effects just are really obnoxious.
Yeah. I thought so. I found the Psycho Shield pretty early and then read the manual and was like, oh, good, it protects me from all these status ailments. But again, it is a shield, so it only keys off of projectiles. So if you touch something poisonous or whatever, it will still poison you, unfortunately. But it's still very nice to have, certainly, especially like, say, those bugs that fly around and hit you with those paralyzing projectiles. Alpha being very liberal with this thunder magic and is just look at that, just leveled up and is already a 5th of the way to level 16.
Yeah, this room here, the thunder magic kills all these enemies and gets him like 5,000 experience points in 5 seconds. But it does come at the cost of 40 magic points.
That's still worth it. Honestly, if you're just like going all the way back to town and doing this, you know, however many times, 6 times. Or maybe 5 times and then teleport, you know, have enough to teleport back or whatever you gotta do. We got a boss fight for some girl. It's going with the level 3 magic, which is a great choice. Gonna wait for the boss to stop moving. Places it perfectly.
Yeah, using the level 3 attacks against these bosses, that's a huge advantage. That destroys these bosses. Just the only unfortunate thing is not taking advantage of the shield spell or the barrier spell, which they just lets you block all of this projectiles. This boss shoots 10,000 shots, and you could block every one of them.
Yep, and the MP is like per second or some units of over time rather than like per shot blocked. So it doesn't matter if it's just constantly absorbing a whole storm of projectiles. So you're just safe and cozy for a very small MP cost.
Here's Alpha, Alpha's halfway to level 16 already. He's probably going to grind this out, and then he's going to be really pleased to find that he's hit the level cap. No more fighting just random mooks for him.
I don't know what Exuno is looking for on Mount Hydra, but they've been here for so long.
I think probably Exuno is stuck. He's got the Sword of Thunder. He talked to Azteca, and instead of getting a burrito bowl, instead Azteca just gave him some ambiguous speech about saving the world. And now he's trying to figure out what's the next plot point. He has no idea what the plot point is.
Gentlemen, I just wanted to bother you real quick to make one quick other announcement thingy.
Yes, sir.
After this Crystalis race, we are going to broadcast the 2 or 3 races that are actually over on the Mystery Fun Shack. We're going to upload them to Mystery Funhouse and run them as premieres over here. So if you're missing out on the Shack races, you will get to see those coming up after this Crystalis race as we lead in, since this is our last chance to broadcast before the top 8.
All right.
Cool.
So you guys will have that to look forward to, and I think this race has probably got another 2 hours in it, maybe 3. So
yeah, gives me plenty of time to set that up.
So you guys will have that to look forward to. There will be no shortage of content here on the Mystery Funhouse tonight. So we see Nighty is here in the Fortress of Goa, is fighting some of these enemies and gaining some levels. This is a good plan. Needs to be level 14 to defeat the last 2 bosses here. And I believe Nighty might be one of our players who has the Bracelet of Blizzard, so should have a pretty good fight against Motto just as soon as he is done grinding enemies and ready to fight.
Yeah, I think we have different players featured on the channel this time than we did for part 1 for the most part. And I think most of the people actually do have that Blizzard bracelet. We've just kind of cherry-picked out some girl in Alpha who are, I think, maybe the only 2 who don't have it, so it's definitely been an interesting challenge for them.
Yeah, I was actually impressed at how quickly the players identified how quickly the players picked up on using paralysis to stop people from blocking doors, and then the players who went to Amazonas who picked up on, oh, I can use that to sneak into the Queen's house.
And then also, like, if I talk to her, the guards throw me out, but if I just sneak around, I'm totally okay to get into the back. Answering a question from chat real quick. Yeah, Alpha did get the power ring, which is obviously super important. There's a particular moment where even at max level, you do not deal any damage. You need that extra kick from the power ring in order to actually do enough damage to hurt.
So Alpha has been to the boss here once. So Alpha knows there is a boss and that it's not too deep in here, but he has no idea how to get to that. So he's now exploring the pyramid, trying to figure out what did I do previously to get here. Oh,
Which is funny, because he seemed to find it so quickly last time.
I think he's found it.
All right.
That's it. It's gone.
Yep. That's how most of my boss fights went, because I was, like, Alpha's max level now, right? And so I was, like, that equivalent of the previous bosses. Oh, man. So funny.
So here Alpha has received the Bow of Truth from Azteca, who is mysteriously wounded, despite the fact that he doesn't seem to have done anything of value here. And so
one of those scorpions messed him up real bad on the way here.
So this is a part that might throw Alpha off a little bit, because he says, "Oh, well, you need to use the back door to get out of here." What they don't tell you is that that's actually the basement is in another part. Like, you have to go elsewhere to find the basement. So Alpha might continue to explore this pyramid, thinking, "Oh, well, obviously there's another doorway," but no, he just needs to fly around this desert for a while until he finds it.
Yeah, the way they phrase it made me think that there was, like, something secret about it. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, there's got to be some trick to this pyramid to get down to that lower level. So I could easily see this being a problem for a lot of players. Xuno has not tried to go back to Goa, has just been on Mount Hydra for what feels like 30 minutes, maybe more.
Yeah, it's been quite a while that Xuno has been here. Yeah, I think I think that's got to be it. That he's lost the plot point and he thinks there must be something else in this mountain.
Yeah, some girl has made a lot of progress on the fortress in Goa. Couple more platforms to ride, I think. Just barely finding the room to dodge the paralysis shot.
All right, Alpha has entered the final dungeon.
Yeah, does not have the key items needed to progress, unfortunately, and is gonna find that out in a pretty rude way. Because I don't think you can actually like teleport out of this room either.
Yeah, I think that you're stuck here.
You will sleep an endless sleep. And there you go, you're max level. You use every single sword. Nothing you do does any damage to these two. Not that it's easy to even find out. So to get past these two statues, if you were to read the manual, you would learn that a bow of sun and a bow of moon could be used to destroy a statue of sun and moon. But then where to find those things is a little tricky. The manual will also tell you pretty clearly that trading in a Crystalis plant in Amazonas will earn you a bow. And then the other one is the one that I struggled to find for a long time. And it's sitting up on Mount Hydra, where Xuno is, which is like, I don't know, you probably saw it. You probably saw that treasure chest. I don't think it's all that crazy to ask the player to go back there, but I missed it.
So here we go, Alpha getting a really important clue here. Says, hey, when you battle the Emperor, you have to use the power ring.
Oh, I didn't realize the game just straight up tells you.
Yep.
I just thought they just messed up. Like they made the game and were like, oh wait, you can't actually hurt him unless you have the, whoops. Oh well.
So here we go. Alpha has found Dio as he picked up on the fact that he can turn into Stum. Not that that matters.
Yeah, there's an item I never found actually that I think is like restores HP or MP or something. Like there's a Dio's bracelet.
Yeah, that's
or
it.
A necklace.
Yep, he has to turn into Stum and talk to Dio. Yep, here he is. He's doing it.
All right, well done.
So if he equips that, his magic points will restore very slowly.
I can't believe you couldn't just tell the rabbit normally. You had to turn into the image of his dear friend and then surprise him with, no, actually, surprise. He's not here, he's dead.
So at this point, the only thing... well, no, Alpha is missing a couple of things. He needs to go to Amazonas, which, number one, is a town he doesn't even know exists right now. And when he goes there, he has to talk to the Queen, turn in the Crystalis plant he has, and that will get him the Bow of Moon. And then the Bow of Sun is on top of Mount Hydra. It's on that path that I think every one of the players... I think Alpha has been there too. That path that has a gap that for some reason you can't jump over it, but you can fly over it.
Even though your boots clearly jump far enough to take you over the gap too. Like it just, if it would let you, you could totally make that jump.
Oh, Alpha has gone back to the Portoa area. I think he's planning to. I wonder if he realizes he can just fly over water with this spell. Yeah, here we go. So he has free reign to explore this whole area.
This is kind of interesting. I didn't really think about what this would do for you. I'm guessing nothing, though, right?
Well, here
In
it
this
doesn't
area?
do anything, but if he goes back to the oak area, the Bremen or something area,
Brynmere.
Brynmere. If he goes back to the Brynmere area and uses this, he will be able to find the town of Amazonas, which he has not yet seen.
Yeah, that would be super key. I think that missing town in the teleport list should be a pretty big clue. Well, when it's on screen, right? Like when it's not on screen, they're probably not thinking about it. But eventually they'll go to teleport, and then I think it'll be a like, wait a minute kind of moment.
Well, he is searching to see if there's an area he's missed, and that's a good sign. And then, of course, I think Alpha is on the call with the other players, so it may be that one of the other players said something and keyed him that there is a spell there. Like maybe somebody made a joke that there's an empty slot in the list, and everybody else is like, no, there isn't.
Yeah. There's an interesting sort of meta thing that happens even when people aren't directly giving hints. Some girl game overs deep into the Goa Fortress.
Although the good news is she is right before the boss fight with Mato. She's actually really close to the next level, so she probably fought the boss, didn't deal any damage. She may even realize that I have to use water because she just fought him a moment ago and knows his weakness.
Now, we saw Alpha do this fight, but it was not easy. Alpha took a couple of well, he made it look easier than it is, honestly, even though he died like 4 times in a pretty miserable fashion, at least some of those times. So some girl has enough MP to heal up to full, and I think has at least 1 magic ring, right? Like, so has some pretty decent resources, but I still think this is going to be a really tough fight without that Blizzard bracelet.
Yeah, they definitely want to have that for that fight because he is just obnoxiously fast and difficult to hit.
I ended up, by the way, loading up. I was playing on BizHawk, and I didn't record my time or anything, but I did do it in sort of one session. I ended up not using the in-game save system. I would just like go to the inn and then save state there. No cheating with the save states, honest save states. But it meant that the game thought I did it all in one sitting. So when I pop up the frame counter, it's basically an accurate running timer since I powered on at the beginning of the game. So I was able to kind of do some math with some, dividing by 60.01 frames per second or whatever, and get that it took me about 7 hours and 5 minutes to beat this game on my semi-not blind playthrough. And I was not trying to go all that fast. I was trying to explore absolutely everything. I was leveling up a whole lot. And I think the fastest players are going to be, I think, right there with my time in the end, which I think is definitely pretty impressive considering how much I remembered about the game.
All right, Alpha's in the right zone. Oh, did he see it? Did he see it?
Well, he's across. There was a place to freeze where he could have gone across, but regardless, he's made it to a new town.
And he gets a warm welcome. Is immediately told to get out of here.
But as clued into the change form thing pretty well, he's moving in some pretty crazy ways. I don't know quite how he's doing that, but
he's probably discovered a bug.
Meanwhile, some girl is fighting it out with Mato. Is totally out of on an MP, has 2 magic rings, 2 statues. This is doable, but it's going to be a tough fight.
And Alpha's gonna, long last, turn in this Kirisa plant and get a bow.
Oh, wow. Some girl just had no chance, but she did equip the statue, so there's the full refill from that opal statue.
The Opal statue.
Yes, excuse me. Ooh, Mado actually stopped basically right on top of her, and that was kind of too close, and she ended up taking a bunch of damage, but if she was just a little bit further away, it was actually an opportunity to hit him for a ton of damage. There's the second statue done. Now, she might be thinking like, oh, geez, I'm using a lot of my special resources on this fight. But
This is
whether she knows it or not, this is one of the best fights to use this kind of stuff on. I guess if you don't have the Blizzard Bracelet.
Alright, so Alpha is back on the mountain. This is a good sign. This is where he needs to be to get that that bow of sun. Hopefully he has picked up on there is a chest in a place that he couldn't reach, and he's just taken a Hail Mary to go there, or maybe one of the NPCs during a telepathy spell told him to come back here. Either way, he is absolutely on track to finish this game.
Oh, kind of got a visual reminder, I guess, when he saw those slimes there that was like, oh no, this is not the right way. Interesting how brains work like that. Oh, but actually I guess it was the right way, because this is just a little balcony. Nice timing from some girl actually hitting Mado as he approached her. And I'm guessing if you're hitting the boss, and they're in there, they flash, maybe they don't deal contact damage to you anymore for a very, very, very brief period, because it looked like she was able to avoid getting hit where she probably would have otherwise.
Yeah, I think that that's a thing that sometimes happens in these games, that you lose your the enemy loses their hitbox while they're taking damage. Alpha also discovering that the little ball and chain from these ball and chain guys, it counts as a projectile, so you can't fly over it.
Xuno's using the ball of thunder to blow open this face here and finally get started on the Fortress of Goa.
Yeah, so this is good for Exuno. Spent a lot of time wandering around in the mountains, lost and alone, but apparently found the wisdom to be found of the sages on the mountain, and now has started making some progress, and is really close here to hitting level 14. Is going to hit level 14 with very little difficulty here on the way to fighting General Kalbesk round number, is this 2 or 3? I want to say we fought him 3 times over the course of the game.
On Mount Saber and then here, maybe?
Was there another fight? Maybe I'm imagining things.
There's a lot of refighting in this game. Even Vamp is just like a guy, just like some guy. You get him twice.
So Alpha is fully equipped here. Alpha's got all of his magic, all of his health at the level cap. Has all 3 of the bows. Alpha has everything that he needs to finish the game. Really, the only thing that he could want that he doesn't have, I think, is to get his grubby little mitts on the warrior ring to let him just shoot infinite projectiles forever.
Yeah, that thing's pretty cool. Like the power ring is like pretty good too, though, and you do have to choose between the 2 of them. I think if you're trying to make your way through a dungeon, I'd probably rather have the warrior ring, but yeah, Alpha's in a real sweet spot, ready to head into the end game. Make sure you equip these bows and use them accordingly. that was another death from some girl.
Yeah, she's in a good spot though. She has a nice pool of magic going into this. She's got plenty of health. Her level is good. She can do this. She just needs to get kind of lucky, I guess.
Yeah. There was I think Alpha got a little bit fortunate. And sometimes just a little bit of luck, as long as you capitalize on it, can be enough to make a huge difference.
Yeah, really, oh man, some girl getting a lot of good hits here as he bounces back and forth. If she can get lucky and be standing next to him when he stops moving, she could get a lot of damage off on him really quick.
It would definitely be a lot easier to close the distance and get those hits if she was willing to use that barrier spell to block all the projectiles that come out.
I feel like this is not as useful because really his bouncing around is the thing that's really causing you problems.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing compared to all the other fights where all they do is throw projectiles and then you basically win for free. But I think it would still be quite good at making the most of those opportunities when he shows up next to you.
So Alpha making his way through this the pyramid basement. Kind of forgot about this area. At this point, you're at level cap. That there's really no point in doing this. Also, Alpha, for some inexplicable reason, is crossing this platform by riding on it when he does actually have a magic spell that will let him ignore that.
Yeah, I get wanting to save MP, but these platforms just suck. They suck so bad.
And really, flight does not cost very much magic points to use.
Yeah, I think it's the same as barrier.
Here we go, Alpha being willing to use his flight spell. Once again, he doesn't need to fight anything in here. He doesn't have anything he needs to spend money on unless he wants to buy a couple more magic rings, and really he's got enough money for that already. So really no point in fighting any of these enemies. These enemies are also obnoxious. The projectiles they fire, they will inflict that curse status on you that turns you into a little blob. And there's nothing you can do to cure that except for use a Fruit of Repun. So if you don't have any Fruits of Repun in your inventory, getting hit with that spell that's it. You're done.
Some girl got Mado to stop right in front of her and was able to get a bunch of, like a full charge and then a bunch of sword swings. So this has been a pretty good attempt for her so far. She's burned through some of her resources, but it'll be a great use if she can come out with the win.
Yeah, and he's getting fast. You don't get to know what the boss's hit points are, but the bosses, they move faster. So you can judge how far you are by how quickly that they're transforming. Oh, some girl takes a death here right at the end.
Oof. That's tough too, because the odds that Mado stops close enough for you to land your sword hits through the projectiles, but not so close that you get hit and get knocked away, it's pretty rare.
Alright, here's Alpha fighting. Round 2 against the Emperor, and he is shooting lightning bolts, and this is wrong. This is very wrong here.
Yeah, I don't know how closely he listened to the NPCs who said that you should use the Bow of Truth to reveal the Emperor's true form. Maybe he's thinking like, oh, you gotta beat the boss and then they go down on one knee or whatever, and then you use it, like, you know, hitting Ganon with the silver arrow or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I think he'll figure it out really quick here. He's got a couple of different weapons here that he can use, so he can try all his weapons. He's at level cap, so he knows now that it can't be my levels are too low. The only other thing maybe is realizing that that power bracelet is important. I don't know if he has that equipped. He took that off in favor of the boots.
Also, I regret that I missed because I had the other our IRC thing open. I didn't have the Crystalis race chat anymore, but Jackazam finished in first place like 20 minutes ago.
Yep. So Nighty is tied up here with Some Girl. Some Girl gets the clear on Motto 2. Nighty has the Blizzard bracelet, but is choosing not to use those level 3 attacks.
Oh no. It's just so good on this fight. Like you just cannot count on ever getting a hit on Motto while he's moving around. But if you just put that level 3 Blizzard magic out there, it basically takes up the whole screen. It's gonna hit him eventually. It's like 3 free hits every time you cast it. It's just so good.
Yeah, I feel like there's maybe a mentality when you go into these old RPGs that a lot of these abilities you get just just don't work on anything. I mean, like you have Final Fantasy 1 that you play, that a lot of the status effects that you can use, they straight up aren't programmed correctly and don't do anything. You play other games and that the bosses are all immune to every ability you've got, that you get the thing that says, this will kill any enemy in one hit, but it's like, it doesn't work on bosses.
Yeah, and even when it does work on something, it's like a 10% chance at best.
So there's a good chance that that's the mentality they're stuck in, is that all these cool things that they got, they don't do anything.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't actually know how good they were when I was playing through it. And I had this feeling like, this might suck, but I'll try it, at least. And then was pretty pleasantly surprised when I think the first time I did it, I like two-shot a boss, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, they're good. And then that was all I did on every boss from then on out.
So here's Alpha. Alpha has figured out to use the Bow of Truth and has revealed Dragon's true form, a monstrous bat-winged dragon.
Gets its own, like, unique boss arena transformation sequence. And all the swords don't seem to be hurting him.
Yeah, so this boss is absolutely unique in that he's only vulnerable when his chest is glowing. The good news is Alpha is using the power ring, but he does need to damage Dragon only when his chest is vulnerable. Nighty has defeated Motto 2 and is going to be moving on. So see, we see the title screen sequence also is at odds with the instruction manual. The instruction manual says that the tower was built by Dragon, but this is the opening sequence says that no, it was built by the survivors as a sign of let's never repeat the mistakes of the past.
Alpha's got a level 3 charge. Yeah, he's noticed the pretty obvious big weak spot on the chest. Is trying to find the safe spot between the lasers. And I think when the lasers are going straight down, there is a safe spot between them, but it's not as big as it looks like it should be.
Does he have the power ring on? Yes, Alpha, I believe, is equipped with the power ring right now.
I think I heard that kind of chunky sound when you actually deal damage when he let loose with the magic.
So here, Some Girl has found the path behind Kensu. This is actually a dead end. You get a fruit of power for it, but there's nothing down here. You just get to cross this giant damage field that glows purple, looks incredibly ominous, but is absolutely no way different than the spike fields that you've been jumping over throughout the game.
Yeah, I think it's actually totally unique to this one area.
Interesting, some background information here that they save some sprites here by rendering Dragon as a background tile. To explain some of the weird behavior here, like when you pause and Dragon inexplicably moves to the middle of the screen.
Yeah, it's one of those NES hacks to get really big animated things all together that don't lag the game too much. I mean, you can see this fight already lags pretty badly, so if Dragon was composed of like all of these different sprites on top of this it would slow to a crawl.
So this is RNG here. Alpha does have to wait. I believe Dragon will only open his chest when he's shooting lasers. So when he shoots any other kind of projectile, you just have to patiently dodge and wait for him to get around to letting you fight back.
I think Dragon is also using like similar attacks as a lot of the other bosses in the game, like that straight down red acid spit looking thing is straight out of the second boss they fought in the swamp. And then there's the enemy changing projectile, which finds Alpha in the corner, turns him into this helpless little purple slime. We'll see if he's got something to fix this.
Yeah, that status effect does not actually wear off, and you can't cast magic while you're in that form.
Does have one fruit of Ripun from a treasure chest. Some girl on the final fight of the Fortress of Goa is really good health, but no more MP. And there's the kill from Alpha 5 on Dragon.
So we've talked a little bit before about the difference in the games. In this one, we defeat Dragon, and we reveal that Azteca was Dragon and the Emperor all along, and that now you're being informed that you need to destroy the tower before anybody can use it to destroy the world. In the Game Boy Color version of the game, they mix this up a little bit. You climb the tower before you defeat Dragon, and they've switched it up that the final battle versus Dragon is the climax of the game as opposed to the fight here against the supercomputer Dyna.
Which I think makes more sense. It's a little weird that they just whip out a god machine at the end after the villain they've built up. But I guess overall, the NES version is generally considered better for all kinds of other reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like, consider that platform that Nighty was stuck on. Imagine having the tiny little Game Boy screen, the likelihood that he'd ever find that.
Thunder Magic. I didn't go with the Thunder Magic on these guys, and I'm realizing now the folly of my ways. Just absolutely devastating all these enemies.
So, now that Alpha has reached this final tower, this is the end of the game. This is actually, I don't think you can actually even teleport out of here. You're in this tower for good.
Yeah, I didn't even try, but I think you're right. And progression through this place is, for once, actually gated by killing enemies. You have to just defeat all of the enemies here in order to open up the stairs to the next floor, which might catch some players out because there's nothing like that anywhere else in the game.
But, yeah, so at this point, to climb the tower, Alpha does need to kill all of the enemies. I want to say it's 3 or 4 floors to climb. And on each floor, there's a couple of little mech enemies that you have to kill. And once you've killed the mech enemies that are there, 2 groups of new mech enemies will appear. And once you kill the second group of enemies, the stairs appear. You get a little bit of exposition, and it's on to the next floor.
Now, he left the floor, and that's respawned to this first set of enemies. I think he's got to do this whole wave over again.
That's right. I mean, once he figures out that killing the enemies is what lets him progress, it'll be fine, but it could be a while before that happens.
Meanwhile, some girl has achieved the power of flight and has returned to the cave that holds that very useful power ring. The good news is that flight not only lets you get over things you couldn't get to before, but it also just makes it a heck of a lot easier to get through places like this one.
Yeah, because of this one, you don't even need to bother to freeze this water now. You just fly right over it. Who would have thought that the ability to fly at will would just make navigation so much easier? So Alpha's kind of made an error here by going into that little safe room to rest for a little bit. He created a new checkpoint, and that new checkpoint has him with significantly less magic and health than he had before. The good news is he does have an unlimited supply of health and magic. If he takes the time to equip Dio's necklace, that would slowly replenish his magic points as well as his hit points.
Well, I think the armor maybe replenishes HP automatically.
Yes, that's correct. The Psycho armor will regenerate his hit points, and Dio's bracelet will regenerate his magic points.
Yeah, but I doubt he's gonna figure out what Dio's bracelet does. Like even if he had it equipped, it's probably like a pretty slow effect, and he would be like, not seeing anything. All right, taking it off.
Yeah, it's slow, and you have to stop moving. It doesn't do anything while you walk.
Oh, yeah, totally. Very hard to pick up on. But again, the manual would explain these things, so there's always this question of, did they read the manual?
So Alpha should notice now that new enemies have spawned. That probably be a good hint for that he's making something happen. And then
so I missed if some girl found the power ring.
Yes, some girl did find that.
All right, then her next quest is to find out why is there a spot missing on this teleport list.
Well, she could go to the pyramid first. Yeah.
Mm. Boss fights all around, actually. Xeno taking on the Fire Lady. I forget. Sabera, I think?
I think that's correct.
And Nighty also making his way up the Fortress of Goa.
Yeah, at this point, Nighty has defeated 3 of the bosses and is on to the fight with just the last of the finest 4. Although Nighty is really close to level 15, so it looks like he's found a really nice spot here where he can just keep fighting this little lizard enemy and get a nice 500 experience points, and that's not a bad move.
Boss exploding for Xeno. Trying to pick up this item that dropped. Too many items. Yeah, this happened a lot when I was going through this dungeon. Well, I was about to say Alpha's doing a really good job of not getting hit at all, allowing the regeneration of the armor to actually gain him a net positive in these fights. Did get tagged a little bit by one of those robots, but again, I think I think he's still in the plus overall. One thing I'm seeing, a mistake that he's making that I also made, is when the game starts lagging, you have this perception of how long it takes to charge your weapon, and that's usually a feeling of like a certain, number of seconds, and those seconds tick by more slowly when the game is lagging. So you'll be charging your sword for what seems like twice as long as it should be when the game is lagging as heavily as it is right now. So you go to throw out your charge just absolutely confident that it's going to be there, and it's not. And sometimes you can find yourself quickly overwhelmed by enemies that way.
These flying enemies on this fortress are obnoxious because they spawn indefinitely, and unlike the other flying enemies in the game that kind of have to loop around, if they miss you, they have to go around in a circle. These flying enemies, they can turn on a dime and just flip directions. And so here we're getting the other plot for the game, where we reveal that you weren't a magician, you were one of the scientists who helped build this tower, and that you weren't put into stasis because you were too powerful, you were put into stasis because you're the only person who knows how this stupid thing works.
I love the idea of, like, you thinking you were, like, this, like, mythic warrior of power and lightning. And then, like, no, actually, your name is Greg, and you did the math to build this tower. You're a math guy.
So Alpha's made it to the second story of the tower. Now he has a good feeling for what he needs to do. He just needs to kill everything in his path, which I think that probably suits Alpha pretty fine, because he seems like let's just kill everything and that's good for me sort of guy.
It is kind of cruel that the game forces you to level up to the max level or whatever, and then right when you finally are completely sure that you do not need to gain any more experience, you do not need to fight any more enemies, then they throw the one area where you absolutely have to fight all the enemies.
And here we see Exuno facing off against Motto version 2, but Exuno has absolutely no qualms with using this Blizzard bracelet and destroys Motto 2 on the first attempt.
Not even a thing. I think Alpha's getting a little bit fed up trying to hit these robots with all these charge attacks, especially through all the lag. So it was trying to find ways to pin the robot against a wall or something and hit it with the repeated stabs.
Yeah, I mean, the repeated stabs are the fastest way to defeat enemies, so I can see that being a desired state.
It is pretty tricky though. These robots, they'll move around in some kind of surprising patterns. They'll approach you on diagonals. Their shots are pretty wide, so there's like a window where you're lining up to get them within range of your sword, but you're not yet. But you are in range of their shot, and if they decide to shoot at that point, you're just gonna get hit before you can do anything about it.
It looks like Alpha's gonna take a little breather here and let his hit points top off. He's got a magic ring, but he seems hesitant to use it. He really doesn't know what's coming up for him. He knows from the pace spin that he's going to have to fight a supercomputer named Dinah. So he's probably anticipating, this is the final battle. This is probably really difficult. Little does he realize that the final battle against supercomputer Dinah is basically a cutscene.
Yeah. He's also equipped that bracelet, so got a little bit of MP regeneration and has got a chance to see what it does, how it works.
So I think we mentioned in the previous race, absolutely different for a game of this time. The instruction manual has about 6 pictures in it, and 2 of those pictures are the final dungeon, including a picture of the final boss exploding.
Yeah, that's a bold decision on their part.
Now, another thing here is that for some reason the way this is programmed is that it's kind of looking for where these robots are. If you lure these robots down the staircase, the game will be like, oh, the robots are gone, I can move on to the next stop, part of this. So you can actually lure the robots down the stairs to get the staircase to appear.
That's fun. Alpha has picked up on something, which is if you're anywhere other than on the very bottom edge, the screen is probably high enough that this little scrolly back and forth robot that's like tied to a shower curtain rod or whatever that can only go back and forth, it'll be on screen and shooting at you. But if you're dipping down low enough, it's off screen and is not a threat while you work on the rest of these robots. Yeah, that guy there at the right. He might come back very briefly, I don't know.
Yeah, that little turret robot is obnoxious. I don't think there's anything you can do to kill it, either. It's like Alpha is ready to use some thunder here. It's not a bad use of his resources. He managed to accumulate 40 magic points with Dio's bracelet, and he figured, why not? And then he's going to lose it all here against one of these basic flying enemies.
They're so tricky sometimes, man. So some girl like Alpha needs to find Amazonas, and so also like Alpha has just kind of decided, you know, I missed something in Pt.2 earlier. Maybe that's the part of the game I don't have a good handle on. Let me check that first. But they won't find it here. But we'll see where they go next. Alpha, for whatever reason, went straight to Brynmere after this. We'll see if some girl is on that same train of thought.
Yeah, they may not even realize that they could have gotten there before. They're thinking that this is another one of these stupid, you got the flight spell and the game is coming up with excuses to use it before you finish.
Exuno is fighting Carmine at the top of Goa Fortress and is out of MP and almost out of health. Alright, did manage to hit the buttons in the correct order to chomp down on a whole magic ring and try to heal, but just got damaged more than the heal spell could heal.
Is that your theory, that you use the magic ring by eating it? It's like
Well, yeah, where else does it go?
It's like one of those candy bracelets.
It's like a ring pop. It takes a while. It's our old Crystalis boy here is able, just the strongest teeth, to just chomp right down on the whole ring pop, crack it right open.
So, there's no enemies on the 4th story of the tower, throwing Alpha's game off. And here's Messia, and Messia's like, hey person that you probably didn't see me earlier because all my encounters are optional. Let's put the swords together and make a new sword.
It's the name of the game right there in your hands. It's really strong. You can charge, but you can't actually attack until you like get into the boss fight for some reason. I don't know. But it does totally have a charge attack. I thought you also got healed and refilled here,
Nope.
but maybe not.
Nope.
Alright, decision time for Alpha.
And here we go.
It's going in. Now the barrier spell is amazing here, as it is in all the other fights, but like especially here.
Yeah, except for you really don't need that because you basically get the free effect of the warrior ring here, that you can shoot these projectiles as fast as you can. So you just get under the computer here and you just shoot it about 10 times or so. It really doesn't have that many hit points.
Yeah, I think I remember killing this thing on the first try, even as a kid, way back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of one of these fun cutscene fights where they just make you totally overpowered and you get to feel like a badass hero.
And that's it. Crystalis is thrust into the reactor. The danger is over now. And then a self-destruct countdown begins.
There is the dot done from Alpha, finished in 2nd place with an SRL time of 3 hours, 57 minutes, 11 seconds. Alpha 5 and Messia, 2 fearless youths we can never forget. forever remembered to maintain peace and humanity. And so we get to watch the credit roll here before we pull up another racer. Meanwhile, we've got Nighty has made it through everything. Nighty is now on the final Where Are the Bows of Truth? I think Nighty does need to fight his way through the pyramid first. I think he found the back of the pyramid before doing the front.
I didn't actually know you could fly all the way up that sort of river on Mount Hydra like some girl just did.
Yep. Yeah, especially if you get that hint that says, hey, you missed something on Mount Hydra. Your first thought is, oh, it must be something incredibly difficult, like I have to fly up a river of lava, something that would be totally inconceivable with the equipment that I had before. But no, you just got to jump over this tiny little gap.
That classic scene. Well, I don't know if we still have Alpha on
yeah,
screen.
I have Alpha still up for a moment.
That classic NES era video game shot where at the end of the game it's two characters on a cliff looking out over the countryside, probably with some mountains.
Yeah, I think some of the streamers that I've watched, particularly the Castlevania streamers, like to do it. They call it the peeing off a cliff scene. Alpha rewinding the game quick with his Nintendo Switch so that he can watch that again. He just loved that so much.
Ba-ba.
So let's go ahead and let's pull up Pika Pals to replace Alpha. Since that title screen is the end, there's nothing else there.
Yeah, I think this is also one of those games where you can't like press a button to get back to the title screen or anything either. It's just a reset.
Yeah. I kind of like it when games do that the game will sit on the end for a little while, then it'll go back to the title screen to be like, yeah, we're done here. You can shut it off now. There's
You can
no
go
secret.
home. Because otherwise, I'm going to be thinking you're like Shining Force 2, and if you hang on that screen for 10 minutes, suddenly it'll just go, and more, and then there's just like a secret battle at the end. Whoa.
Yeah, there were a couple of games that did that. I think probably the most egregious was like The Secret of Evermore. I think if you sit on the ending screen for like 15 minutes, it'll pop up and it'll tell you, it'll be like, oh, well, there might be another secret. And then if you wait like an hour, it'll be like, then it's something stupid. It's like, Greg dared me to put this in the game. And then it'll go to the title screen.
Wow.
What?
No, not this game.
Not this game. Not this game.
You didn't miss nothing.
Because I haven't closed the ending screen yet. So.
There's nothing else.
We were joking about how there isn't anything like that.
Oh yeah. Did you enjoy the part where I got stuck facing up?
Yeah, that was
weird.
weird.
When you transformed in Amazonas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to thank everybody for telling me that they already had level 3 water as they found it in part 1 and they had already used the plant. Well, Draconic Dawn did.
But you couldn't use the plant part 1 because you do need to have the change spell, which you couldn't obtain until you got to across the Angry Sea.
Yeah, at least that when I got there, that was obvious. That was like the one hint that I needed. After I got telepathy, like go back to the top of the mountain. I had already found that. Where some girl is right now.
So let's see, what did you miss? I think the only things you missed are one, Akashi, I don't remember his name. He's one of the people in Shiren, where the wise men were training and then they got taken out in their village. When he dies, he said, I left an item with my friend in Goa.
Oh, he did say that, and I just completely forgot about it.
So if you transform into him after defeating Goa Fortress and you talk to his friend, he'll give you the Warrior Ring. And when you equip it, every time you attack, your level 1 charge shot just comes out for free. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, Jackazam mentioned that, and that would have been nice. I remembered that, and like, I'll make sure to remember that. But we were all talking about the Armadillo boss fight being dumb. So, we just
Armadillo. Is that Motto who goes around super
Motto.
fast?
We were calling him Dillo and Dillo 2. Okay, that's what happens when you cast Fly and you're over a body of water and you run out of mana. Nothing.
Yeah, so the speedrun actually exploits that. The angry sea, you can fly over the water. The rabbit boots are actually programmed with the same code as the flight spell, and if you jump into the dolphin so that he talks to you at the same time, you can trick the game into letting you jump over the water, and as soon as you get over the water with the rabbit boots, you can just fly over the angry sea for free and just skip that entire sequence.
Oh, because you can go over the... Yeah, you know. I guess you have to get to the right level or something, but...
Yeah, you'd have to grind levels for it, but, I mean, there's no reason to do that huge climb up the fortress and then figure out where the heck you're supposed to use those eyeglasses.
Yeah, I mean, that I figured out pretty quickly, because I, like, talked to some, like, people and, like, found it. Like, that was nice.
Yeah, that different parts of that whole sequence was such trouble for so many other people. Xeno took, like, 24 minutes to use the shell flute to call the dolphin in the first place.
Oh my god.
Some girl didn't realize you could go into one of the houses in the village, and so just missed out on talking to a guy to get the glasses. Nighty missed the platform that takes you across the pit. He got to the pit and actually walked all the way into and fell down through the pit, and the platform takes so long to appear, he never saw it and was like, oh, it's a pit. All right, I'll go somewhere else. So everyone got hung up on all kinds of things, and you just kind of didn't. You just always were there.
Yeah, there were, like, so that wasn't that bad, and, like, I probably would have gotten trolled by something, but, like, I made sure to check all the houses, because I'm like, there's probably something here. Like, I was looking for a guy named Clark. I remember talking about that he went to this village, and I'm like, so he's either a zombie, or he's, like, in something. I did forget about that, and Jackson was saying the warrior ring is how you make that final tower not the worst thing in the world. Because those robots are obnoxious.
Yeah, we saw them giving you some trouble.
Sometimes I wasn't 100% sure if level 3 charges just obliterated the bosses, because, like, sometimes I'd walk into a boss room and things would just be gone.
The
Emperor, and he just died immediately the first time,
Yeah.
and I was, like, super confused. I'm like, what the heck just happened?
I think he has no invulnerability frames, and I think the magic is active for, like, a couple of frames at least, and I think it, like, hits him rapid fire.
Nice. The one part I was a little upset was I used my telepathy hint to say, and it said, go to this place in the Oasis. I'm like, okay, I've already been there, I guess I'll go there now. And then I was mad that after the end of that Go Castle or whatever, it just leads there, and I was kind of pissed, because then you had flight, you didn't have to deal with the entire maze that I forgot how to solve.
So you picked up the power ring there, and you kind of had it equipped for basically the whole game. And I'm curious if you realized that you had to have it equipped to deal damage to the dragon boss.
Yes, I did realize that, because the dude gave me the hint. He's just like, in order to hurt the Emperor, you have to have this, and I'm like, okay, neat. And then I forgot it the first time, and then I'm just like, why do I still not do any damage to him? Oh, I have to use the bow on him, right? And then he was just rude and not opening his eye, and I was making comments about Link's Awakening.
So speaking of players who have gotten stuck on things, it looks like Pika Pals is still stuck here. Pika Pals climbed all the way to the top of the Tower of Goa, defeated the fourth of the four fiends, or whatever they are, and got the ivory statue, and then assumed, I'm done, and teleported out.
Oh, that's rough. That's really rough. Like,
Yeah.
I talked to the blob guy, and he's like, hey, it's me. I fucked it. I'm sorry.
So you can go north and talk to that guy, or you can continue going west, and there's a boss fight. And so it's just a northern path he didn't explore in his mind, I guess.
It's like, I always went up because, you know, I mentioned it earlier during the race, I always go up first, and then I pick other directions.
Which is not a bad strategy, because I think basically every dungeon in this game was structured in enter from the bottom, exit through the top, so that's not a bad way to do it.
Yeah, like, when I was in the pyramid, I just completely, like, first try YOLO, immediately walked into the final boss, like, no maze whatsoever. I just went up, right, and then found stairs. Every time.
Yeah, that was pretty well done.
Now he's entering into the grind cave where these. Oh, he doesn't need it. They give so much EXP.
Yeah, some of the other players have been a little more. They've been killing kind of like more things along the way, whereas you were ignoring most things and then concentrating your grinding at designated spots.
Yeah, once I found it, like once you get into Go Castle and you're just like, oh, these things give me like 1,000 EXP per. I'm gonna do that until it doesn't feel like fun anymore. Or when I found the jellyfish that like each time I went through it gave me 1,000. It's like, okay, I'll just do this 8 times. That's fine. That takes 2 minutes. I didn't want to waste any amount of time playing the game.
Yeah, the
or,
jellies.
Like, not just walking.
The jellies is like the speedrun strat for that area.
Oh, nice. Because they were
And the
easy to
scorpions as
kill.
well.
You on the dolphin is a really obnoxious and dumb hitbox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't talk too much about that actually. Now that I think about it, but I think it's the same. It's just weird that the dolphin is so out far in front of you sprite-wise.
Well, I think it's the same size, but like I think your hitbox is also shifted closer to the head of the dolphin, and it's not like your back, and it's just weird. And then like the dolphin shifts your sword or something, and it's uncontrollable. It's ridiculous. It's very fun.
Let's see. You had to fight Matter without that blizzard bracelet, and I think it only took you like 4 tries or something.
Yeah, and every single time I didn't use the water bracelet on it until until the 4th try. Because I'm just like, I can't do it, and then Draconic Dawn's like, okay, I beat him. Like, what, you beat him? You're still level 14, right? Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Some girl was on that fight for, gosh, I don't know. Must have been something like 10 tries or something.
Yeah, Armadillo 2 was hard.
Yeah.
Jack is Amsley's favorite boss in the game, and she's played before.
Yeah, I think some of this we had a couple of people in the chat who play the randomizer, and I think they said something like it's not even necessarily deliberate. It's that for whatever reason it's programmed so that they have like certain movement patterns and speeds, and the movement pattern they've assigned him only has 2 possible speeds, and so that second speed is the only choice that he has, or something like that.
Oh, we're seeing something cool on Exuno's screen. These red slimes, for whatever reason, if you hit them with your Thunder Sword, they get really big and strong.
I hit them once with the Thunder Sword. I didn't realize they got big and strong.
Yeah.
I just noticed they didn't take damage and was wondering why I didn't fly over it.
You can still just mostly ignore them the way Exuno did, and get the Bow of the Sun, so... Also, Exuno's got the Psycho Shield, which I think Alpha never found.
Yeah, I didn't find that. I found the armor, and I know Jackazam was hinting about going to get a really good shield or something like that. So I guess that was the Psycho Shield. I don't know where it is.
It is Styx, the Styx dungeon at the top of Mount Hydra, the purple one. There's you can go left or right when you get in there. And left is the boss, and right is a dead end with some treasure chests.
Right, I know.
I
remember. I saw the chest. I couldn't get to it because there was a pit, and I'm just like, I can't get over there.
Unless you could say fly over a pit.
Yeah, but that would require me to go back there and have been paying attention to what I was doing, which I would have done normally, but.
Yeah, plus I think the Psycho Shield is not as great, because I think actually the Sacred Shield, which you get for free, it has like more status resistance or something like that. So the difference really isn't actually worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the Psycho Armor I noticed when I stopped moving, I'm like, wait, I'm gaining health back. And then when I was on the tower, Jack was like, did you try all of your things? And I'm like, I'm gonna go check Dio's pendant right now.
Oh, okay. Because we were like, no way is Alpha gonna go into his menu, switch off the power ring for this mysterious item.
I checked all of my things. I'm like, you're right, I have it. So I opened it up and put on Dio's pendant. I was a little scared to go back inside because I wasn't sure if the stairs would disappear.
Oh yeah, you got a reset of the enemies when you went back in that room. And your checkpoint.
Yeah, that screwed me over the first time, because I was hoping it wouldn't checkpoint me there.
All right, so to talk about what we've got going on in the race right now, Nighty has both the Bow of the Sun and the Bow of the Moon, 2 difficult-to-find key items that he absolutely needs to finish the game. He's making his way into the back of the pyramid, but unfortunately he's made a little mistake here He doesn't have the Bow of Truth yet, which you get in the front of the pyramid. So he's going to get through this final dungeon and realize that he can't do anything.
I think he's gonna. If he didn't do the front part, because don't you get the Bow of Truth after beating him?
Yeah, you have to go into the front. That's the first fight against the Emperor. He disappears as Tekka shows up, and then he gives you the Bow of Truth as part of your large burrito combo.
Yeah, and then I opened the VOD to check what he had just said.
Oh, smart.
Yeah,
because like, well, he said go into a basement entrance. Going back up doesn't make any sense, so I'm just gonna fly around, see what happens.
That was the part of the game where I wasn't taking notes, and it had been way too long since I had been to Mount Hydra and forgot about that gap up there where the Bow of the Sun is, and so I was just in the pyramid like looking for a secret basement floor and completely lost. But you managed to remember and just completely cruise through that part.
Yeah, that hint and the fact that Nico mentioned last time that the flower was a key item, and I knew people had used it in a town they had found in Run 1 because they kept talking about it, maybe realize what to do. So, Nighty is having some problems. I didn't think this guy would be here because Nighty didn't fight him in the first one.
Yeah, I didn't know this was possible. I mean, it's so much harder to get the Bow of Sun and Bow of Truth than it is to just go into the first thing you see and try all the stairs. But here we are, Nighty in an unwinnable situation.
It looks like he's doing damage to him.
I need the sound effects to hear.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Ooh.
Definitely sounds like it's doing damage. It was probably one of those things where like he never runs out of hit points.
He's definitely doing damage.
But yeah, but you can't beat this boss without the Bow of Truth. This isn't a real fight.
This is bad for Nighty. This is really, really bad for Nighty.
This is like the 8th time we've said that about someone on stream, just recognizing this huge pitfall and then being like, I sure hope they don't, and then it happened.
Oh, and I can absolutely understand if they reorganized the game for the Game Boy Color version where this guy was the actual final boss and not the machine.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us about your experiences with the final boss.
Final boss is easy.
It sure is. It's pretty dumb.
You pull the A button, you heal yourself, and you push the B button, and he dies. The end.
Actually, we didn't talk about something that not many players at all have been making use of, and it's the barrier spell on bosses. All of those projectile attacks from bosses just blocks them straight up.
Yeah, so I did equip it on this guy because I saw the curse thing, and I'm like, well, the one time I used barrier earlier, it blocked magic. So maybe if I'm screwed, I can use it to get myself out. But I didn't really think about that. Yet Nighty is like doing so well against a boss fight, I didn't really even see. But this is really bad because he can't beat him.
Yeah, this is all just a cruel joke, and that there's no way that you would know. Other than to just Nighty assume that this is taking way longer than it should be.
Like, I heard, like, it made tinking sounds for me, like I couldn't hurt him.
According to the chat, it's a troll. He heals 255 hit points per frame.
Okay.
Wow, that's bad.
It's pretty extreme. But I guess if you could like hack your sword to deal like 1,000 damage in one hit or whatever, then maybe you could just kill him in one hit. Who knows?
Then the game immediately crashes.
Tries to load up some cutscene sequence that doesn't exist or something.
Oh yeah, they're also pointing out that if Nighty doesn't have the power ring, even if he could defeat this boss, it wouldn't do anything.
Oh, does he not have the power ring?
Nope. Or at least that's what chat is saying. We'll see next time he's in the inventory. Unfortunately, Exuno is about to make the same mistake. Exuno has the Bow of Sun and the Bow of Moon, but does not have the Bow of Truth. And
Nor the power ring.
Nor the power ring. So Nighty and Exuno both in the same boat here. They simply do not have the equipment they need to finish the game.
Oh yeah, we were talking about, because we were wondering who was going to notice. Did you notice, Alpha, that once you get a bracelet for a sword, you don't need to equip the bracelet to do a level 2 charge
Protonic
anymore?
Dawn mentioned that early, so everybody in that thing mentioned, we all noticed it. Like, Draconic Dawn told us about that, and I'm like, what? And then I realized that, oh, okay, this is great. So once you get the bracelet or the ball, you don't need the thing equipped to do the attacks. That's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice little convenience thing they thought of. Except for when you still need the ball to do the level 2-on-1, and then if you leave the ball equipped when you change, it only does level 1 charge, so you have to de-equip the ball, so it's like, I'm still menuing twice anyway.
Yeah, it's so much effort.
Yeah, that would only be a problem, though, if you somehow managed to miss the Blizzard bracelet, so you had to keep using the Blizzard ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had the Blizzard bracelet if it wasn't for that. I just had to figure out where the Amazonians were.
Do you remember a hint where someone said there is a town of Amazons near Bryn Mawr if you build a bridge?
Yes, I do actually remember that hint. It's in Bryn Mawr that happens, but that's kind of why I went to the one area first. Was because I knew I built bridges over there, and I was looking around, I just couldn't find it. So then I went back to Bryn Mawr, and figured, well, there's probably water here that I can just fly over, and then I found it.
Yeah, there's actually there's a freezable spot that was further south of where you jumped over, but yeah, why not fly?
Yeah, once you had fly, it was great. This game was so much fun with fly, you didn't have to deal with it. Alexuno is, poisoned currently. Gonna go spend all of his money at this inn. Yeah, I realized when I walked into the pyramid and then cast level 3 Thunder and then just obliterated an entire room, like, that just gave me 8,000 experience points. Get to level, and then I realized, like, okay, I'm gonna grind off the earlier Scorpions because that costs a lot of mana to cast.
Yeah, so
when Nighty figures this out, he's gonna win. Like, because he's handling this fight better than I did, and I only say that because I didn't see this fight. He just died.
I think only D2 requires the power ring, but I think I had it equipped when I fought him, so I guess I can't say for sure.
Power ring, so good.
Yeah, it's pretty. If you look at the numbers on the screen, your Thunder Sword is like 24, I think, and then with the sword equipped, it goes up to 40, or the ring equipped rather.
And this is something for Draconic Dawn that I had to help him out with, and I think I may have been the only person who noticed it, but I mentioned it the last time we were in there. Telepathy being based on where your current location is as to what hints they give you.
Mm-hmm.
Which he then ran around and used telepathy until he got the hint about where the boats were.
Nice.
And I'm like, that's a neat way of dealing with a limited space of memory. Rather than having flags, you just check your current location and load those.
So there's Pika Pal's made one of those giant slimes and then fought it and killed it for not much gain, but it's cool.
If he uses telepathy and talks to the dude who's currently a slime, I wonder what he'll say if he goes back to Goa.
Yeah, he just has the ellipses.
Well, no, but it's location dependent, so I'm wondering
Oh.
if he can Goa. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Or if he'll just go back to saying...
That guy, okay, Nighty is being smart. Have you located both the bows? Okay, so they told him to look for a rabbit named Dio. He'd seen rabbits, so...
What necklace is he wearing, though? He might be wearing Dio's necklace now.
No, probably
I bet
not.
that's the iron one.
Yeah, I didn't find that. I don't know where that is. I think it's in a cave, because someone said something similar to that.
Yeah, I want to say it's in one of the caves in the Portoa area, maybe?
The, Evil Spirit Island in the Angry Sea has the cave there.
Ah, okay.
I think Nighty knows at this point that, like, this boss is not dying for some reason.
Pika Pals has found the thing that he needs to fly over, but doesn't have the flight spell to get there.
Yeah, at least I thought I was really concerned that he was about to blow all of his resources. and wore boots instead of dying.
Yeah, so I think Nighty at this point has picked up that there's something not kosher about this fight.
Could you imagine if like just 2 more hits and then the boss dies and you were, wow, okay, all right, weird, but okay.
Just went through all 65,000 hit points.
This seems like a game that, and this is, Mid-Boss mentioned his opinions on this. He thinks it's a terrible blind race, but an excellent second playthrough.
Yeah, I could see that. It's a lot of obscure event triggers that if you don't know where they are, you just spend time. Pika Pals is now walking through the tall grass in the desert. He's already been burned twice with something is just sitting on the ground in an obscure place, and he's not impressed with it.
Some girl grinding to 16, not just tapping the scorpions 3 times, because it only takes 3 stabs instead of lightning bolting them.
It is pretty satisfying to let loose with that thunder magic, though.
Yeah, I was thinking about the warrior hint, and I just blanked on it, because like I remembered it after he's dying, so I'll go, and I'll find that guy, but then I just forgot immediately.
I like buttoned through that hint too fast, I think, and then also I forgot who Akahana even is and what he looks like, so the idea of like transforming into him to talk to this guy, like I was just 3 levels removed from ever possibly thinking of doing that.
And this is something that Draconic Dawn noticed, and I think is hilarious, is if you go and you say you don't want anything in an inn, you just moonwalk out. So if you just go in, you say no, you'll just flow backwards out. It just won't turn you around for some reason. I didn't think about putting the leather boots on in this desert.
Oh yeah, it's a thing.
I just flew over it. I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense.
You can also, the rabbit boots, jumping over, you can just like spam jump a whole bunch and basically avoid taking any damage.
This guy he's telling you need flight Pika.
Yeah, but why would Pika even know about it? Pika has no idea there's anybody else in that tower. He climbed up to the top of the tower, he got the thing, and he figured this is it. It's a dead end. There's nothing else to do here.
It let him back out somewhere else, and then, yeah, hit the dead end at the end of the water.
I hope Nighty realizes he's not this bad at video games, and that, like, this boss is in fact impossible.
Yeah, I'm shocked he's still going with this, honestly.
I think he's just trying until he dies.
And he's just too good, so he's never dying.
He died. He did die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had 2 opal things. I'm like, I'll save it for the final boss. I should have just used it on this guy.
Yep. We've seen players holding on to some pretty precious resource, particularly fighting Motto 2, the Armadillo 2, super fast Dillo. That guy's like basically the hardest fight in the game, especially if you don't have the Blizzard bracelet like he is. And so, you know, using your statues and your rings on that guy there is no better use, basically.
I didn't know what it did until someone had mentioned it, because again, some girl told me I shouldn't read the paste bin, so I didn't.
The paste bin?
Yeah, apparently it mentioned what opal statues did or something. I don't know.
Come on. I write these things for your benefit.
I deliberately didn't do it because I don't know.
That we were talking about, like, I wonder if they've read the manual, because the manual,
No.
the manual has some fantastic things in it. Like it shows you all the key items, and the descriptions for them are like, if you use the eyeglasses in the secret shed, it will reveal a secret door. Like, just straight up, right? Like there's amazing stuff in there if you actually read it.
That's really strong.
Giving a Carissa plant to someone in Amazon to get a bow is in there, word for word. Not word for word, but close enough.
Yeah, and Simple Sarah brought up something that I was also going to mention here. I noticed that none of the players decided to go into the shop in Chiron being the town in the mountains.
I did that. I saw them, but I didn't think it would disappear and go away forever.
Especially because those rings are really cheap compared to what you can get later.
400. Or like they're 800, sorry, they're 800 gold. And I'm just like, I'll just come back here later. And when I had the money to spend there on like those rings, that's when, you know, they were all already dead. The game gives you a checklist of the main route. That would probably make this so easy.
Yeah, it's true. It tells you, it breaks it up into like 10 chapters, and it's like, these are all the areas in the chapter. It's like the cave where you get the Kira plant, the cave where you get the fog lamp.
At least Nighty, I think, has realized that he shouldn't be where he is.
Yes, Nighty is now in the correct place. He needs to explore the pyramid, and he needs to find the way. The problem is, I don't know if you picked up on how this pyramid is structured. It's just
like
one big, it's one giant room, and then the staircases just take you to the other side.
Is that how this pyramid works?
Yeah, it's just one giant
went up
room.
and to the right. I just kept going up and right. I took every up staircase I saw.
Yeah, well, it's all the left side and the top are up staircases. The right side and the bottom are down staircases. So it just, if you continued to walk from left to right indefinitely, it would just loop in forever. Because it's just the same room, and you just keep going to the opposite side of the room.
Alright, well, Nighty took stairs up. At the end of a long hallway, which that seems familiar. Yeah, okay, then I just completely... I would never take it downstairs. That seemed wrong, because I'm like, I gotta get to the top of this pyramid. Exuno was fighting, the boss.
The boss. It's the staircase? Alright, Nighty found it. So here Nighty is going to fight a boss that looks very familiar.
Whatever, okay, so Exuno used level 3 lightning. And like a level 2 lightning is what killed him after that. Oh wait, but he doesn't have power ring, does he?
No, Exuno doesn't have the Bow of Truth and doesn't have the power ring, so I mean this is a waste of time here.
Well, no, he's fighting the right one, but he just, like, it didn't do the kind of damage that he just disappeared.
Oh,
the same
you're
thing
right.
with an earlier boss. Like, they just died. They were gone. So, Nighty is fighting this one. I think you'll find that his health bar is smaller. You know, this is reminding me of, if you play, like, the, Super Mario Bros. 3, you take the top path, and you have a Bowser arena that's much smaller and harder to kill him in. Or you take the bottom path, and it's way easier.
We're getting a telepathy cast mid-boss fight from Exuno.
He's trying to fish for MP.
Alright. Whoa, what happened to Nighty there?
Whoa!
That...
Whoa!
Yo!
What?
He just
Zip, zop.
came
No, I think
screeching
even
in.
Nighty's confused.
That was cool.
Alright, so there's some secret speed tech to figure out.
Go talk to that boy.
We also got a dot done here. Draconic Dawn has finished in 3rd place with an SRL time of 4 hours, 29 minutes, 23 seconds.
Yeah, Dom was like right behind me, or like ahead of me for a lot of it too. Up until the final dungeon area where he just couldn't figure out the pyramid apparently.
Yeah, you really just breezed through that pyramid.
I just YOLO'd the whole thing. It just worked.
I thought there must have been some big secret to it. The way I knew immediately it was like wrapping around, but I was like, but I guess if you find the right sequence, then I'll end up somewhere new this time. No, there's just none of that.
Just up, right, easy.
Draconic Dawn comments, the best spell of the game, and it hurts my eyes.
Oh yeah, he said he was never gonna cast level 3 lightning because it just like blows his eyes up. He just couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, this was a time before we had seizure warnings in games and people paid attention to that. So Nintendo was just like, figured, hey, we need some flashy effects, just keep cycling between red and blue as fast as you can.
Yeah, and then how many kids? It was like 80 kids were hospitalized in Tokyo because of that episode, and no one's ever seen it since.
Yeah, they had to pull that one. That was a pretty big deal.
Or the Cyber Warrior Porygon, something like that.
And some girl has made it into the final dungeon and immediately gets transformed into by the curse spell. Unfortunately, you don't get that many Fruit of Repon. I think you get one free one for fighting one of the bosses in the Goa Tower. And then, if you want any more, you gotta buy them, and that just comes directly...
I found the second one. I don't know where, but I know I found 2, because I never bought them.
So I think some girl has everything that she needs to finish the game now, just needs to get to the top of this area and needs to defeat the Emperor. Has the power bracelet, so they're good. Pika Pals is heading back to the cave in the desert. I think at this point he may have come to the realization that he is absolutely missing something in a dungeon somewhere, since those are pretty maze-like and it's pretty easy to lose something. Hopefully this will eventually lead him back to climbing the Goa Tower, although obviously he's not going to want to do that. That was a pain in the butt to climb the first time, and
So
he definitely doesn't want to do it a second time.
Nighty does not have... He doesn't have the power bracelet, so we'll figure out how this goes. Why isn't the bow working?
Why did he jump? Oh, he must have flight equipped.
He
Yeah,
does.
Just use it. Just use it, buddy.
It's not being used? Did he take
What?
flight off?
Okay, there it is. Maybe it was because he had the statue, the opal statue equipped.
Oh, it's probably the statue, yeah.
So now we see Nighty is fighting off against Dragon Part 2. This boss is unique in that you can't damage him normally. You have to. He's actually, his only weak point is this this little gem in his chest. You get some weird visual effects going on here because this boss is actually rendered as background tiles, and only the jewel in his chest and I think like his arms are the only parts that are sprites.
That is a fun way to get around limitations of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
So the bad news is Nighty is not going to be dealing any damage against this boss because you do have to have the power ring equipped in order to overcome his defenses. He just has too much defense to damage otherwise.
And this is not an intuitive thing, I think.
There is
there's the hint from the one NPC, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, there is an NPC who's going to straight up tell you you must equip the power ring to damage the Emperor. So, some girl has the Bow of Truth. There you go. She uses the Bow of Truth and has revealed the Emperor's true form. Unfortunately, she leads off with the Thunder Magic, and he is currently invulnerable. She does need to wait for his chest plate to open.
I hope Nighty uses some telepathy, because they will mention the power ring, I believe. Like, they'll mention it the entire time.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
She attacked with thunder while the boss was closed, and then attacked with water while it was open, and so is now under the impression that, oh, I just need to use water on this guy.
I mean, it'll work.
Did just get the hint. There's a cave in the Oasis. Go there.
Oh, cool.
Now he's thinking.
This is so. At some point, the boss closed when some girl attacked, and it went like tink again. So she's like, "Oh, he's changing elements and switched to fire," and this is great.
I didn't know things other than lightning did damage.
Apparently all the swords work, but there's no reason to use them because thunder deals the most damage.
Lightning does so much damage.
I wouldn't be surprised if this fire magic is actually a pretty decent option.
I mean, it's got a nice big hitbox and everything.
Well, the lightning took me, what, 3 casts of that to kill him?
Yeah, lightning is pretty strong.
Some girl has done more casts than the 3. Also, this dude is being so much more generous to some girl than he was to me. He is opening his eyes. He's just letting her shoot him all the time.
Yeah, I think people in the chat were saying this fight is actually somewhat deterministic. Like, you can move to certain parts of the screen to make him do certain things more often. So at this point, some girl is done. She has no Fruit of Repun, so she can't transform back. You cannot cast Refresh while you are a slime.
Nope.
And the status never wears off. You're done.
I don't think there's a single status in the entire game that wears off.
No.
I did find out that as a slime, if you've previously charged your weapon, you can still attack.
Yeah.
You have like a kind of a glitchy sprite too while it's orbiting
pendant. That's not going to be helpful. I mean, it will, but like...
There's the poisonous cave hint for Exuno.
Some girl, I think, is really hoping that this wears off.
No. So there's a checkpoint right before the Dragon fight, so the good news is some girl doesn't need to do any of this again, can simply go straight to the Dragon fight a second time.
And actually seeing, like, oh, the water sword wasn't really doing it there. Neither is this. Actually, nothing will, because I think she does not have the power ring equipped.
Yeah, that would do it. So she's got to realize something is weird here because it was working the first time.
Even if I didn't know that I was required to have the power ring to do it, I think it makes you do double damage. So why would you ever take it off?
Yeah, we were making some comments before about what's the likelihood that you would have it equipped for Dragon, and my comment was, I think you're the kind of fellow who would play a game and you get a piece of equipment that says this increases your damage, you say, yep, this is what's going in this slot.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it was like I'm taking too much damage, I might put on, like, it's either max defense or max offense, and there's really... Or, like, super mana regen, but, like, that's too slow to be useful, so...
Yeah, it's either the red tunic or the blue tunic.
Yeah, and, that's... You know, blue tunic is 0.4 seconds faster if you're... or slower if you're frame perfect with red tunic, which means that blue tunic is faster. Which is the dumbest thing, I think, that has ever been timed.
Alright, so some girl here is really thrown off. The first time she fought this boss, she was dealing damage. Now she's not dealing damage. What changed? Oh, there it goes. She puts on the power ring. Maybe she realizes power ring was the issue.
It's also possible someone's shouting about it in the chat. They just know where to go.
There's kind of a whole different dynamic between all the players who are on the voice call with each other.
So when are you going to start playing the Crystalis Randomizer Alpha?
You know, I'd be down for that pretty quickly, because that would be, like, now that I know all the interactions, like, it'd be easy to, like, figure it out, right?
You heard it here, folks. Crystalis Randomizer is easy, says Alpha.
Well, no, I mean, like, it'd be easy to, like, figure out the points of regression. Like, I don't need to be a crazy speedrunner in order to do that, unlike Link's Awakening Rando, where we literally had to teach Exuno and some girl how to super swim because Spice Father screwed up the flag, so we had an impossible boss.
Apparently there are some flags for Crystalis Randomizer that will put the endgame robots just like out in the overworld.
No. Please no. That's too much damage.
And apparently they realized that they could get an unwinnable situation by putting the robots out because they don't give any experience points, so they had to like beg the guys to change it so that you could actually get experience from the robots.
You know, I wouldn't think about it because I was level 16, so I had no idea how much EXP they gave.
Alright, some girl has defeated Dragon. And she tries to run up through the door and then immediately gets kicked back out when all these guys rush out and like, whoa, 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 we gotta get you some plot exposition first.
Exuno does not have. He has Dio's necklace. They have Dio's necklace, but not the power ring.
So at this point, some girl has passed the threshold of the point of no return. Once you have reached the tower, you cannot leave. But
Yeah, I also tried to get a hint to see what I was supposed to do, and it just is the ant sound when you try to cast it. So telepathy doesn't work and teleport doesn't work.
Yep.
You
You're
are
stuck
all
here.
alone. Some girl gets tagged out of the sky while using the flight spell.
I think the silliest thing that happened with the flight spell, and I saw it happen in 92, is you get stoned in the air, and I didn't... Does that one wear off?
Yeah, stone wears off. Yeah,
Okay.
so somebody mentioned in the chat, status effects don't wear off. That's wrong. Stone does actually wear off after a relatively short time.
Yeah, because I noticed that he opened his thing and, like, he fell out. Like, if you got stoned in the air, you'd basically just never be able to die.
I think.
Therefore you are?
Yeah, that's where I was going with that one. Projectiles can still get you up there, can't they?
Yeah, projectiles can hit you while you're in the air.
but the petrifying skeletons only have melee attack and petrify, so...
Although I think the best one we saw, I can't remember which one of the runners we were watching, they were fighting one of the snake enemies, and they were stabbing it with their sword, they were petrified with their sword out, and then the Medusa just kept walking into their sword, and the Medusa killed itself against their sword while they were petrified.
We did hear about that, that was pretty funny.
So at this point, Exuno has got everything on his way to this final boss, except for he is missing the power ring, and the power ring is absolutely 100% required to beat the game, because if you do not have it equipped, you cannot deal damage to Dragon's second form. And I considered briefly, when I was putting together the paste spin, making a comment that the power ring is required, but I figured, you guys will figure it out.
The game told me.
Yeah, I mean, it does. The game is actually really good with a lot of the hints it gives.
Yeah, you just have to use telepathy all the time.
Yeah, you gotta figure out how telepathy works, being location based, and then you gotta do it everywhere, all the time. And then you gotta talk to every NPC, and then you gotta not button through their dialogue too fast, because sometimes they don't tell you the thing again, and then you'll miss it that way. But between all those things, then I think it's pretty fair what the game asks you to do.
So Nighty found the power ring in the cave in the oasis. So the question at this point is, does Nighty realize that's what he needs? I think it looks like he's heading back to Sahara. He may be on his way. He's saving his game. I think he's feeling pretty good that that was the missing key that he needed to finish this adventure.
So checking in with our good friend Pika Pals, just to be clear, has not reclimbed Goa Fortress, has not obtained the flight spell yet, right?
Yes, that's correct. Pika has spent the last few minutes, last 15 minutes or so, exploring this cave here in the oasis. He's been told, I think he's still getting this hint that says, hey, there's something important in the cave in the oasis, and he may be thinking, there's something here that I've managed to miss. I'm not certain if he has the power ring. I guess we'll have to pay attention next time he opens his inventory. If he's got the power ring, that's good, because at least this has gotten him to find that. But he does need to climb the tower again and find Kensu, who has managed to get himself in yet another a dilly of a pickle, getting transformed into a monster. And as we know, that monster Effect doesn't wear off unless he leaves the screen, and unfortunately Kensu is a lazy sort of guy who doesn't seem to get around much.
So there is a description in the manual of the sacred statue, which restores a sacred man called Kensu, who was turned into an animal to his normal condition, and that's an item Pika-Pals has in his inventory if he mouses over it. So
on the other hand, though, that doesn't tell you where Kensu is.
Yes, but it would at least give him something to shoot for. And that also relies on the fact that he A, opens his inventory and sees that he has this thing, and B, reads the manual about that thing in particular. So it's a stretch, but it's at least a thread Pika-Pals has to follow.
All right, so Nighty is making his way back into this boss fight here with Dragon. Has the Bow of Truth. He knows about that part. At this point, just needs to equip the power ring, and that should be what he needs. There it is, putting that power ring on, charging up. He's going to wait for this boss's weak point to appear. Maybe he'll wait for the boss's weak point to appear.
No, the charge down attack is what you really don't want to see, because you're trying to wait directly in the middle so you can get between the laser beam attack. But then, of course, that's where it's really hard to dodge if he decides to just come walking down straight at you.
Here we go. Nighty has successfully dealt damage to the boss. So at long last, Nighty is feeling like progress is being made. Some girl is climbing the tower here. Unfortunately, reached at least the second floor and took a death. So is starting the tower over again from the beginning. This is a pretty challenging climb, although some girl is pretty well equipped. I want to say she's got like 4 or 5 magic rings in the inventory. So she does have plenty of resources here to just top off the health instantaneously at any time.
Yeah. I wanted to keep my items just because I was scared of the final boss, which apparently was just a mistake.
Yeah, we noticed that you were out of magic points, but you were really hesitant to use your magic ring.
Yeah, because I didn't know what the final boss was going to be, and then I walked into the final boss and it just died. I mean, it did use the magic ring on the final boss, and that gave me the health that I didn't need to beat him.
Yeah, but you felt good going in. There's a bit of peace of mind.
Yeah, I had 2 opal statues. I think he did like 20 damage to me. Like, the final boss is such a joke in this game. Now, the one thing I wasn't sure about is, can you reveal stairs and then re-enter the door to set a checkpoint?
I don't know. Maybe
Which
we'll
I think
find
some
out.
girl's about to figure out.
Looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, looking at Nighty's inventory, I do not think Nighty has a Fruit of Rapun, so is waiting to see if this will go away, and will eventually realize it will not. So Nighty's
I believe
boss
that
ends
Nighty
here.
could get through this if he intentionally takes damage until he dies and revives with an opal statue. That might fix it.
That might not be a bad idea either.
Does that count as like a screen transition in there, and that gets rid of it, or?
I think that dying might do it. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of that might fix it. But yeah, the status effect just doesn't go away. Oh,
He's dodging, so.
clever there. Nighty thinks, well, maybe the change spell will do that.
That's, you know.
Good thought. It was kind of interesting watching some girl fight this boss, because she, like me, went in with the power ring, was totally prepared to use the power ring just because it does more damage, didn't actually know it was required, and then was trying to suss out, like, okay, sometimes I'm hitting him, sometimes I'm not. And there's like a lot of factors involved, right? Like, is the ring equipped? Is the ring not equipped? Is his weak spot open? Is it closed? What sword am I using, right? Like, there were so many, and trying to suss through all of them to figure out what matters and what doesn't. I went through a very similar process in that fight, so it was fun seeing it play out.
Yeah, so we've got Exuno here is still stuck on, doesn't have the power ring. That's the only thing that Exuno is missing at this point. And it would be really difficult to realize that if Exuno had never saw that hint that says you need the power ring to defeat the Emperor. Especially if Exuno got this far and realized I didn't have the power ring and I defeated everything, so obviously there must be something I haven't defeated yet that needs it.
So I think the entire pyramid, or at least the front side, gives you the hint, hey, you need the power ring to damage Dragon. Or like the entire time you're outside in the desert. Like they all say that. Or like the second guy says it.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you get that hint, but it's a pretty late game. So at some point, Exuno has to accept the fact that he is in fact fighting an impossible battle.
He's just waiting for Dragon to open his eyeball. But this guy sucks. Just doesn't attack when you want him to.
And I think we mentioned before in the commentary that you can only charge when you're standing still. The tool-assisted speedrun can charge while moving, and the way that works is if you're familiar with, say, like Super Metroid speedrunning, and you know that the game only checks every couple of frames. This is the same way, that the game actually only checks every couple of frames to see if you're moving or not, and that's when it decides to charge. So if you sort of feather the movement, you can charge a little bit while moving, and the speedrun uses that in a couple places to buy a couple of frames.
Nighty just not using the massive damage that is Thunderbolt, but the guy is not opening his eye.
Yeah, I want to say the speedrun just runs up and stabs him.
Very possible.
Some girl is very carefully chewing through all of these many, many robots.
It's so much effort.
So, I bet both of you probably had the idea of, like, if I were to just push these robots over the other robots, then I could hit all the robots at the same time.
Yeah.
And then one of them runs away, and then it gets really bad all of a sudden.
Yep. There was the, I'm just gonna sit here until I have enough for a charged lightning so I don't have to, deal with this. So I can clear one screen, but, like, this whole area sucks. Okay, Nighty has put on the fire sword, which I guess does damage.
Yeah.
And I like it, because if he's not gonna do the full thunder, the charge at level 2 from fire is very consistent.
Yeah, with the multi-hits from the fire, I have no idea what the math comes out to in terms of damage.
Probably slower than Thunderblade, but, you know.
Probably.
Definitely easier, or at least more sensible. Especially if this guy doesn't have any iframes, which I don't think any boss does. Unless you stab them or something.
Okay, this guy's gotta die soon. Right, he's already gotten burned by one impossible boss fight, so I think he's feeling gun-shy about, is this another trick?
Well, he knows he's doing damage, and he's doing it consistently. I think he's gun-shy about level 3 because of the mana it burns.
Well, you say that he knows he's doing damage, but once again, it wasn't very long ago that he was fighting a boss and he was not, in fact, doing any damage.
That's true, but I was really surprised it didn't make the tanking sound. Although maybe that's because he didn't fight the first phase or something, I don't know.
No, I think they mentioned in the chat that the way it's programmed is he regenerates 255 hit points a second, hit points a frame.
Yeah, when I was fighting him, I just couldn't do damage to him, like, with it, so I just, like, alright, what did I forget? The bow. I didn't use the bow.
Here we go with the final boss fight now for some girl.
Let's see how many easy it is. It's...
Oh, Nighty takes a death.
That's
I
really
thought he
important.
still had some
He's 2.
items, yeah.
Yeah, he had items. I feel like Nighty it was taking him so long, he was starting to suspect it was another troll fight, which unfortunately that's completely wrong.
Oh, jeez.
So
Okay,
that
well,
is
he's going back in and trying again, though. It's not like they're giving up.
Girl gets the final boss.
Yeah, there it is. Done from some girl on the internet. 4th place, 4 hours, 57 minutes, 21 seconds for this second half of the race.
it's a respectable time to finish the game. So let's pull up Shrambles. Looks like Shrambles is currently in the pyramid, is at the level cap. So I think there's a good chance that Shrambles is in this same searching for the key items needed to defeat the final boss sort of mode. Let's see, has the power ring, does not have any of the bows though, so it does need to get the bow of truth out of the pyramid. It does need to get the Crystalis plant and trade that for the bow of the moon, and then needs to fly to the top of Mount Hydra to get the bow of the sun.
Shrimbles has the Crystalis plant. That's how everybody else knew that the Crystalis plant was a thing.
Does I didn't see it in Shrambles' inventory.
He lied to us then! He lied to at least some girl or something. Because they were all saying that he got it in the previous goal.
Yeah, does not have it.
And so when I was doing my early grind, I was like running around trying to figure out where he did it. And I assumed it was a place that I couldn't have done damage in, and then I found things to grind.
So Nighty seems to have this impression that there's a trick to this fight and that he can't win it without it, which unfortunately he's in this mindset because he did fight a boss fight where he could not in fact win. And this is really unfortunate because this is pretty straightforward. Just needs to use, if he just uses his level 3 charge thunder attack 3 times, that's enough to finish this off. And instead he's playing games of flying around the boss and using alternate elements.
Oh, apparently Shrambles has already used the moon bow. I guess if you have the moon and the sun bow, you can blow up both statues and then just get out.
Oh, okay.
I never thought about that, but I know if you've only got one of them, you're trapped in there until you die.
Yeah, so right now we've got 2 racers in the same spot, yet very different spots here. Nighty is fighting a boss fight that he may suspect is impossible, but in fact just needs to do it, whereas Exuno is fighting a boss fight that he is convinced he can do, but is in fact impossible. We see Shrambles is sitting on this inventory. Shrambles, so if Shrambles has already used the moon bow, that suggests that they must have also used the sun bow, which means they're only missing the bow of truth in the pyramid, which means at this point the only thing that's preventing Shrambles from progressing is just needs to figure out where in the pyramid the boss is. And they're probably, if they're like most players, they probably went up and down a couple of staircases in the pyramid and came convinced that it's some kind of complex 99-story dungeon. So the status of all the players right now, so Exuno has everything except for the power ring. Unfortunately, without the power ring, Exuno cannot deal any damage to Dragon's second form here. So this is an impossible boss fight until Exuno goes back and finds the power ring. Yes, the power ring is mandatory. In fact, there is an NPC who will tell you that it is mandatory. Tell you cannot damage the Emperor without it. So if Exuno wandered around and used some telepathy, he might get that hint. Nighty has everything he needs to complete this fight, but for some reason, Nighty has been switching swords around. Nighty got very far in this fight, but I think maybe has tricked himself into thinking that he can't win this fight. Earlier, we did see Nighty try to fight the Emperor's second form without using the Bow of Truth. And unfortunately, you cannot defeat the Emperor in that way. You can deal damage to the Emperor. However, we're told that the Emperor regenerates health at a rate of 255 hit points per frame. So Nighty spent nearly 5 minutes wailing on the first form of the Emperor to no avail. So this probably got him in a mindset that this game will have fights that trick you, which is unfortunate because he's really not in a fight that's doing that now. It looks like Shrambles has used the Bow of Sun and the Bow of Moon, and so the only thing that Shrambles is missing right now is they do need to go and get the Bow of Truth out of the pyramid, which I think that's where they're exploring now. They're just trying to figure that out. And then Pika Pals has managed...
Pika Pals.
Yeah, Pika Pals climbed all the way to the top of the Fortress of Goa, has defeated all 4 bosses in the dungeon, received the ivory statue from the 4th boss, and then teleported out of the dungeon, not realizing that he needs to use the ivory statue on Kensu in that dungeon to receive the teleport spell. And unfortunately, without that teleport spell, nothing is going to happen.
The flight spell.
Or yes, that's right, the flight spell. I mean, we were watching some streams with Boney earlier, and Boney revealed that he considered riding a boat to be a form of warping.
So this pyramid for Shrambles, Alpha had no trouble with this, and he got like partially lucky or something, but I scanned and kind of made a map in my head of like, oh yeah, okay, I get what's going on here. It's like a lattice, and at every end there's stairs, and I pretty quickly figured that they were linked. But there's one that stands out because it's not like in one of the nooks on the outsides of the temple. It's like in the middle. And Trambles just needs to recognize that there's something strange about that one set of stairs and go up.
Yeah, because it's the only one that's not really symmetrical here.
Yeah, well, I guess it's in the middle, so like left, right, it's symmetrical with itself. But
sort of, yeah.
I'm being pedantic, but I guess yes. I get what you're saying. Sorry. I just don't want anyone to get the wrong idea about the symmetricality of this pyramid. It's a good pyramid, nice and symmetric, right down the middle. I guess I just like pyramids. I don't know if Shrambles likes pyramids very much right now.
I feel like Shrambles' impression of pyramids is declining rapidly with each passing moment.
This is weird too, because I thought the Bow of Sun and Moon were like so tricky, and then the Bow of Truth was just kind of free. And seeing someone in the complete opposite.
I think that like if you're getting lots of hints from telepathy, Bow of Sun and Moon, you get a lot of guidance to them. That there's like NPCs are like, oh yeah, you gotta give this plant to this person to get this bow, and an NPC is like, hey, you gotta climb this mountain. There's something important here, but nobody's like, oh, you gotta go to the pyramid. It's just assume that there's a pyramid there that you're gonna climb it because it's there.
Yeah. I don't think anyone ever says like, hey man, you gotta use a Bow of Truth on this guy. Like, I don't think that's clued in there.
At some point, I think somebody tells you that.
Yeah, the dude who gives you the Bow of Truth.
Oh, well, okay. That's not much
I guess
help.
the manual, we always come back to this, or at least I always come back to this manual. It says, Bow of Truth, use it to destroy the Emperor of Dragonia.
Shrambles is... Oh, here we go. All right, Shrambles went up the staircase. There we go. Shrambles will say, this looks new. This is good.
I cannot believe how long Nighty has been fighting this boss. Like, is the Fire Sword just that much weaker? This is crazy.
Maybe
actually,
it takes less damage?
You know what I'm starting to wonder is if the power ring, like, does this, like, like you're dealing damage sound, but you're not. Like, it just does that sound when you have the power ring, but actually he's not doing enough damage to pierce the defense or something with the Fire Sword.
I don't think so.
Because this has gone on for a long time.
Yeah. This and it's reaching the point of absurdity that a rational person would say, "This, I'm doing something wrong."
Totally.
Okay, Exuno is in front of the gate that he needs to break to get the power ring, so this is good.
Alpha, are you still with us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Talk to me about the music in this game.
Oh, the music in this game was sick. Final Dungeon theme was a little weird. But I really enjoyed the majority of the music in this game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing.
I felt like maybe final area themes could have been better, but like other than that, just because it didn't feel like final. I guess.
Yeah.
Like the end of the game, it just sort of happened.
Nighty has
I was
backed
talking.
out.
Yeah, that's a. There's nothing else for him to do. I mean, he can go get a Psycho Shield on the mountain, I guess, or whatever. But like that.
Yeah.
You just gotta use the Thunderblade.
Why would he do that when the boss doesn't die, right? Like in his ugh.
Yeah, I don't know. When it told me that the Thunderblade was the strongest sword, I just only used it.
Yeah.
Unless it didn't take damage from Thunderblade.
Yep.
I think 90 might have like taken off the power ring at some point and like got some
No.
kind of impression about damage.
No, I don't think so. I think 90 is pretty certain because he has fought the boss without the power ring and he noticed that dealt no damage, and equipping the power ring deals damage. So I think he's pretty convinced power ring is absolutely essential part of this formula. But yeah, for whatever reason, he's just dealing such crappy damage that he took so long to fight the boss that it just felt impossible.
I'm just wondering why he went with fire over thunder.
I mean, I don't know. He must have assumed that thunder's not cutting the mustard and fire was doing it. Although I would think that he would like try water and wind and realize everything seems to be working.
I tried fire, and I guess I missed because it didn't seem like it did any damage.
Yeah, everyone tried all kinds of things on this boss fight, and there's so many. I talked about this before. There's so many variables going on where like it's difficult to pin down what is causing what exactly. And Nighty has just made a really fatal miscalculation somewhere in that formula.
Yeah, my thought process for using Lightning level 3 was he opens his weak spot, like it's like, okay, that's his weak spot. And then he just does it whenever he wants, and I may not be near him or facing him at all. So why don't I use the button that makes it so I don't have to worry about either one of those things?
All right.
If you hit the whole screen, you'll always hit the button.
All right, he's going back. He's giving it another try here. We've got Pika-Pals here is climbing Mount Saber again. Must have gotten the hint again that says, hey, there's something important on Mount Saber, which is absolutely true. But it's also absolutely true that Pika-Pals cannot grab the thing that's important.
I wonder, it's been so long since Pika-Pals was in that dungeon. Is it even in their head as a possibility?
I don't think so.
That dungeon even exists anymore. You know what I mean?
Probably not.
So, Shrambles is coming in here with some thunder gear. And a power ring, right?
I don't know, he hasn't gone lower yet.
Yeah, Shrambles, I believe, has the power ring?
We've been talking about, like, just needs the bow of truth, and then I forgot. Oh, yeah, I know, that was damage.
Yeah, there we go. I think Shrambles was still on has never fought this boss before, and therefore doesn't know where the damage is, because the item they were missing was the bow of truth, so it wasn't like Nighty and Exuno where they fought him and he was just taking no damage. Shrambles also very fond of using this Blizzard bracelet to just deal a billion hits.
Exuno's Exuno have the power ring now?
Yeah, Exuno has the power ring. Did just go through and get that.
Got beamed by one of
Sitting
those
right
projectiles, though.
Here we go. Exuno's just charging level 3 lightning.
Oh my god.
And
It's
there
just
it's
so
over.
strong. So somewhere in this, it's either in this blurb or later on in the tower, they just kind of quietly slide in that Azteca is actually like a robot man.
Yeah, they call him an android.
That's weird.
Alright, and Exuno is in the tower. So it looks like Nighty is making a really thorough pass on this last dungeon, just making sure that he is not missing anything. But I think he's come to the conclusion that no, there's nothing else here. He has explored absolutely everything that he could possibly explore. Maybe he's just going to go full power this time. Get that Thunder Sword out and just hit level 3 Thunder and just annihilate this boss. Also, I'm a big fan of these sound effects on this menu because they remind me of the shots from Solar Jetman, which is one of my favorite NES games.
The little like pop 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 pop
Yeah.
as you like cursor around.
Yeah, it's just I really like that sound effect.
It's a good sound effect. All right, power ring equipped, shield ring equipped, flight equipped.
Maybe Nighty's just double checking to be absolutely sure that he really needs that power ring. Oh, okay. He's unequipping it just when he's.
Oh, dodging around. Okay, yeah, sure.
Nighty's using the Thunder bracelet now.
Yeah, but Nighty, I think, is not participating in the chat, so he probably didn't get the message that... oh, wait, no, he's using level 3. I think that first shot was just erroneous, just didn't charge long enough.
Yeah, the big hint of use maximum damage to defeat enemy. Well, Pika-Pal's, I don't think, gonna be able to finish this game.
Yeah, this is gonna be rough.
I mean, I think they'll get there eventually. Just in the like, there's a big late game area that had a lot of twists and turns all over the place. Like maybe I missed something there. I don't know if Pika-Pals is gonna like beat this game on stream, but I think they could do
I
it.
mean, if they're still there and you're gonna raid them, it should be go to Gokus.
Or like it could be something cheeky like, "Where's Kensu?
That's cruel.
What happened to that guy?" It's like it's like when you just like you go to a dog and you're just like, "Where's your ball?" And they're like, they don't know where the ball is, but they feel an expectation to find a ball, so they just start looking around for something that doesn't exist. Where's Kensu? Where is he?
Oh my goodness.
Alright, so we've got Exuno is trying to climb this tower, but this is some nasty combat here. Especially if you've made it this far and you really haven't been that strong, because like we said before, this is the first time you actually have to fight these mooks. Through the rest of the game, you've had your pick that you can say, I want to fight these scorpions and I don't want to fight these hydras. Now you don't get a choice. You fight what the game gives you and you damn well like it.
Yeah, well, I guess you could avoid like the turret guys and you could leave the flying guys alive or whatever, but honestly, it's not much of a choice. Those things are so annoying, they need to die. So Alpha, did you feel like it just like the risk reward of cornering an enemy and stabbing it a bunch with your sword just like didn't make sense a lot of the time?
Yeah, because usually if I got too close to them, they'd poison me. So, beam only.
Yeah, for the most part, I'm with you.
It's just like, okay, it either poisoned me or paralyzed me in an area where I absolutely needed level 2 water.
Oh yeah, those enemies that were flying around shooting that projectile that paralyzed.
Yep.
I didn't know that did that because I bought a Sacred Shield early, and it blocks that entirely. Ooh,
Amazing.
Nighty has defeated Dragon.
Thank God. He's got to feel so much better now that he's managed to do that.
He's also probably wondering what the heck went wrong last time.
He didn't use lightning. Alright, you gotta be a Thundercat in order to defeat the dragon.
So are you implying that the Sword of Thunder is really the Sword of Omens?
Yes. And you gotta yell thunder, thunder, thunder. See, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, it deals about 3 hits per cycle, so I think that checks out.
Actually, what is the manual uses? The Warrior Ring, which is the one that shoots out your level 1 charge, is described as shooting a level 1 shouting wave continuously. So I guess that's what your charge attacks actually are, shouting waves.
Big shout.
You just scream Fuss Roda every time you do it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shrambles is among the players who has decided that they're too cool for this Thunder Sword. They're going to fight Dragon with a different sword. Ice Sword is at least stronger than the Fire Sword, so perhaps this is a better choice than at least the Fire Sword.
I think we saw some girl get the killing blow with the Water Sword, I want to say.
I don't see why it wouldn't work, because every indication we're getting here is that it's working, and the only exception we know is because he's programmed with regeneration. So there's no reason why this would not work.
Yeah, I just couldn't explain why that fight had gone on for so long and that boss was not dead after using that fire attack, like hitting 3 times or whatever with each cast. Like, even if it was doing 1 damage, I feel like that boss should have died.
Hey, let's go check the Crystalis strategy wiki. Let's go see. Let's go see if there's a thing about them.
Yeah, and since we've got people checking the strategy wiki, it'd be great if somebody could find like a definitive final answer for charge attacks and if they increase damage, because Myth's experience seems to suggest that they do deal more damage, but some commentary that I'd heard elsewhere seemed to suggest they didn't. So it'd be great if we just get some raw numbers out here so that we could put that to rest.
I think level 1 and level 2 might do the same damage.
I mean, Myth's experimentation seem to suggest elsewise, unless there's like some double, like hitting twice and not really showing what it is.
Yeah, level 2 definitely could, especially with like the fire attack, and even with the lightning attack, could multi-hit frequently.
Yeah, the fire attack can hit, I think, 4 times if you're like scrolling the screen with the enemy who keeps getting knocked back. But like, what you can audibly hear the double hits, and if you account for that, the level 2 charge still seems to be doing more damage. But I'm wondering if maybe it's hitting more times than the sound effects would suggest sometimes, and that's where the extra damage is coming from, is my theory so far.
And Shrambles manages to take another death here. Oh, Nighty is heading out here. Nighty is going to be disappointed to realize that you can't leave.
1 MP and like 6 health.
This is not a good spot to have made his checkpoint.
Now, Nighty does not have the necklace of Dio. He does have the necklace of Dio.
Yes, I watched him pick it up.
Yeah, so he could very slowly recover everything. But no, once you're here, you're here. This is your life now, Nighty.
It has at least a good number of items as well, yeah.
Yeah, he's in a good spot to finish the game, especially with, as Alpha has pointed out, the final boss is a trivial matter. The biggest thing is that the kind of the screw over that you enter this room and it creates a checkpoint for you, even if your hit points and magic suck, because this game does remember your hit point and magic point counts.
Would have been interesting to see some of the like intentional game over strats if you got some kind of refill.
Yeah,
but then it would be super scary because you wouldn't know if you had a checkpoint or not.
So Alpha, have you thought about any other games that we might do as segmented races after this that you might be interested in?
I'm not 100% sure. There's a lot of good ones. Are there any good NES ones we should look at, Nico?
I think somebody suggested Willow was a good choice.
I did just when I was Googling things trying to figure out about this game, I saw something that said Willow and something about Scheherazade.
Yeah, Scheherazade is one that I played recently and I really enjoyed it. Really, the only thing I dislike about it, the only thing stopping me from recommending it really strongly, is that it's got a really weird password system, and that like you'll beat chapter 2, and then if you make the goal beat chapter 2, you can't like get a password. You have to wander around in the next chapter for like a quarter of the chapter to get to a place where you can get a password. So that would be the only thing. It would have a really weird finish, which would be like wander around chapter 3 until you find someplace you can get a password. Xanadu is not too bad. That's a pretty easy game to break up goals since it's got some pretty linear sequence of areas to explore. I had that one and I played through that one. I'm really fond of Legacy of the Wizard, but that's an incredibly difficult game to do blind.
I'm fine with that. Well,
I don't even know.
Stupid, like, triggers all over the place?
It's the entire game is like super obtuse experimentation.
The way the game is structured, the basic game structure is pretty easy. You got 5 characters that you can play as, and you've got a big continuous dungeon to explore, and you pick who you want to be, and then you go into the dungeon, and then basically each character has a crown that they need to collect. And there's like the main dungeon and then 4 side areas, and each one of the characters has to explore their side area to find their crown. But it gets a little tricky because you need certain items to explore. Like the father of the family needs to have the glove, but the glove is not in his section. The glove is in the main section.
I've watched a speedrun of it. Was it released under a different name somewhere?
Yeah, it's known as Dragon Slayer 4 in Japan.
That is, I have seen the speedrun for Dragon Slayer 4. Yes.
Yeah, I really love the game, but it's really tricky. I mean, you could set up a goal of like collect 2 crowns or something like that, but it gets really obtuse.
It could be like 10 to 14 hours easily for someone to get
like
2
for
crowns.
example, the first crown you get, like you go through the first section, and the crown is hidden in a secret passage in the ceiling that a player might not realize is there, because the way the game intends for you to go is that like you'll find a ladder and you'll descend a ladder and you'll be in a cubbyhole of a giant room that you can't enter. And so you're supposed to make a mental note of, oh, there's an important room here I need to get to, and then think about where that room is in relation to the rest of the dungeon. It's really a game that absolutely nobody is going to draw a map for, and if you have trouble visualizing it, really a map is a huge deal, because you'll say, oh, there's a big section of the dungeon I haven't explored here. I should find out how to get there.
It is so big. Nobody can maintain a perfect mental image of the layout of the dungeon as they go. It's like over 100 screens.
Oh
in
yeah,
a huge rectangle like.
That said, it's not too difficult because it's broken up into rooms of the same size. So you could create a simple map of here's room number 1, which is like these 4 horizontal screens. I mean, you could do it, but as a child, me and my father played through it, and we could not beat the game. We got like to the last 2 crowns that we could find them, and we kept getting stuck on those last 2 crowns because we kept arguing over, this is the crown that the father needs to get, but saying, no, we can't kill the boss. We need to get there as the mother, and it really threw us off. So
it ruined our relationship forever.
Oh no, we were fine. And there's Exuno, reached the final boss, defeats the final boss in no time whatsoever. And so that's going to be a victory here for Exuno. And I think that's... Yeah, I think that we're running out of people here. I believe Pufferfish King was in this race and forfeited earlier.
Yeah, so what was that game? It was like a Metroidvania. I remember I played it in Heavy Trooper. You gave us the goal because you like knew everything about it.
The game in Heavy Trooper was a Metroidvania.
It was a Metroidvania. You said it was really good.
What console?
Both Game Boy and NES.
Oh, Milon's Secret Castle.
Yeah, Milon's Secret Castle.
That's a good one, but you have to beat that in one sitting because it has no save system.
Ah. I thought the Game Boy one did.
Oh, that's right. The Game Boy one had passwords, I think.
But that might be less fun.
Or you could do the forbidden save state race.
We could do save states.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, I played that as a kid, and I remembered big parts of it, and I sat down one day and I think I played through the whole thing in 5 hours in a sort of, I've never beaten this before, but I remember some of the Nintendo Power hints.
What other games are there?
I don't actually know too much about Willow, but I've always heard good things about it.
Yeah, it came up on the list. I'd play Willow. It sounds like fun.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that pretty soon. I'm just I got a Retro Pi, and I recently figured out how to use the scraper on it, so I've spent the last week trying to configure my Retro Pi instead of playing video games. But yeah, I think once I get that done, I'm definitely gonna go through Willow and see what I can see how that is.
Maybe add it to Switch Online so I can play. Oh, we could do the Immortal. That's on Switch Online. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, if you did the Immortal, I would recommend doing the Genesis version because it has an extra level.
That somehow doesn't seem like it makes it any better.
But yeah, I like the Immortal.
The point-and-click style games like Uninvited, Shadowgate. I wonder if those would be any fun.
Those could be fun. Those are play it in one setting or have a save state. Yeah, and here it is. I
actually don't know, if it would be could you bang that out in one day kind of thing.
Yeah, those are pretty tricky because it would be really hard to set a goal because pretty much everything in the game until the end is optional. So, it'd be like solve the riddle of the Sphinx, but you could do that out of order. 90 is having a lot of trouble climbing this tower for some reason.
He had a lot of problems with the first level, and then he hasn't had any issues since then.
Yeah, he's on the. I think he's now on the third and final level. Yeah. So he just needs to get through this.
Suck. They just suck. Yeah, but he's out of statues and magic, but I don't know if that is even going to remotely matter. It's not like Mighty Forfeit's game.
I think he might realize too that there's no point in going in that door in the bottom. So if he dies, he should get his statues back.
Yeah, but I'm a little worried if he does it at the top, but at the same time, the final boss is such a joke that I don't think it matters. I also think he still has 2 magic rings left, or he might be out, hopefully.
No, he's out. He's all he has is a pair of warp boots that's of no value to him. Alright, up he goes.
Well, the final boss is pretty easy to dodge anyway, so...
I wonder if the Crystalis randomizer lets you get the Crystalis sword and just run around and wreck shop with it in the regular game.
They were talking about that in the chat, that they said it does not currently, but that's been of interest. I guess the way it's set up is that the sword only has its superpower in the final room, but they really want some people have talked about changing that because they do think it would be awesome to just nuke everything with the Crystalis sword.
That's like it was like the first thing I thought of. We're like, what would be cool about a Crystalis randomizer? It's like number 1 on the list.
I like how I can tell that Nutty is streaming at 30 FPS.
Oh yeah, the swords. There's like 2 of them.
There's 2 of them. I'd leave everything there, Nutty.
Tramble's also inexplicably going with fire on this Dragon fight.
He's trying to get behind her, but he can't. Go out the door.
Oh, I did that actually. I got scared because I got kind of trapped back there. I had to do the same glitchy movement as I did to get behind her to get back out.
No, Nutty, you saw the stairs. What are you doing?
Alright, Nighty did in fact manage to make it to the Dynamite.
I was trying to go after these turrets on the side. Yeah, there. Finally found the good spot. Got in a whole bunch of shots.
Alright, and then Nighty makes the clear.
One more race without a forfeit for Nighty. Another
Nighty
notch on their belts or whatever.
And Nighty has joined some really like risky races too, like the Lolo 3J race where he raced that for like 14 hours. Needs for Speed Carbon, which like I went to bed and he was like 10 hours into it. Woke up and he was still at it, that he would not give up on the final battle even though he was obviously incredibly exhausted. That Nighty has really earned that perfect record.
Yeah.
Damn. Meanwhile, I just got to 69 forfeits and decided I'm never forfeiting again.
That's a good goal.
I've got a fair number of forfeits. I'm not picky at all.
Do we
It's gonna have to be something real bad.
Do we have clean audio on Shambles?
I'll check.
Yeah.
Well, he just died and I didn't hear any expletives or reaction or anything from him, so... Yeah, no mic, no chat in the title, so... Yeah, I think it's good.
That sounds like that's a good sign.
I definitely shouted, "These people are assholes," multiple times. Like when that dude tells you you should be eaten by a zombie, and I'm like, fuck you. The guy was a jerk.
Shamble's going in with all kinds of swords now, bringing out the wind sword. I think it's a reasonable assumption, I think, because Dragon seems to be attacking with attacks similar to all the other bosses, so, like, I could totally, like, I was like, maybe he's going through phases and he's weak to this element now, and...
Yeah, I don't know why you would avoid the Thunder Sword. I'm not sure what would happen to you to say Thunder obviously is the wrong choice.
It's so good. How did it feel when you got the Thunder Sword, Alpha?
It felt pretty good, and then all my friends died.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but that diagonal shot, though, am I right?
Yeah, that diagonal shot was great.
Pika Palace from first to basically last, yeah. Yeah, basically. 90s comment here, I think this is. I love bosses where it looks like you're hurting it, but you're actually not.
Yeah, that was an incredible troll. And that's the only boss in the game that does that. Although I wonder if this is also going to affect Shramble's thinking, because Shambles has been fighting this boss for a while. Will Shambles erroneously think this is the boss that they're talking about? Although Shambles did go for a long time without the Bow of Truth, so perhaps Shambles also encountered that first fight.
There's that Charged Thunder. Yeah,
There it is.
I think
There it is.
if the game is lagging, I wonder like if it is getting more hits in or something, because I've seen that a couple times when the thunder comes in and the game is slowing to a crawl and then the boss just dies.
So how long before somebody takes pity on Pika-Pals and tells him what he's missing?
I don't know if he wants to know, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, yeah, that he prefers to struggle through. But at this point, I mean, it's clear that he's obviously missed something big. And unfortunately, it seems like he hasn't gone back, and it would seem like if you can't find a path forward, going back to the last place that you were at would have been a sensible approach. So I'm really interested in what his mindset is right now. Although it's really easy for a player to get a wrong idea in their head as well. Unfortunately, to pick on Boney again, we were watching a stream from Boney earlier, or yesterday, and he was solving puzzles in The Witness, actually. And there was one puzzle that, he was breezing through. He understood the gimmick for the puzzles. He was breezing through the whole area, and he got to one puzzle, and it walled him, absolutely. And he's like, I can't move this here, I can't move this here, I can't move this here. And we're all thinking, why is he saying he can't do that? That's the right answer. And after 30 minutes, he says, oh, I had assumed I couldn't put a thing here and that there was no solution that could use that, so I refused to use any solutions that had that thing there. And it was like, why did you think that? There was no reason to think that. But just you get it in your head, and you can't let go of this wrong idea.
yeah.
I need to get The Witness at some point.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, you'd love it.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Wit.NES, which was a Witness remake for the NES, which I didn't understand the basis of the puzzles, so I didn't understand what I was doing in that.
Yeah, well, the game itself, the PC game, is a lot of exploration too. That it's this really fun combination I like of searching around and seeing the fun visuals as well as there's puzzles to solve. Oh, hey, Shrambles figured out that you can destroy that turret thing if you use the charged Thunder Sword.
I tried to charge Thunder Sword and it made clanking sounds.
Well, you
but
didn't
maybe
try
it was only
hard
level
enough.
1. Yeah, maybe I had to do level 2. I know level 3 killed it, which confused the hell out of me.
Did you try keeping the peace and kindness of mankind within your heart when you did it?
That's impossible. Anyway, Pika-Pal still hasn't found flight yet.
Yeah, so we've mentioned it a couple of times right now. Where Pika-Pals is stuck is they climbed the Goa Fortress. They must have reached the fork where they could either go to Kensu or go to the boss. They went towards the boss, defeated it, got the ivory statue, and they assumed, okay, this is the thing I came up this tower for. I can leave now and never come back. And unfortunately, they do need to take that ivory statue to Kensu to get the flight spell in order to progress.
I've talked about this before because it's a weakness of mine that I discovered when I was testing games for Mystery Tournament 14 for certain puzzle games where I would get a wrong idea in my head, just like you said. And so learning to, when you're stuck, when you're really, really stuck, learning to reassess assumptions you've made and kind of retest them, right? Challenge them, see which of them hold up and which of them don't. and it's a time-consuming process, and it's something you can't do all the time because the core of blind racing is constantly forming some kind of understanding of these rules and then doing your best to follow by them in order to go smoothly through the game, right? So if you're constantly rubbing up against all these wrong things all over the place, you're going to be losing time in the process. But when you just get completely stuck, it's necessary and hard. It's just a hard thing to do, to force yourself to completely rethink an idea from the ground up.
Yeah, and that's one of the hardest things that can happen to you in a race, is that for somebody to do the correct thing and for it to not work for some reason, or for the player to think that it's not working and to conclude this is not a approach that works.
Yeah, I can remember the very first the MTX where I got eliminated by Chunkatuff. There was a game, and it had this possession mechanic where if you jumped at a guy when you were this worm thing that died instantly, you would get you'd possess them. Then we meet these rocket launcher guys. They're really, really strong, and when I try to jump at them, it rejected me. And in my head, it's like, okay, I guess that makes sense. That would be really dumb and broken overpowered if you could take over those rocket launcher guys. So I never tried that again. Chunkatuff was rejected by the first generic pistol guy, and then knew that was just something that could happen. So, needless to say, you can just gain a ton of time if you make incorrect assumptions. And it's really hard to break out of that. Like, it's really hard.
Yeah, because the part of the essence is always you try new things, because the thing that you tried didn't work, and you're afraid of getting myopically focused on that. So a couple of things here. It looks like these turrets, the reason why you can't damage them is they only take damage when they're shooting at you. And also in the chat, what we're trying to figure out is the experience that that Myth has had is that you do more damage with charge shots than regular shots. And what I had heard when watching some speedrun videos and things is that all of your projectiles are the same damage for whichever sword you're using. So we're trying to determine, do you do more damage with, say, a level 2 attack than a level 1 attack?
Yeah, Mr. Spokes has been looking into this, and so the way they've phrased it is that the ball and bracelet do not add damage, but I wonder if they mean just equipping it doesn't passively add more damage.
Yeah, that was something we theorized, that maybe that is what makes the damage different. But that seems to not be
no,
it.
that didn't seem to be the case, because I tried that the second I learned about just not equipping the bracelet in order to only have level 2, because, you know, most of the time I didn't want to cast level 3. It cost mana, and I needed that to cast Refresh.
Right, yeah.
And it didn't feel like I did any less damage.
So Pika Pals is here in the cave under the desert, probably still following up on this hint that says there's something in the cave, desert oasis. I think at this point Pika Pals might already have the power ring, in which case
they
there's
can't
really
get it
nothing.
without. Oh no, you can get it with.
Yeah, you
with
don't need.
Thundersword.
Yeah, you don't need flight. You just need Thundersword.
I got it before I got flight, and I was really mad about it because this area sucks.
You can have got it before Goa Fortress though, and so having it for the fortress is kind of nice.
Yeah, once you get Thunderball, you can do it.
Yeah, but I think Pika's still in a state that even if you told him Kensu is the one you need, he might still have no idea.
Yeah. So I don't think I could. I remember what Asina looks like, and I remember what Kensu looks like. Zebu and Tornel, I guess I remember barely, right? But that's only mostly, I think, because I've been doing this commentary for so long. I definitely did not have a good sense of these people as characters with names and sprites that are all associated with each other.
Yeah, the sprites
those
really...
associations were very
So
weak
when
when
I-
I played the game.
When I walked up to Kensu, in that dungeon, I looked at him and I'm just like, is this just a troll boss? Like, am I supposed to fight this slime now? And I tried to stab him, and I was like, it's me, Kensu! But still. Because it looked like a boss arena.
I was testing specifically with wind charges. And it seemed like, yeah, wind charges did more than stabs, and level 2 wind charges did slightly more than level 1 wind charges. There's the Crystalis sword, formed for Shrambles.
Yeah, no, Power Ring strong. Power Ring make everything easy. Just one shot, like everything in Goa Fortress. Gain
Shrambles
up to
is-
EXP.
Glitching behind Messia, and then moonwalking out, and then back in, and then where we're going. Okay.
Yeah, these little teleporter things, they look a heck of a lot like doors, and they really throw you off. Needed to put some, like, obvious electronics in the back to say, no, this is just a teleporter or something.
Shambles.
Ooh, wait, I didn't even know you could get Crystalis up to level 3 charge.
Yeah, I didn't have one. It doesn't seem like it does anything.
Yeah, so there is a glitch that you can do that the speedrun actually exploits. If you charge up an attack and then switch your sword, the game will remember that, and so you can actually cheat and get a charge on a sword without having the correct bracelet.
So, I thought about that. I guess they do that with the water bracelet to skip getting, like, the water bubble or something.
They use it because they skip part of the game. They don't get the level 2 sword for, I want to say, like level 2 fire, because they don't even fight the boss in the bug level. They don't fight the boss in the swamp, so they wouldn't be able to burn the fire, the ice walls, if they didn't cheat and use that glitch.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking about that. Yeah, so who wants to raid Pika Pals with a go to Goa Fortress?
Let's not spoil it. Also, I believe that Blasphemous Roar might be about ready to queue things up for a couple of races.
Oh, right, that just reminded me of something I have to go double check. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we're gonna, once we wrap things up here, we're going to be doing some rebroadcasts of some of the matches that are leading up to top 8 for mystery tournaments. So that's pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to maybe catching those before I pass out, because I made poor decisions regarding my sleep schedule. But like the players, like Pika Pals, we made it all the way to the end. Okay, no, maybe we won't do that, actually.
All right, then I guess we'll
Maybe-
just... Twitch changed things. Oh, must change something about doing VOD rebroadcasts or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Maybe
if
you
that's...
gotta like download it and re-upload it, or who knows.
All right, well, if that's the case, then we're going to go ahead and raid Pika Pals. Have to publish it. All right, so if that's the case, then we're just going to go ahead. Well, do you want us to raid Pika Pals, or would you like us to leave the stream to you?
I guess while we figure that out, we can say the top 8 that players are trying to qualify for is going to happen not this weekend, but next weekend?
Yes, it will be next weekend. It will be Saturday, the 7. That's going to be Saturday the 12th and Sunday the 13th. Hopefully that times are in the events or announcements. Or...
I think it's like in the mid after, like 2 p.m. Eastern time, something like that.
Yeah. If it's the same way as we've done ahead, if we've done previously, it's going to be over 2 days. So that is going to be, there'll be some content on Saturday, there'll be some content on Sunday, which is nice because previous years we did do this all in one day, and we had races going to midnight, which is really rough for some of the racers like Captain Drake, who is a top 8 regular finalist. Having to stay up that late, that's like 4 in the morning or 8 in the morning. That's really just losing your whole night.
Losing your whole mind.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to raid Pika Pals. We're going to give him a little bit of moral encouragement, but we are not going to give him any hints unless he does, in fact, request somebody give him a tip. So please, we do recommend that when we're doing these blind races, don't give players hints unless they request them specifically. So thank you, everybody, for watching. We hope you enjoyed this race of Crystalis. I'm Sir Nico, and thank you very much, Mythical9, for your co-commentary experience.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun casting a race of Crystalis, if you were to ask me how it was supposed to be pronounced. It's a favorite game of mine, and it was a lot of fun casting with you, Nico. It was good to see you back on the microphone.
Well, that's great to hear. I've always been around, I just haven't been streaming. So at any rate, we'll finish this up now. We're going to go ahead and raid Pika Pals. We can watch to see if he can get through this last little bit of the race. And we will certainly be doing some more segmented races soon. Keep an eye out. We'll put something in the planned races when we have an idea. And of course, if you have any of your own recommendations, especially recommendations that you would like to play along with us, please throw those in the blind Discord. We'll certainly find some people who are interested. And we'll pick something out that maybe in a couple of weeks we will join some additional segmented races of some fun games. So that'll be the end of today's broadcast. We will be back here again soon on Mystery Funhouse. We'll always come up with a fun, surprising game. It's a mystery what we'll play next, but we'll find out what that is together. Have a good night, everybody, and enjoy the stream of Pika Pals. All right, and we are down.